welcome back to Beyond the Veil Tarot and Astrology. My name is Candice Marie. Thanks for joining me. I'll be your astrologer this month. These are going to be the May 2024 horoscopes. Thank you guys for joining me, and I'm excited to talk about what's going on for the next month. Lots of good news, guys. We have made it through eclipse season. Thank Goddess. Things are going to actually calm down a little bit. And May is proving to be a very, very positive month. We're going to see some amazing transits, which are going to be benefiting all of us energetically, our relationships, as well as our finances. So I'm excited to get into this with you. I just want to give you guys my usual spiel. Usually I have offerings for you for the month ahead, but guess what? No offerings this month. I am going to be on vacation. I'm having a much needed vacation, so I will actually be out of my typical home office / studio for the month of May. You guys will continue to see my videos. I will be filming them where I'm taking my vacation on location. We will continue with the usual schedule. So you can find me here Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays for astrology videos, your horoscopes, the full moons, and much, much more. And we are hoping, fingers crossed, if internet allows, to be able to have our usual streams on Friday night. So we are always here on Friday nights at 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern. We alternate between each Friday with live tarot or astrology readings. I just want to remind you guys that we always post this link early in the community tab. So make sure that you are subscribed to the channel so you can get these alerts for the live readings and also for all the other videos and updates that I have. Please don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Give me a thumbs up. Leave me a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from. And yeah, it would be awesome to see the channel continue to grow. I have a goal of hitting 50,000 subscribers by the end of the year, so you guys can make that possible. We are on our way. And if you guys like my work and you appreciate these readings, I try to do them in a much more personalized format. So it's very similar if you were to get a one-on-one reading with me. Put a lot of time and love into these. So I appreciate your guys' kind words, joining my memberships, and also you can leave me a tip. There's a QR code up there if you benefit from this. I appreciate your generosity. Head over to beyondtheveiltarot.com. You guys can sign up for my newsletter. There you will not get spammed, I promise. You'll just get alerts as to when I have new webinars and courses coming up on my website. You can also see my schedule because I am taking new clients. So I do everything from birthday, solar return readings, general transit readings, election readings for special dates, synastry, and much, much more. So if you guys like my way of doing the combination between tarot and astrology, consider booking a reading with me. I have availabilities that are going to be starting in July and August of this year. For all of that, check out beyondtheveiltarot.com. All right, so if you guys are new to my channel, basically what I like to do is I like to give you guys the snapshot, the preview of all of the transits that I feel are the most important that I want to touch on. Truth be told, this list gets longer every month, I know, but the thing is with this is that I want to touch on the things that are going to be the most prominent for the 12 rising signs, and then what I will do is I do at the end of the month an overview. So I will do a more generalized, okay, this is what May looks like for the collective. This is much more personal, and I'm going to be touching on each and every one of the 12 rising signs. You can also find these dates down here in the description. So if you click the description below, you're going to see a bunch of links for stuff. But if you scroll down, you will see these dates as well. So you can follow along, put them in your schedule or your calendar. So you're kind of on the up and up when some of these things are happening. But yeah, catch the general one that's going to be coming out later this month in April. So these are the transits that catch my eye. These are what I will be touching on for the 12 rising signs today. I always like to start with the ingresses. So this means when a planet is moving into a new sign. Pretty important because it means that that planet is going to be kind of changing the way that it kind of expresses its energy. So it's going to give us a different flavor. May 15th, we're going to see Mercury entering into the sign of Taurus. So after months of Mercury in Aries, a pretty chaotic retrograde, Mercury will be shifting and moving into the fixed earth sign of Taurus. So if you are a Gemini or a Virgo rising, that means that your chart ruler is on the move. It's going to another area in your chart, and it's important to pay attention to those themes. Secondly, we're going to have on the 20th of May, the sun will be entering into the sign of Gemini. So all of you guys who are May Tauruses and May Geminis, happy birthday to you. Sun spends the first part of the month going through Taurus, where it's going to meet up with Jupiter and Uranus, and then it's going to move into Gemini. Pretty sweet move, because when the sun moves into Gemini, it's going to trine Pluto. So there are some very powerful transits towards the end of Taurus season, moving into Gemini season. Then we're going to see on the 23rd, Venus is going to change signs. She's going to leave Taurus and move into Gemini. So we will have a number of planets moving through Gemini. There's going to be lots of activations going on for late degree Taurus placements, early degree Geminis. Venus brings love, better harmony, and relationships. And so there is this sense of showing love through communication, traveling, learning. Definitely a great kind of beauty period for those of you guys who are Gemini sun, moon, and risings towards the latter end of the month. In the earlier part of the month, we have Venus that will be in Taurus. So this is Venus in its domicile. She's happy in this sign. We're also going to see a really sweet Venus-Jupiter conjunction. So this is a really good time, guys, if you're wanting to make beauty changes. The only planet that will be retrograde this month will be Pluto. So I like when Venus goes into Taurus to make changes to cosmetics, to hair, to makeup, to clothes. It's great for luxury purchases. So most of the month is pretty decent for that, but obviously always check how the transits are playing out in your own natal chart. And then the big news also is that we're going to be seeing on May the 25th, Jupiter will be changing signs. This is a big deal because Jupiter is in a different sign every year. It is moving into the sign of Gemini, so it's leaving Taurus, and it really leaves with a bang. You guys will see when I show you the transits. But Jupiter moving into Gemini is going to enhance, it's going to grow and make Gemini things bigger. So Gemini is about transportation, communication, gadgets, podcasts, streaming stuff, things connecting to learning. So Jupiter, truth be told, is not the strongest in this particular sign, but it actually does pretty well in like the first 10 degrees in my opinion. So with Jupiter moving into Gemini, we will see Jupiter in this sign for the rest of 2024 into 2025. So if you have a natal Jupiter in Gemini, it's your Jupiter return. If you've got anything, sun, moon, rising in Gemini or personal planets within like the first 10, maybe 12 degrees, you'll be experiencing more opportunities for learning, expanding, being kind of positive, optimistic. But Jupiter in this sign has a tendency to multitask. It's hard for it to kind of stay focused. It can kind of have a little bit of like ADD where it's like, what's that over there? And then it's kind of all over the place. So we'll talk about that. I do have a previewing Jupiter and Gemini video coming up for you guys pretty soon. The only retrograde we're going to be having this month is going to be on the 2nd, and it's a big one. On the 2nd, Pluto will retrograde in the sign of Aquarius, okay? So when we have outer planets go retrograde, like Pluto, Saturn, Neptune, some world events generally kind of happen. We see some big themes revolving around that particular planet. So really we've seen in the last year or so, Pluto kind of going in and out between the sign of Aquarius and Capricorn. Now it's moving retrograde. So later this year, we will see Pluto dip back into Capricorn, where it's got some final details in regards to power and top-down, kind of government things and career changes that's still going to be playing out. And Pluto's retrograding in a pretty significant degree. 2 degrees deals with money, stability, resources, the earth, banking. So what can I say? Scorpio risings, get ready to really reevaluate something about your personal power, especially when it comes to like your home and your emotions. Also, Aquarius risings, this is a time where you're really reevaluating some of the significant changes that you're making within yourself. Most prominent for these two signs, but still worth mentioning, because if you happen to have anything from about 28 degrees of Capricorn to about 3 degrees of Aquarius, you're going to feel this much more personally because you're kind of under a Plutonian transit. This will last for several months. I'll talk about this more when Pluto dips back into Capricorn later this year, but still worthy of mentioning, because whatever has been going on, like where we've been feeling like intense pressure, or maybe there's been some kind of like limitations of sorts, because Pluto is in a Saturn-based sign, we're re-evaluating where are we stuck, what do we need to change, and we'll kind of see how this plays out collectively as the next couple of months unfold. Now for lunations for the month, we are going to see on the 7th of May, there is going to be a new moon in Taurus at 18 degrees. So if you have anything, 17, 18, 19 degrees Taurus, sun, moon, rising, or if that's your birthday, you're getting like a fresh new start, okay? What can I say about this? Well, something that comes up for me is that how close the new moon is going to be in conjunction to Uranus. So it can feel electric. It can feel like new exciting changes. This will be happening at 18 degrees, which can be a bit of a challenging degree because it does deal with health, scheduling, job stuff. It's a Virgo degree. So it's going to materialize as, you know, a new moon that's like fresh with new opportunities, but it also is going to require us to kind of go through some heavy lifting to make some changes. We might see some changes in the job market. I think we're also possibly going to see some changes revolving around the financial system with this conjunction to Uranus. New moon in Taurus is all about stability, security, resources, self-esteem, how we can get solid. And this is a new moon that's ruled by Venus. So something to kind of think about is that if you're wanting to do or set intentions for relationships, money, abundance, this is the time that you're going to want to do that. I think back to what happened. Let me grab my notes here. I think back to what happened when we had a conjunction at this degree. So summer of 2022. I did a whole webinar on this, you know, a couple years ago now. Oh my God, time is just like flying. And I talked about how at the end of July, beginning of August 2022, we had a triple conjunction. We had Mars in Taurus, the North Node in Taurus, and Uranus in Taurus, all at 18 degrees. I talked a lot about how this was going to be kind of planting a seed with the North Node for future innovations, changes, and transformation when it comes to Uranus-Mars things. We've seen lots of challenges with banking collapses. We have seen lots of challenges also with earthquakes. We have seen shifts going on with environmental stuff and energy. I think about like that summer, and I had so many issues with like the power going out because of like thunderstorms. It was quite literal in my life. But I know that this conjunction was also going to be about how technology was going to be impacting the financial system. Instability is kind of what we see with Uranus. Conflict and friction is what we see with Mars. So when these two come together, it's a bit of like a combative energy. So these activations, right, or these conjunctions, they get activated over time. So if we were to see an eclipse around this degree, or a new moon, or a planet conjunct this, it all kind of gets woken up. And so that's happened recently with Jupiter, and now we have this new moon at the same degree. So you might want to think back or look back what was going on in summer of 2022 and ask yourself, like, what was going on? What were you trying to break through? Or what were you trying to grow? Or where were you trying to develop new skills when it comes to, you know, your resources, your finances? Obviously more so personal for about 16 to 19 degrees of Taurus, sun, moon, or rising. But also the fixed signs were feeling that as well. The North Node was about the collective. So collectively, we were starting to see massive changes and innovations with AI, which started becoming more so revealed actually in this last year as, you know, like Jupiter was coming into this conjunction. Certainly we've seen, you know, ChatGPT and like all kinds of other artificial intelligence and new ways that I think that that's actually been impacting and kind of integrating into the financial systems. So worthy of mentioning. Then on the 23rd, we're going to see a full moon in Sagittarius. This will be at 2 degrees. So if you have anything at like 1 to 3 degrees of Sagittarius, sun, moon, or rising, this is going to impact you Full moons are about completions and conclusions. You guys can go back 6 months and you can look at what happened the last time we had the new moon in Sagittarius at the end of 2023. Hello, it's 2024. At the end of 2023. Oh boy, Jupiter is the ruler. So, you know, Sagittarius has connections to Jupiter. Jupiter will be in the final moments of Taurus. It will be at 29 degrees, which is like an anaretic degree. So it feels like something is about to break. And so Jupiter and Taurus can be the most luxurious, the most resources, the most abundance, the most gluttonous, the most excessive. And guess what else is going to be there? We're going to see Venus there as well. So pretty abundant full moon, you guys. It's definitely one that I would really encourage you guys to work with if you're wanting to set any intentions, do any, you know, money manifestation, anything like that. All month long, we are going to see so many opportunities to expand our resources, to have better, healthier self-esteem, to have better sense of self, and to really reevaluate our resources a bit and get a little bit kind of grounded, right? That's what Taurus wants to do. It just wants to kind of like graze and hang out in a place where it feels solid and secure. All right, so those are going to be the lunations. Let's now switch over and let's look at the transits that catch my eye. So on May the 3rd, we're going to see Mars in Aries. So at the end of April, Mars moved into Aries. Good news, guys. This is where we're finally going to feel like things are moving forward. We're getting out of like eclipse season. We're getting out of all of that kind of Pisces sludge. And Mars does very well in its home sign and its domicile. Mars will sextile Pluto. So you have to look at where Pluto is in your chart. It's in the house of Aquarius. Something is changing and transforming and also kind of getting like reworked. Remember a day earlier on the 2nd, Pluto stationed retrograde. So a sextile is a fancy term for saying like they're kind of like supporting each other. They're kind of like whispering to each other. And Pluto is saying, hey, let's make this change for the future. Let's make this shift, or this thing is coming, or this is going to be ending. And it's kind of encouraging Mars to initiate or do something new. Don't usually talk a lot about sextiles in these videos because they're not major aspects. I like to focus on conjunctions, you know, oppositions, squares. But I feel like it's a boost that we could definitely use. So you're going to see both the Aquarius area of your chart and the Aries area of your chart working simultaneously. Lots of power with Pluto-Mars aspects, lots of courage, motivation to get something done and kind of follow through with your goals. On the 7th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Taurus on the 7th of the month, we'll see Sun in Taurus sextile Saturn in Pisces. Can you tell that Mercury is retrograde? So another sextile, yeah, I know. So the Sun in Taurus, stable, solid, secure, that sextile to Saturn is basically saying, okay, if you're willing to commit to something, if you're willing to commit to your dreams, if you're willing to make your dreams a reality, if you believe it, the Sun in Taurus is going to help you build it. So this is also a really nice aspect that I thought was worthy of mentioning. Once again, you know, it may not be as significant for some of you guys, but we got to take the support when we can get it. On the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. So guess what? All the effects of the Mercury retrograde that we've been in for the better part of like the last month plus is now going to fade. So Mercury is leaving the degrees which it was retrograde in. So it's going to leave about 27 degrees of Aries. And we should kind of see things calm down a little bit. Been a little challenging with Mercury retrograde in Aries, those reactivations to the solar eclipse, conjunctions to Aries, conjunctions to Chiron. You know, it's been a lot of fighting words in the last month, so I'll be glad to kind of see that end. Those of you guys who are Aries, Sun, Moon, or Risings, you're going to kind of see things chill out a little bit in terms of communication. And those of you guys who are Gemini and Virgo Risings, you're going to be pleased with this change as well. On the 17th of the month, Mercury in Taurus squares Pluto in Aquarius. So I know I said things calm down a little bit, but something we have to kind of take into consideration is when planets move through the fixed signs now, you know, in Taurus and in Leo, we're seeing some oppositions or squares to Pluto in Aquarius. So Pluto is power struggles, right? About the future, about how we handle future situations or collective themes, or, you know, what's impacting like politics or humanity. So whenever you see a square to Pluto, that's a day that you want to be mindful that there can be some Plutonian themes: jealousy, obsession, fixation, temptation, spying, you know, aggression, that kind of stuff. Mercury is the mind though. So Mercury in Taurus wants to talk about money. It wants to talk about food. It wants to talk about land. It can be business revolving these themes. It can be also accounting themes. It could be money stuff. So as Mercury squares Pluto in Aquarius, we can definitely have this kind of like volcanic communication style. Very different than Mercury in Aries though, because when Mercury was in Aries, it was, you know, hitting those eclipses and it was about initiating something. Taurus wants peace, right? So Mercury moving through Taurus might represent wanting to take our time talking about something or going over the details and like really wanting to like talk about like pleasure and like security and, you know, the things that it wants to talk about. And so when it squares with Pluto, you know, you can see some people saying, well, you shouldn't, you know, enjoy that, or you shouldn't buy that, or you shouldn't eat that. And people, will definitely communicate in a much more intense way. So you want to watch your words. You want to also kind of like read between the lines. There can be some weird like subliminal things that can be going on where people are saying some things that you're like, are they telling me the truth? Or like, can I trust this? With that particular square. Not the best day for meetings, not an easy day for traveling, not the best day to be like signing contracts or trying to force conversations. Mind your P's and Q's and resist the urge to snoop on this day, because I could definitely see this. On the 18th, this is a big one. So this would be one of the days I would put asterisks around your calendar, because this is like a big love and money day. Venus will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Well, we've got Venus in its domicile, right? We've got also Jupiter that's still in Taurus at the same time. So money stuff, relationship stuff feels bigger. It feels like there's more going on. And then we throw Venus into conjunction with Uranus, which could represent some kind of like disruptive force that comes in that either liberates us from a physical, financial, or relationship situation. It might be a day where you're wearing quirky colors. It might be a day where you decide to change something about your hair. I mean, Venus is about socializing. It's about beauty. It's about pleasure. So Venus-Uranus contacts, you might notice for a day or two that just relationships are kind of feeling different. People need more freedom. But it can also be a day where I think people are going to be kind of saying to themselves, like, I'm making a change with how I'm consuming, what I'm eating, what I'm buying. Uranus wants to free us. And remember, Uranus is connected to Aquarius, where Pluto is. Definitely seeing this in my life. Huge changes with what I'm buying, what I'm consuming, what I'm eating. Big changes also with the places that I'm choosing to do business with, where I'm putting my money, right? That's definitely, it's manifesting. And some of you guys might be feeling the same thing. But Venus conjunct Uranus can be where you do something different on date night. It can be, love at first sight, meeting somebody out of the blue and just being like, wow, like what is that? Who is that person? Same day, Sun conjuncts Jupiter in Taurus. Now, some astrologers tout this as like the luckiest day of the year. I don't know if I subscribe to that personally, but I will tell you with a Venus-Uranus conjunction the same day, really good, happy coincidences, synchronicities, money lining up, relationships lining up, and also there being some chance opportunities for something to just kind of fall out of the sky. So if there was a day to be like, I'm going to get a lottery ticket, or I'm going to, call that person up and ask them out on a date, or, somebody that you see while you're like out to lunch, this would be the day to do it. Obviously gamble responsibly, but this would definitely be an aspect that I would. On the 19th, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries. Okay, so the North Node in Aries is saying, initiate things, get moving, get active, be daring, be courageous, be entrepreneurial, be brave. And so when you have the North Node ruler on the North Node, it does mean that things are happening and we don't know exactly what it's going to manifest as yet, because the North Node is kind of strange and unusual. So this would be a really good day to take a look at, what house is Aries in? What is Mars saying you need to get going with? Pretty prominent for my Aries and my Scorpio risings, I will admit, because this is kind of saying it's time to kind of go in this direction and to initiate or start something new. Wonderful time to start a new health, fitness, or gym routine, to be working towards your goals, to be being physically active, and embracing doing something that may seem scary, right? Even if it's on your own. On the 23rd of the month, this is another big day for opportunities, okay? We've got Venus is going to be conjunct now Jupiter. So where there was like a shakeup or some kind of significant change that happened with the conjunction to Uranus, now days later, Venus conjuncts Jupiter, which is big opportunities for love, money, and fortune. This can mean you're buying a luxury product. This could mean you're booking a trip somewhere, because Jupiter could be education, it could be travel. And so that in itself is like a really sweet, indulgent kind of vibe. But there's other things going on. So while Venus conjuncts Jupiter in Taurus, Venus is also sextile Neptune in Pisces. So it means that your dreams are coming true and something is happening that's bigger than you ever anticipated, than you ever imagined. Really romantic, very dreamy, very creative. Jupiter is also going to then be sextiling Neptune, and Jupiter has traditional associations with Pisces. So it's like, oh my God, there's this thing that's happening, and like I had a dream about it, and like, it's happening, you know? So loving this day as well as the 18th as abundance work, money manifestation, visualization exercises, because we're pulling from that energy of Pisces, which is, I believe, I've prayed for this, I've envisioned this, you know, I have kind of put together the blueprints for this, and then boom, it starts actually kind of coming together in Taurus. Now you guys know why I'm on vacation. I was like, this is the month to do it, you know? Been looking at like pictures of like where I'm gonna go and what I'm gonna do. And so I knew that when these transits came together, it would materialize. Anyway. Then on the 25th, we are going to be seeing Venus in Gemini, trine Pluto in Aquarius. Okay, Venus in Gemini, trine Pluto in Aquarius. Venus moves into an air sign where it's not as kind of physical and indulgent as Taurus. It wants to get in the car, go somewhere, write a love letter. It wants to read a book or listen to a podcast on relationships. It wants to experience also duality in love and relationships. So if you're somebody who has a natal Venus in Gemini, you know that you want options, you want choices, and you want to be a bit of a social butterfly. When Venus trines Pluto, that is deep, powerful opportunities with love, relationships, and also this is in an air sign, so it's information. So there's some kind of new information coming out about money, resources, relationships, and that's also another good positive day for changes with these things. I want to remind you guys also that on the 25th, this is when Jupiter enters Gemini, okay? So we're going to see Jupiter enter Gemini, and when it does, it's going to start coming into a trine with Pluto. It's not exact yet, but we're going to start feeling that. So you have like a Jupiter-Venus kind of conjunction that's happening. It's trining Pluto. It's just the whole end of the month is like chef's kiss. Okay, and then on the 25th, we see Mars at 19 degrees of Aries. Now, you're like, why is that important? Because we had a solar eclipse at the beginning of April. So the April 8th solar eclipse in Aries, planting a new seed. It was at 19 degrees, conjunct Chiron, where we're like, we have to work on healing ourselves, our relationship to ourselves, our relationship to other people. We're having to deal with wounding. So when Mars comes into this conjunction point, it's basically going to reactivate themes from the eclipse. So you guys are going to see some of those themes that are going to be coming up. I remember saying to you guys, you would see this unfold all the way into May with Mercury transits, Mars transits, Venus transits, and even then it's going to go for a couple of years. But my perspective is that whatever we were trying to work out, what intentions we were kind of setting with that new moon solar eclipse in Aries, after the post retrograde and now Mars gets into Aries, now we're like, I know what to do. I know what actions I need to take. I know what needs to happen. So if you haven't done those things, you may feel encouraged to do them now. If you are still not doing those things and you're resistant to change, there can be some pressure, there can be some conflict, there can be some other challenges, disruptions, things like that that can come up with the Mars transit that's kind of pushing you in that direction of doing that work. We're going to see then on the 29th of the month, Mars will conjunct Chiron in Aries. So wounding issues, right? Is it still reverberating from that kind of solar eclipse, point? Maybe. But Mars is things that cuts. So I think of like knives, blades, weapons, things that are sharp, things that are hot. Aries is the head and the face. So, some people might be like, well, I need to be better about wearing my sunscreen, or I need to be wearing a hat when I go outside. Or we might notice that there are people who are more prone to head injuries, concussions, bumping your face, sunburns on your face, that kind of stuff. I always tell people, like, whenever we've got like Mars stuff going on with Chiron, especially in Aries, like I've had a lot of people being like, I want to get my eyebrows tattooed, or I want to go and get like laser, or like something like that. Would not do it around those dates, around a Mars Chiron aspect. Now, Chiron wants to heal something. So some people, based off their personal astrology, may say, well, this is the day I'm getting a mole removed, or this is the day that I'm getting a corrective surgery, or I'm talking to somebody about, like fixing, my nose because I've previously had surgery on it. That's fine. Just be mindful that we are more prone to injuries, and being aware of our injuries and injuring ourselves with that particular day on the 29th. So be mindful of that. The month wraps up on the 30th, where Mercury in Taurus comes into conjunction with Uranus in Taurus. So we've got the messenger and the mind. This is also about technology. This is about digital things. This is going to be, I think, more news on potential CBDCs, digital banking. News revolving around cryptocurrency stuff could be coming up as well. And that conjunction to Uranus is the maverick. It's the innovator. It's what's moving and shaking. Now, remember earlier in the month, Mercury squared Pluto. Okay, so there was some resistance to change in regards to these topics. But then when Mercury conjuncts Uranus, there are sudden insights, downloads, epiphanies, awareness about, hey, we're adapting, and we're kind of feeling like we're firing on all cylinders. Mentally, there can be some stress. Communication, there can be some stress. We can see some gadgets kind of break down or fry out. We can see that there can be some issues also with trading platforms. Issues with ATMs, getting things in and out, or transferring funds or money. So be mindful that this is not a day that you want to be trying to do big transactions. I would recommend doing it prior to that if I were you. And not a day to also be pushing for communications, or to be, pushing for meetings and stuff, because fixed signs are resistant to change. They're stubborn, so there can be this sense of being like, no, we need to have a conversation, or we need to sign it now, or whatever. And then there's some kind of short circuit in the communication, or we'll see cars that can kind of have issues. Taurus also can be more relating to news regarding natural resources. It could be news revolving around things that could even be nuclear. So that's something else that I would watch for. All in all, though, probably, I think, one of the better months all year. So I'm really excited to see how these transits kind of manifest for you guys. Don't forget to take a screenshot of this, or check these out in the description, so you know what I'm going to be touching on when we get to your rising sign, okay? For the rest of the month, follow me, and I'll talk about this later in April. All right, so once again, these are the May 2024 horoscopes for the 12 rising signs. Now, I'm a tropical Western astrologer. I do not practice Vedic. People ask me this all the time. I practice Western astrology for the purpose of my demonstration, to make it clean for everybody to kind of understand. I use the whole sign method in my personal practice when I work with clients, and how I look at my chart is Placidus. That's just me. I'm a Placidus girl. But I will use the whole sign technique for you guys just to make it easier to understand. If you want to listen to your Placidus chart, all you got to do is just look at where those degrees are. You can check an ephemeris, or you can book a personal reading. Or if you know your chart, you're going to have an idea where some of these planets are kind of moving. So you may have to listen to more than one rising sign. Also, you can listen for your progress chart as well, if that's something that interests you. I recommend, to make the most of my predictions, for the most accurate predictions that you're going to get, listen for your ascendant sign first. When astrologers write horoscopes, we're writing them from zodiacal order. So usually when you listen to horoscopes, you're listening to your sun sign, and that's great and everything, but it's going to kind of feed your ego and tell you what you want to hear. It doesn't always tell you what literally manifests. So listen to your ascendant sign first. That's the 9 o'clock hour in your chart. If you don't know what that means, check out a birth chart calculator online. They're free, or book a reading with me. then listen to your sun sign, then listen to your moon sign, okay? I believe that we need to listen to all three of these to have a better understanding of what's going on for the month ahead. While the ascendant is what's literally going to happen, the sun tells you what you need for creativity, joy, and fulfillment, and the moon is important because it's playing off of what you need emotionally, right? All right, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Let's go ahead and get into the 12 rising signs. What's up, Aries and Aries rising? Welcome to your May 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well and thriving post-eclipse. Tell me below. I'd love to hear what changes happened. How are you doing? I have lots of good news for you guys because this is not even like the calm after the storm. This is the glow up after the storm, okay? I'm most excited, I think, to see what happens for you guys this month. Just want to give you a heads up. Mars is now in your sign, okay? Mars is your chart ruler. Let me get my handy dandy marker right there. Mars is in your sign, which means you're active, you are getting things done, you're moving around, moving your body, you're going after your goals. Mars rules your body and also the direction with where you're going with your life, and it has connections to change, transformation, and resources. Make the most of this transit, guys. Stay active all month and go after what you want. Pay special close attention when Mars meets with the North Node because this is going to be a time where you're really aligning with what your needs are and what needs to change, okay? All right. So want to go through these ingresses really quick and I'll touch on the retrograde and all that stuff. So first things first, we are going to be seeing on the 15th that Mercury will be going into your money house, okay? So there's going to be less focus on self-talk where it's been in Aries and you've been reworking things, more focus on talking about money, organization, resources, what you're bringing in, business, okay? Maybe you're spending more money relating to business. Maybe you're spending more money on health. Maybe you are looking at some indulgences, some luxury items. On the 20th, we're going to see the sun go into Gemini. So it's going to spend the first 3 weeks of the month in your money house. Hello, look at this massive stellium in Taurus. And it'll move into the area of your chart that's going to be about learning, education, siblings, things relating to short distance travel, and really having your mind, right? That's the third house, focus on creativity. Maybe you're writing, maybe you are looking up new podcasts, maybe you're reading a new book, things like that. On the 23rd of the month, Venus will go into this house as well, where you're finding pleasure through third house things. Maybe you're hanging out with a sibling. Maybe you go to a neighbor's barbecue. Maybe you decide that you want to get something nice for your car. I could definitely see some of you guys are thinking about improving a vehicle. Venus rules your relationships as well. So you might be talking to your partners more about let's go on a trip, or maybe feeling a little bit more loving in your communication style. Maybe you send somebody some sweet text messages or emails. And then on the 25th, Jupiter will move into this house as well. So we're seeing like a shift in energy from second house of self-esteem, resources, money, personal values, where maybe you've been growing your wealth. Maybe there's something that has kind of shown up and now you have more to kind of work with, or you're really kind of bettering your self-esteem. And then it moves to the third house. So I can see some of you guys taking some of that wealth and going, I'm going on a trip, I'm updating my vehicle, maybe I'm deciding that I'm going to buy myself a new computer, I'm upgrading a phone, something like that could happen. Now for retrogrades for the month, we're going to see Pluto turn retrograde, and that's going to happen in the sign of Aquarius. Pluto represents your area of joint resources, change, and transformation. So Pluto going retrograde here is going to be here for a few months before it drops back into your 10th house later in 2024. What's happening here is I think that you're reevaluating, how am I making my goals become a reality? What am I changing about my relationship to the future? How am I changing the way that I'm making money? Because it's a second house derivative house from your 10th. Relationships with friends can change, your goals can change, and there is this sense of reassessing your place out in the world, okay? All right, so let's get to these transits now. So on the 3rd of the month, Mars in your sign in Aries will come into a sextile with Pluto. And I see this as like you're going, I'm going to make my own fortune, or I'm going to will something into existence. Maybe you're feeling like party coordinator and you're the one who's like initiating, you know, making changes with your friends, your networks, or your social groups. Maybe you're feeling like you want to be active with other people. It's a positive aspect. I do feel like it's quick moving, but you may notice that through some kind of transformation of your goals, or maybe joining a group or changing something about your friendships, you're feeling more motivated to get going with some of your goals in life. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see the sun in Taurus, which is moving through your money sector. So this is about what you own, what you possess. This is what you're buying, what you're consuming, how you feel about yourself. And it can also represent banking. The sun here is making a sextile to Saturn. So to me, Saturn in the 12th house represents being a little bit more reserved, reflecting more, being tapped in more to your higher self. You may feel like, you know what, the state of the world feels a little uneasy, or, you know, I have a hunch about something. So I'm going to do something with my cash, or I'm going to invest in something, or I'm going to buy something so I have it just in case I need it. Saturn rules your career, okay? And it also has connections to your goals. So it could even mean that you're positioning yourself in a way financially where you're moving money around in the off chance you want to change jobs, take time off of work, make a shift in regards to your career. Because Saturn in the 12th house can mean that you're preparing for one phase of your career or your life to end and another one to begin. It is possible that if there is some kind of like change at work, obviously touch wood, there is like a severance, a bonus. It's like a job ends and you're like, oh, what am I going to do? And then all of a sudden there's like a new opportunity that arises and you're like, oh, that's why that had to end, because something new is coming in. Listen to your intuition and your gut feelings when it comes to making investments this month. It's going to be very hard to resist temptation to kind of go ham and like spend some money and buy some stuff. Because I do feel like there is a sense of being like, yeah, I want more of what life has to offer with this massive stellium in your second. All right, on the 13th, Mercury leaves shadow. You're done with that gnarly ass Mercury retrograde in your first house. So maybe you've been feeling a little bit tongue-tied. Maybe you feel like it's been difficult to get the point across. Maybe you've noticed you've made some mistakes sending emails or text messages. Maybe you have felt that it's challenging to get back into healthier habits. Or even there's been some issues maybe where you've made some mistakes with scheduling stuff. The retrograde's over. This basically means that now if you want to make changes to your appearance, if you want to make changes to your health, if you want to sign a contract, move, sign a lease, buy a car, you're more so capable of being able to do that without kind of getting kicked around by the Mercury retrograde. So you're good to go. On the 18th, we're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So, like I said, massive energy that's going to be building in your second house of income before we see that shift to the third house at the end of the month. So for a lot of Aries placements, sun, moon, rising, major money stories, right? Huge glow ups, shifts in regards to how you feel about yourself, more confidence, more spending power. That's basically the long and short of it. Venus rules for you your seventh house of relationships, okay? So this basically means that you're investing more in relationships. Maybe it means that you want to buy a nice gift for a partner. Maybe it means that you're seeing the value and going and talking to somebody about making changes to your appearance, and you're willing to spend a little bit more on clothes, hair, jewelry, things like that. Maybe you're talking to a stylist, right? That can come up here as well. When Venus comes into, conjunction with Uranus, it's going to materialize as a really significant change, I think, to your personal style. That's what I think it is, because that's the second house. Uranus rules, obviously, your goals. So I could see some Aries in placements deciding, hey, I want to get involved in cryptocurrency, or I want to, buy some kind of stock that's futuristic. You could do that. Maybe you're investing more also in your health, and it can materialize as like talking to a group of people and learning more about health and wellness. Okay. And then the same day, you're also going to see the sun will come into conjunction with Jupiter. So like I said, it's kind of considered one of the luckiest days of the year. Definitely more financially lucky if it's in your second house. So The sun rules fifth house, which deals with children. It deals with romance. It deals with creativity and joy. So you may be saying, you know what, I'm willing to kind of spring and spend a little bit more money on a vacation, or maybe I'm willing to spend a little bit more and splurge on my children, or maybe you're feeling like, hey, I want to go and have a very indulgent meal or a day out and do something like really fun and romantic. So I like those two conjunctions on the 18th. Sorry, I missed this one. So on the 17th, day prior, Mercury will be in your second house of money and personal possessions, where you're communicating and talking about money, and it will square off with Pluto. So this does mean that when it comes to your personal values, the way that you look at, what you own, or, what you want, or what you're wanting to collect, there's some shift of the mind in the way that you look at money management. So it can mean that you're like, you know what, I'm going to be taking over and doing like a self-directed, 401k or IRA, because communications, or Mercury is the sixth house and the third. So you might download a new investing app. You may decide that you want to change the way that you're doing your accounting. You might decide that you want to start focusing on taking some of the money that you've been saving and do something with it. Be careful for like tips and tricks from other people about money, or somebody who is trying to influence what you're doing with it under that square. Okay, on the 19th of the month, we are going to see Mars come into conjunction with the North Node. Okay, so what does this mean for you? Well, it looks like the conjunction is going to be right around 14 degrees. So this is a Taurus degree. This is what am I buying? What am I eating? What am I consuming? Where's my money going? It's a banking degree once again. So it's funny how the cosmos will just keep repeating themselves. Long story short, I think this is about you saying, you know what? I'm going to make a move. I'm going to make a move to transform my body. I'm going to start working out more. I am going to be making a decision about what I am eating, or what I'm doing with my resources. Something like that's going to happen. And it's to help you grow in the future, because the North Node wants to help you become more so self-focused and developed. I think of like Mars North Node as like becoming strong. So you might be less focused on losing weight. You might be more focused on developing muscle or tone or strength training. It can also mean that there is this huge focus that's kind of shifting for you, revolving around how you see yourself, and you're really empowering yourself a little bit more. On the 23rd of the month, we got a lot of stuff going on this day. This is when we see Venus making that real sweet, sweet, sweet conjunction to Jupiter. So Venus rules your house of money, it rules relationships, and it's conjuncting your ninth house lord. So I could see this as a time where you splurge on a vacation. Maybe you decide, you know what, I have talked about it with my partner. I'm finally going to bite the bullet and I'm going to purchase, a course, or I'm going to be going back to school. That could be something else that could happen here. I could see some Aries risings considering or contemplating investing in like foreign money, or like learning more about moving assets, and learning about foreign markets. But this is a day where I think the way that you're looking at your relationships and the way that you're looking at security is changing in a very positive way. Very same day while this conjunction is happening, there's also a sextile that's taking place, and that's going to be to Neptune and Pisces. So both of these are at 29 degrees. So there is this sense of being like, look at this really sweet thing that came in, that happened, that it started as an idea and now it's become physical. Or it started as a dream and then I started working towards it, and now I'm starting to see like that dream become like a reality. It can mean that there is like blessings that come from out of the blue, that it just kind of drops in from who knows where. Something you've been praying for, something that you've been hoping would materialize finally does. And while that's happening, Jupiter is also sextiling Neptune, okay? So it's a time also where it's like, if you're planning a foreign trip, or if you're planning to like, go and have an indulgent day at the spa, great day for that as well. And then also this will be the full moon that we're going to have in Sagittarius. So the full moon will be taking place in your ninth house with the ruler in the second conjunct Jupiter. So it looks like it's something that's going to be indulgent that you're investing in. That's either education or travel related, or something revolving around what you're learning. Maybe you're like buying a course or something, learning about investments or finances. All right, on the 25th, then we're going to see Venus move into Gemini, and it will be trining, okay, so it'll be over here, trining Pluto. So pleasure and resources is coming from the third house. So like I said, you know, maybe this is your goals about, you know, your learning, or your goals about your vehicle changing. It can also mean that there is some continuation of a lucky streak that's happening, and somehow it's benefiting, you know, siblings, neighbors, friends, anything like that. And it's something that you're kind of like sharing with another person, maybe sharing some kind of good news, right? Mars will be at 19 degrees in the solar eclipse point. So the same day on the 25th, you're seeing a continuation of the solar eclipse that happened in your sign. And so my interpretation of that is that you're kind of falling more into these new beginnings for you. Venus in the third trine Pluto, maybe you're sharing with people, you know, what positive changes you've made and like how you're kind of looking optimistically into the future. Then we will see on the 29th, Mars will conjunct Chiron. Okay, so Aries, this is the day that you want to watch because it's going to happen at 22 degrees. The Mars, you know, conjunction for you is a little bit more potent because it's in your first house of your body. This can be a day where you have an issue with your skin because it's at 22 degrees, so it's a Capricorn degree. So it can mean there's issues with skin, with teeth, with bones. You can be more prone to having problems with any of these areas or any of these departments, something that can require surgeries, stitches, extractions, stuff like that can come up because Mars is connected to your 8th house. So it can be something that's costly. But for some of you guys, it can be like, this is a time where I have finally removed, I've purged, I've detoxed something out of my system. That's basically kind of how I'm seeing that. And that's pretty much it. Okay, so we'll have a new moon that will be happening in your 2nd house. And so that will be your new moon in Taurus, which will be taking place for you on the 7th. And then we will have that full moon that's going to be in the 9th house, and that's going to be taking place for you on the 23rd. Okay. And like I said, Venus is going to be hanging out in Taurus most of the month. Then it'll move into your 3rd house. Mars is not moving into Taurus until, you know, going into the next month. So that'll be another video. The card that I'm pulling for you, the King of Pentacles. Well, I mean, this kind of speaks for itself. I think with this particular stellium in the 2nd house, feeling pretty solid about some kind of financial situation, feeling really solid about something that's finally coming full circle, and feeling like, okay, what I've been working for is finally manifesting. It's finally transpiring. I'm getting everything that I wanted. Good news with money, good news with work and career. This can also be a significant person coming into your life, like a Capricorn, Taurus, or a Virgo, who's helping you in some way in regards to your finances or your resources, your health, your career, right? But this is like the epitome of that 2nd house stellium. So enjoy. I hope it's a good one for you, and I'll catch you guys back here in June. All right, we got Taurus and Taurus rising. What's going on, Taurus? I hope you're doing well. Happy birthday to you, my May Tauruses. My goodness, you guys, there is a lot happening in your sign this month. I think in many ways for you, this is that kind of grand finale moment, that whatever you've been building towards, whatever you've been hoping was going to physically transpire, who you were going to become, some sense of freedom or shift in regards to your outlook in the world, now it will arrive. So we look at Venus, you know, being your chart ruler. Venus is going to start the month in your sign, and around the 3rd week of May, Venus will be moving into Gemini, okay? So for my Taurus risings in particular, there's going to be some appearance changes. There's going to be like a real kind of like glow up that can happen here. I think of Venus moving through its domicile in your 1st house, where it's like you're attracting people to you. You're naturally already being ruled by Venus, really beautiful, but there's even more appealing kind of tendencies that are going to be kind of coming up for you this month. So changes to your appearance, you know, investing a little bit more in health or routines or wellness seems to be a theme, because Venus also has connections to your 6th house. You will see Venus drop into Gemini. It's going to be good news for money, maybe bringing in a second income or something kind of developing with your resources. I think that's pretty much guaranteed for you, my Tauruses, where you're either merging money with another person, or there's like a second stream of potential income that can be kind of coming in, maybe investments paying off, something like that. All right, so I want to start first with talking to you guys about these ingresses. So you're going to see on the 15th of the month, Mercury enters your sign, okay? Mercury rules money and possessions. It also rules creativity, self-expression, and children. So it looks to me like with Mercury moving through your sign, you're communicating more, you're sharing more, maybe you're feeling a little bit more vocal, talking about what you value, talking about what you love. Maybe you're willing to spend a little bit more money on fun, and also maybe on romance, indulgence, hobbies, you know, your kids. Now, then we're going to see on the 20th, the sun will enter into your 2nd house, which deals more with your personal possessions. The sun is the ruler of the 4th house of home. So it is possible with the sun going into the 2nd house, you're kind of taking stock in your space and you're like, is there something that I need to be getting for the home? You know, am I having to buy 2 things, 2 chairs, 2 couches, you know, 2 dressers? Because Gemini is a double energy. So it is possible that you're buying things in 2s. You may find also that you're spending more money when it comes to Gemini things, right? Gadgets, it could also be computers, laptops, cars, things like that. Something of that nature is kind of going down. Really highlighting where there is a need to really pay attention to your resources, because the sun going through the 2nd house is going to be pretty strong there. The trines that you're going to be seeing to your 10th house, and also when Jupiter comes in, is pretty nice as well. The hard work that you've been putting forth in your career is really going to start to pay off for you this month. On the 23rd, Venus enters into Gemini. So we've got Sun, Venus, and Jupiter hanging out in your 2nd house. So it's kind of an indication that for some of you guys, there's a second job that's presented to you, or you do something part-time, there's a second income stream. For other people, it could materialize as just wanting to spend more money on luxury goods. Gemini can be things like cars, watches, it could be jewelry, rings, you know, handbags, things that you can hold in your hand, or things that are going to be relating to education or possibly even travel. Now, Venus is the ruler of your 6th house. So I could see this being about spending more money on healthy food, spending more money on like gym and wellness products, things like that. But I could also see it could be a second potential, you know, job. Then we're going to see on the 25th of the month, Jupiter will move into your 2nd house of income. Taurus, this is so good for money. So Jupiter rules your goals, friends, and associations. It also rules your 8th house of joint resources, as well as investments. So for some Tauruses, it will materialize as friends who are generous. Maybe they hook you up, they get you a job, they make a recommendation for where you could be making an investment. It is also possible that there could be people who are generous with you, people who are giving to you. It could be that you're noticing you're getting more tips this month. It could be you notice that you got a tax refund and suddenly you're like, oh, okay, so I've got some like, you know, spending money. The other way of looking at this, because Jupiter is your 8th house lord, is it could be an inheritance, and Gemini could be a check. So it could be a check that could come in the mail. It could be something from an aunt, uncle, cousin, or sibling, or they're giving you something that is of value. Maybe you are receiving more or better benefits from a partner, or maybe you're merging your resources with a partner. That's something else that could be happening for you, Taurus. And then suddenly, you know, like you're going from having 1 bank account to 2 shared bank accounts, which I'm sure many Tauruses would love. Watch for the Pluto retrograde on the 2nd. That will be taking place here. And Pluto will be retrograde for several months. It's going to dip back into Capricorn later this year. But for right now, know that this is a reevaluation of your career changes, your status, your power. It can feel like if a job that you've been doing for a while isn't working, it's breaking down and you're kind of getting burnt out on it. It can also mean that you're reevaluating the teams that you're working with, the people that you're kind of partnering with, and asking yourself, like, am I positioning myself with the right people? It can also be a time where you're evaluating whether or not, a collaboration or a partnership is actually beneficial. And if you want to make some tweaks or changes to how you're working. Watch for the subtle undertones of sometimes some power struggle dynamics at work. All right. So with that being said, let's get into the transits for the month. We're going to start off on the 3rd of May, and this is where we see Mars in Aries, where it will be in your 12th house, okay? And the sextile that it's making to Pluto. 12th house is hidden, subconscious, behind the scenes. So it can mean resting and recuperating. It can mean that you are strategizing and planning behind the scenes. It can mean that you're taking time, behind with a partner, getting a break, maybe resting a little bit and deciding that you're kind of, like not coasting at work, but being like, okay, we're getting some work done, but like it's not overpowering. Visions, dreams, and other things can be coming up for you that's making you feel inspired to make some changes at work or in regards to your career. You can have like a premonition about something changing at work or somebody stepping down. It's also possible that you're like starting to get this feeling of being like, okay, what things need to end in order for me to kind of move into this much more powerful transformative period with my career? What do I need to be actually actively working on within myself? How can I be more brave? It can be some long hours, working behind the scenes, late nights. It can also be a time where you're doing some kind of work with a partnership behind the scenes as well. And great time for healing, for therapy, psychological stuff like that, because of Mars's connection to your 7th house. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see the sun in your sign making a sextile to Saturn. Now, the sun rules, obviously, your home and your emotions. So when the sun's in the 1st house, you're like, how am I feeling? What am I needing? What am I doing? And when that sextiles Saturn in your 11th house, it's like you're really using your own gut feelings, your intuition, or your body as a gauge for, am I making the right moves? Am I making the right decisions? Am I going in the right direction? Support can come from friends who can help kind of confirm that you're on the right path, and they can encourage you to continue to move forward and to be authentic and independent and to validate your feelings that you're feeling. On the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. So no more miscommunication stuff, no more tension, hiding out, not wanting to speak up, not wanting to say anything. That's going to finally kind of get cleared out. Maybe there's been some questioning revolving around money matters or around relationship matters, or, how you have been maybe kind of feeling a little kind of like, hidden, or maybe you've been kind of feeling a little hermity. So that's going to start to ease up as we see planets kind of come out of your 12th house. On the 17th, we're going to see Mercury in your sign where you're feeling super chatty. Mercury will come into a square with Pluto, Taurus. This is a time to be very careful because there can be some issues where you're feeling like very outspoken with people at work. It can be a time where you're a little bit more critical of other people, or you're feeling like other people are very critical of you and you're not liking the way a boss, a parent, a superior is talking to you, and you feel like you need to speak up. It can also be a time where you're becoming aware of like what you need to say or what you need to do for your own happiness, and something that's coming from either your heart space or even your inner child that's like, no, I'm not doing that any longer, or I'm not doing the power struggle any longer. Communication can be intense, but this is a quick moving transit. We will see on the 18th, this is a day to watch, Taurus, Venus in your sign, okay, and it's your chart ruler, will come into conjunction with Uranus. Uranus is the 10th house ruler. So it almost feels as if with the rest of the transits involving like Venus and Jupiter and stuff, this is that kind of cracking, coming out of the shell, being like, okay, here's the big reveal. And I don't know if this is for some of you guys who are breaking free and you're like Jerry Maguiring your way out of your job. I don't know if this is for some of you guys that are making some grand new reveal in terms of your appearance. Some of you guys may be finally moving out of some long-standing issues where you've had some really difficult relationships with people, and now you're kind of defining your life on your own terms without feeling like attached to a job or a relationship or a partnership. But certainly the Venus, Uranus conjunction is freeing yourself of something and being authentic and being your own. It could be like a radical new hairstyle. You know, I could see some Tauruses are like, I pierced my nose, or like, I dyed my hair purple. That could happen. But there is this feeling of needing freedom and needing to have authority over yourself and your own body, and like feeling like, the best thing you can be is authentic. Watch for some disruptions with relationships, and also don't make anything that's going to be like too hasty, any permanent decisions under this, because we can like the way something looks for a while, but when these transits pass, sometimes we don't like the color we dyed our hair, or the tattoo that we got, or like the couch that we bought. So think more temporary, until you're really sure that you want to make some of these changes. Then we're going to see the same day the sun will conjunct Jupiter. So this is about like home and family. So it can materialize for some Taurus and Taurus risings as like, surprise, I'm pregnant. For others, it could mean, you know what, I went out of this relationship. I'm going and finding my own apartment and finding my own home. I'm decorating things the way I want to decorate it. It could be that. But I do think that the sun conjunct Jupiter is really kind of manifesting as a time where you're like, you know what, I'm really excited about this change. This is a wonderful change that I'm making. And it's now going to start to become visible because the sun is highlighting that. And I think it's changing the way that you look at home, the way that you look at family, the way that you look at your appearance. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct the North Node in Aries. Okay, so Mars rules relationships and also your subconscious. One thing I'll say is, like with a Mercury retrograde that you've had in the 12th house, there's been kind of being in your head a little bit. There's also been this sense of like maybe having sleep disturbances, nightmares, especially with Mars being there. It is possible that you're having this. But when Mars comes in conjunction with the North Node at a 14, it means that there can be this sense of like reevaluating whether or not a relationship is ending, or reevaluating or not whether or not working with a therapist can help you through some of your subconscious fears. 12th house is a place of healing, rest, relaxation. So it can mean that you're like, I just need some time away. I need to go away for a weekend, or I need to go to the spa, or I want to work out by myself for a little bit. And yeah, you're going to feel a little hermity, I think, with that conjunction. And maybe it's just important to kind of like let partners know, like, I just need some space, or partners can be saying this to you as well, because Mars rules them. So they can be saying to you like, okay, you know what, I gotta be gone for a little bit. I'll be back. Watch for subconscious issues with rage and frustration, and make sure that you're not, kind of holding on to things that can be creating some health problems. Then we're going to see on the 23rd of the month, Venus will conjunct Jupiter in your sign. So this is that big breakthrough, that big change, that big glow up, that big transformation. This is about freedom and beauty and loving yourself and focusing on yourself and what's best for you. Same day, you're going to see Venus in your sign sextile Neptune. So it's like you're, these things that are manifesting physically within your body, your appearance, or how you look, is aligning with your goals. It's aligning with your friends. It's things that you're sharing with other people and your visions for the future. Jupiter in your sign will also sextile Neptune as well. And so it means that you're getting people who are giving you feedback, who are like, you're doing the right thing, you look great, or this is what you need to keep doing, or like, we've got your back, we support you, and helping you really kind of feel more confident with some of the changes that you're making. This very same day, you're going to have a full moon that's going to be taking place in Sagittarius in your 8th house. So Taurus, the full moon in your 8th house is saying it's shining a light on joint resources, taxes, savings, investments. It could be pregnancy. It could also be about some kind of merger. It could be about a psychological or a spiritual breakthrough. Death, sex, and taxes goes with the 8th house. But what's interesting is that the 8th house ruler is Jupiter, and it'll be with Venus. So it means that you're initiating this transformation. You're the one who's calling it in. You're the one who's saying, this is ending, but this new thing is kind of emerging. I could see some Tauruses are like, oh, I'm getting, like plastic surgery, or I'm having some kind of significant, aesthetic treatment or something, that's going to be about creating a new and improved you. Certainly with Mars and Aries and Venus and Taurus, that's okay if that's what you want to do. Obviously check your chart and talk to an astrologer to make sure, but I like that aspect for whatever layers you're shedding. There's something new that's kind of emerging. May 25th, Venus will be in Aquarius. So you're going to see, Venus is going to be in Gemini. Hello, Venus is in Gemini, moving through your second house of money, resources, and income, trining Pluto. So you're like, okay, money, work, career, things are kind of aligning. Like, could be that you're bringing in a second income. Like I said, it could be that there is just more flow of cash. You're willing to kind of talk about money more. And it also means with the trine to Pluto that there's powerful alignments that you're making with relationships with people at work. There could be a new job that comes in and working with a new team and something that's going to provide some extra cash. All right. And then the same day that we see that trine, and by the way, your Venus and Pluto is relationships. So seeing Pluto trine Venus could be like a really big day for, oh, I just got a really significant client, or somebody just signed me on, or I just got picked up by this management company, or somehow they're kind of, somebody else is helping boost your career and your money. Same day, Mars will hit 19 degrees in the 12th house. So you're going to see more kind of unfolding of the solar eclipse in Aries that took place at the beginning of April. And, you know, having your 7th house lord in the 12th house, once again, can be an indication with this degree that there is something completing or ending about a relationship. It can mean that there is more focus on healing relationships. It could be therapy. It could be going to a healer, working with a shaman. It could be going to a healing center, working with a specialist. But I think Mars being here is just going to show you more of where there's all this subconscious stuff that's kind of coming up for you that needs to be healed. And then on the 29th, Mars will conjunct Chiron at 22 degrees. So this can mean that maybe you're having to work with somebody who's helping heal something relating to bones, teeth, skin. It can mean that, you know, you're trying to structure something about your sleep schedule better. It can mean that you're working with a therapist or a hypnotherapist to work through something, especially if you guys are like trying to quit smoking. That would be a good transit, you know, to do that with that conjunction, working with a hypnotherapist or with a physical therapist. That could be something else that can come up here. And watch for, I guess I'd just say Mars at this degree is like nightmares, or if you're having trouble sleeping, this is where you want to try to make some tweaks and changes to your sleep schedule. And you might be doing a lot of work behind the scenes. And then on the 30th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in your sign coming into conjunction with Uranus. Obviously, it's the money lord, it's the creativity lord. You may have some bright ideas about new business ideas or new business plans or new investment opportunities. You're feeling very creative and like you want to have fun. And so maybe it's because there's like these abundance transits coming through your second house where you feel like you have a little bit more freedom with money. You're like, okay, now I can spend money on like going out or, you know, like, you know, just like extras, going to shows and doing like 5th house things, concerts, going to bars, you know, having fun with your kids. Like there is a sense of feeling like, okay, now I can do more. And you have some kind of like entrepreneurial ideas that start popping up as well. You're trying to come up with ways that you can kind of generate some more income. Okay, so that's pretty much it. The card that I got for you is the Queen of Cups. So I love this for you, Taurus, because we have a ton of like, you know, earth in the chart this month. There's a little bit of air and fire, but we're really going to be kind of tapping into this water element with the Queen of Cups. This can be a Scorpio, it could be a Pisces, it could be a Cancer that comes into your life. This can be you getting in touch with your emotions, your feelings, your intuition, knowing what you need to do, being nurturing, compassionate to thyself. That is the goal here with this in your first house. And I feel like this is also about really embracing new emotions that are coming up. I feel like this is about listening to what your intuition is telling you, if it's time to make a change or time to make a move. What else? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. So I do feel like this is going to be good emotional changes that are coming for you and this newfound sense of like freedom. Good luck, Taurus, and have a happy birthday if you're a May Taurus. All right, we have got Gemini and Gemini rising. What's going on, guys? I hope you're well. Happy birthday to my May Geminis. I hope it's a good one. I have a a lot of really good news for you guys. There is some really positive things moving and shaking for you this month. We are going to be seeing that Mercury retrograde shadow is going to end. So yay, communication feels a little less hectic for you this month. We are also going to be seeing the Sun and Jupiter and Venus come into your sign. So later in the month when that happens, there's much more attention to beauty, body, you know, how you're dressing, how you're looking, your health and all of that stuff. And so it can be a really nice segue where there is like a little bit of like a glow up period for you guys. So especially for my Gemini risings. All right, so let's start with the ingresses this month. One thing that you're going to want to watch for is on the 15th. We are going to see that Mercury will enter into Taurus, okay? So the month starts with a huge stellium of planets in the 12th house, which is hidden, mystical, magical, subconscious. It's about unfinished business, hidden talent. So when Mercury moves into the 12th house, that's important because it's your chart ruler. So you might be feeling like a little hermity. There can also be more need for rest, relaxation, you know, spiritual work, meditation, time alone in nature. That's probably what you're going to feel. Mercury rules your body and also your home. And so you might be kind of feeling like you're finding your favorite room and like grabbing your like snacks and just wanting to kind of veg out a little bit. There's a sense of like wanting to kind of decompress. And you are coming to your birthday season. So like the month before your birthday, when planets all filter through, if you're a Gemini sun, when planets are all filtering through 12th house to your sun, things are completing before you have your new year, okay? For Gemini risings, it's gonna be more like, I'd rather be in bed, or I'd rather be like going for long walks, or, you know, just kind of checking out a little bit and slowing down. That is the lesson of Taurus, is taking our time. So this is about passion, creativity, beauty, inspiration, spirituality, kind of behind the scenes. Notice that your intuition will kind of tap in a little bit more with this transit here as well. Then on the 20th, we're going to see the Sun enter into your sign. So it will be moving into your first house for my Gemini risings. The Sun is about communication and movement and learning. So you might find you're more animated than usual. You might find you're traveling more than usual. You're posting more than usual. You're writing more than usual. And you're feeling a little bit more creatively inspired. On the 23rd of the month, Venus enters your sign. So it will be leaving your 12th house, moving into your first house, where it's great for beauty. It's great for appearance. It's great for romance, because Venus has connections to your 5th house. You might be feeling a little bit more warm, affectionate, loving, better time with romantic partners, better time with children. And this is also a time where some of what you've been envisioning for relationships, or what you have been kind of, you know, praying or asking for, can now start to kind of manifest and become physical. Great for your appearance though. And then a couple days later on the 25th, Jupiter will come into your sign. This is a big deal, okay? You only get this transit once every 12 years. So Jupiter will be blessing you with all of his goodness for the next year. It will be in your sign, in your first house if you're a Gemini rising. Let's talk the pros and then we'll talk the cons, okay? So the pros are Jupiter makes things bigger. So it's going to give you more visibility. It's going to give you more opportunities for faith. It's going to help you see the humor in life. It's going to help you be more optimistic and more kind of like travel happy and wanderlust. Some of the challenges, though, that you will see with Jupiter on the ascendant is it does add to our waistline, because Jupiter is the biggest planet. He likes to indulge. Time and time again, I've seen this with transits in my own chart and also with like clients. So just be mindful that Jupiter wants more. So what would I feed Jupiter? I would be reading, learning, traveling, you know, there's nothing wrong with indulging from time to time, but a whole year of having Jupiter in your first house, not paying attention, you definitely can pack on the pounds. It can happen. Gemini is also about walking. And so I think what would be good would be like walking longer distances. So maybe you get like a walking pad, you know, or maybe you're just like set to kind of go out and do more. That could be something else. Jupiter deals with your career. So you're being more optimistic about your career changes, even though I know you're like really busy right now. And maybe you're getting more visibility in your career. People are seeing you more and you're being recognized for your work and for your leadership and for your vision. Jupiter also rules relationships. So this is about improving the relationship with yourself. This is about bettering who you are as a person and trying to see things as like glasses half full, and in that sense of positivity. And you'll see this throughout this next month with all these planets going through your first house. You can attract customers, right? Seventh house. You can attract clients. You can attract partners. People from afar will walk across the room and see you and be like, hey, how are you? People will be more willing to message you, work with you, collaborate with you. So you're going to be like a little magnet, especially like the next month. So be mindful of that. Try to stay positive in the midst of some of these transits. Enjoy this for the next year. I will be doing a video on this pretty soon, so I'll go in depth in that. And then finally, we are going to see around I think it's the 2nd of the month, Pluto will retrograde in Aquarius. Okay, so that'll be in your 9th house. We'll spend several months in Aquarius. It'll dip later this year back into Capricorn, where it's going to be kind of finishing some unfinished business in your joint income sector, or something revolving around taxes or resources or inheritance or bonuses. But it's still in Aquarius. So it's in a friendly angle to you, Gemini. I really feel like Pluto retrograde is about reevaluating power and the power of something. So the 9th house is your beliefs. It's about travel. It's about marketing. It's about teachers and mentors. And Pluto rules your 6th house. So you're reevaluating, like, what do I believe about what my purpose is? What do I believe about my, the way that I see the world? Or what do I believe about health or routine or habits? Sometimes when Pluto goes retrograde, we can see some stuff get kind of haywire. Thankfully, we'll see quite a few positive aspects to Pluto this month, so I don't see it being as challenging, especially for you. But I think that if there is a need to return to school to finish a degree, if there's a need to return to a certain country or reconnect with a lawyer or something like that, this can happen. And it's people who provide services or help you with something, most likely. All right. So if we start the month off, I want to focus first on the 3rd, where we're going to see Mars in Aries in your 11th house of friends, goals, and associations. Mars is going to be making a sextile to Pluto. Now, Mars will make a number of aspects in the 11th house. So it's going to be about your goals, your friends, networks that you're joining, groups that you're joining, affiliations, parties, socializing, all that fun stuff. And Mars rules your schedule, okay, and your workspace. So it can mean that you're having more meetings with people at work. It could mean that you're going to group fitness classes. It could mean that you're working out with friends, that you're trying to schedule things with friends. Maybe you're trying to schedule some kind of like travel with someone. Maybe you're trying to sit down and, talk to a mentor about some of your goals. Maybe you are trying to organize a group of people to kind of come together and do some studying, or maybe you're trying to, join some kind of like alumni group from like a college or an institution. Something about taking action with other people is going to help transform the way that you see, the bigger picture of life, basically. So it's going to take a team to help you do that. All right. Then we're going to see on the 7th of the month, the Sun in Taurus, which will be in your 12th house of what's hidden and subconscious, working behind the scenes, will sextile Saturn. Now, the Sun is communications, okay? And so I think the Sun being in the 12th house is like you're sitting back being like, I have this idea for work. There's this thing that I want to put together. I don't know if it's going to work. Let me call my boss and run this by him and see if he would be willing or she would be willing to do this. Another option is to be like, okay, I am strategizing, I'm planning, I'm working on building something behind the scenes, or I'm planning my escape from my job. That could be happening. There's something where you're making phone calls or having conversations or meetings or kind of like backroom deals where you're making some moves, wheeling and dealing potentially, to kind of change something within your career position. And it's positive. I would say I would keep these conversations, emails, phone calls private, because the 12th house is what's hidden. Like, the deal hasn't been made yet. It might be that you're getting word that, oh, so-and-so is going to be retiring. And you're like talking to your boss and they're like, we will come to you when we release the news, but would you be interested in the position? Something like that can kind of happen, but keep it to yourself, keep it to yourself. All right. Then we're going to see on the 13th of the month. I take that back. Then we're going to see on the 7th of the month, of the same day, there will be a new moon in Taurus. Okay, so there's a new moon in your 12th house. Find your favorite comfortable zone in the house, light a candle, put some crystals out, do something that's about connecting with your higher self and having time alone, because so much of this is about knowing, trusting, believing that positive change is on the way, especially when it comes to the world, especially when it comes to your finances, your resources, and do something in nature, go for a hike maybe, plant a garden, something like that can be good. All right, so then on the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. No more Mercury retrograde bullshit. It's going to calm down a little bit. And where maybe there's been some misunderstandings with friends, miscommunications with coworkers, maybe there has been some challenges in scheduling family outings or get-togethers, that's going to kind of clear up now. On the 17th, Mercury will enter Taurus. So it's moving into your 12th house where you have all these other planets. So when the Mercury, your chart ruler, is in the 12th house, it's quiet, reflective. It needs time alone. Okay, that's what's happening. So it's a time to turn inward. It's a time to meditate and manifest and, really focus on things behind closed doors and kind of slow down a little bit. It might mean that you're like, I want to plant a garden with my family. I want to, go on a vacation with my friends. It might mean I would like to be setting up movie night, in my house with my roommates, something like that. Something creative or artistic that's kind of like chill is what I would recommend doing with this transit. It's also about healing. So because Mercury is your body and Taurus is about Venus-related things, you're going to feel better if you're working with herbs, working with crystals, working with aromatherapy, buying yourself flowers, working with Bach essences, getting a massage. These are things I would be doing to kind of make the most of some of this energy in your 12th house. On the 17th of the month, we are going to see a difficult transit. This will be Mercury in your 12th house square Pluto. This can be a time where notice you have some anxiety or you have some stress about higher education, stress about traveling. Maybe you're a little rocked because of some of the state of the events in the world. There are some things taking place that's making you question what you believe in. This can be your spiritual belief or your religious belief or your political beliefs. And you're like, not so sure about what's happening. I don't recommend traveling. I don't recommend signing anything under this transit. I recommend if you notice that there is some tension and stress that's going on, try to do some breathwork exercises. Trust that all these things coming through the 12th house is saying there needs to be some physical changes that happen before you kind of get like the freedom that's going to be coming the second half of this month. So there could be some completions and conclusions with money stuff, world events, physical things involving the earth, like that kind of stuff. And you're like anxious about it, Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so Venus rules your speculative stuff like investments, relationships, children, hobbies. It also has connections to your 12th house. So it can mean that you're like, oh, I thought something was going to happen with this relationship and what's happening? I'm not getting clarity from them. It can mean that, you were making some investments in things and it's going the other way. And you're like, oh my gosh, why is this happening? Fifth house can also be about children. And so with Venus being in the 12th house, you might have like a sick kid that you're taking care of and, they're home from school and you're like, okay, I'm having to take care of them now. Something like that can happen with that transit. This does mean that there can be some changes in the direction of education in your children, some changes in the direction of travel and your children or a romantic relationship as well. And we're also going to see the same day, the sun will come into conjunction with Jupiter. Now, this is interesting because the sun rules communication, Jupiter rules 7th house, which is other people. It is possible that if you're in a relationship, a partner is giving you some positive advice about how to navigate moving or how to navigate dealing with a little one. And they're like the voice of reason. They come in and they're like, it's going to be fine. I'll take care of it. This is what we're going to do. It can also be a time where you just really want to relax and be in nature and be with a partner or with family. Now, if you don't have a partner, if you're not in a relationship, this can be a time where there is potentially somebody who you connect with that can be a foreigner. You might meet somebody while you're going for a walk out in nature or at a park. Jupiter rules relationships. So it is possible that somebody is reaching out to you or somebody approaches you that you didn't see coming. And they're like, hey, what's up? Like, and they want to get to know you, or they send you a message from out of the blue. And you're like, who is this person? So somebody may approach you. That's the other way to look at it as well. Sun Jupiter is considered a positive aspect. But I feel like this is about maybe having a feeling you're getting ready to meet somebody. Maybe this is a day where you do a meditation on love, or you make a list of everything that you want in a partner, and you're kind of manifesting bringing somebody in. Healing, indulgences, spas, hotels, being in nature, these are the kinds of things that generally come with the 12th house Taurus. The other thing you're going to want to watch for is on the 19th of the month when Mars comes into conjunction with the North Node in Aries. So North Node in Aries is about action, doing new things, taking initiation. Mars being there is reinforcing that. So I think that this is about being like, I am holding a team meeting, I am making time in my schedule for my friends. I am organizing the bridal shower. I am, setting up or getting ready to do the family reunion. Like there's something like that you're going to be kind of involved in orchestrating. The North Node is unusual. It is strange. So it can materialize as being like a conflict that comes out of the blue with a friend that you didn't see happening. It can also represent that there's like a little bit of like some challenges in regards to like getting people to work well together. So there can be some disagreements and some conflict in group settings that can kind of materialize with that conjunction as well. Then we're going to see on the 23rd of the month, a lot of things are going on. So let's start off with telling you this will be a full moon in Sagittarius. So full moons are completions. 7th house is Sagittarius. So big things revolving around relationships and partnerships. Truth be told, Jupiter transits, which Jupiter rules this full moon, can bring situations to the point where it's so big that it just pops. I've seen some people say, well, I had my Jupiter return and my relationship ended. Why? Or I had my Jupiter return and then suddenly my job ended. Why? Because Jupiter, especially when it's at a critical degree, can bring a completion. So I just want everybody to know that. A full moon in the 7th house can be enough for there to be a relationship that's kind of been on the rocks to be like, we're going to call it quits. And I think that for those of you guys who are single, it could be that you just meet somebody out of the blue and you didn't see it coming, and it's like mystical and magical and it's so bizarre, but like the universe just put you in the right place at the right time. For other people, this can represent a time where, if relationships have been challenging, because the full moon ruler, Jupiter, will be in your 7th house with Venus, it means like there may be a therapy session as a last-ditch effort. Or there may be a trip out of town to see if you guys can like smooth something over, or if you guys can like, make amends. There can be this final realization that you want to let something go and you want to do it in a peaceful manner. These things can kind of happen. Although Venus conjunct Jupiter is very sweet. So I think a lot of you guys are going to find that there is room for indulgence with a partner behind the scenes, and maybe a partner surprises you and they're like, hey, I planned a weekend at a cabin, or, I packed us a picnic, or, we're going on a hike. Something like that can happen as well. So it doesn't have to be negative. Okay, this is a very positive aspect, but it is in your 12th house of completions and endings. And it can be a time where your partner is saying, my job changed, but I got a better offer, right? Because the 12th house is their 6th house. Or, they had a health scare, but, everything's fine. And they saw the right kind of like person to kind of deal with that situation. Same day, Venus will conjunct Jupiter in the 12th. So big karmic love, money stories are kind of playing out. There can also be discussions about furthering relationships, talking about the future, talking about kids, falling in love, saying, I love you. And Venus will sextile Neptune, and Jupiter will sextile Neptune. So this means that, maybe you're talking to your partner behind the scenes about being like, these are the career changes I want to make, or, these are the shifts that I'm anticipating seeing coming for our relationship or for our family, and like, what does it look like, and, how is it going to go? So there's a lot of like talking about things before it's become physical, and you'll start to see things kind of physically manifest in about a month, but it's still kind of behind the scenes. On the 25th of the month, we're going to see Venus, which is going to be in your sign. Okay, so we talked about how Venus will enter into your sign on the 23rd. Great for beauty, great for making changes to your appearance, great for style changes, things like that. Venus will trine Pluto. And I feel like this is about bringing in more self-love, more beauty, more peace, more harmony, because you're traveling, or maybe because you have a new teacher or a mentor or a guru. Maybe you have a new trainer, maybe you have a new doctor. Maybe you have a love at a distance and you're like, yeah, I'm feeling it, great aspect for you. I feel like the way that you're looking at life is changing and that you're really embracing some of the shifts that are coming. Maybe you're more open to the idea of talking about celebrations, ceremonies, weddings that could happen with Pluto in the 9th house. Maybe there's planning involved here as well. And the same day you're going to see Mars at 19 degrees. Okay, so this is reactivating the solar eclipse that we had in Aries. So you'll see a continuation of what's been going on with your 11th house. So maybe the solar eclipse was like you telling all of your friends, hey, I'm having this big event, or I'm scheduling something, or I want all of us to work together, or I want all of us to travel together, something. So you're going to see a reoccurrence of that. And with Mars first hitting the North Node earlier in the month, and then it's going to hit Chiron and the solar eclipse point, it's very obvious that it's trying to get you to play more of an active role in your relationships to other people and kind of be like the ringleader in bringing people together. So watch for more effects from that particular eclipse. Now on the 29th, Mars is going to conjunct Chiron. And this can be a time where there can be a need to hash something out with a friend. There may be a need to squash a long-term issue that you've had. Maybe you cut a long-term friendship and that's painful. Maybe there's something going on where you're trying to work something out with somebody at work and they're just difficult and they're confrontational. Maybe you're having a sit-down meeting with a group of people and you've got somebody who's just being challenging and being conniving, or being somebody who's kind of trying to disrupt the plans, and you're trying to kind of get to the bottom of that. So be mindful that not everybody, both in your office space, but also in your friend space, are working in your favor this month. Let's put it that way. You're going to see some people that you're going to be like, are they really my friend? This kind of feels like they're working against me. Or I thought we were cool, with somebody in accounting, and what's their problem? Something can come up there. And this can be about finally addressing long-standing issues. And then finally, on the 30th of the month, Mercury, your chart ruler, will conjunct Uranus in the 12th house. I feel well, first of all, 12th house, it's yeah, you could rest, recuperate, meditate, you could go on a trip, but this is a time where your dreams are going to be very telling, okay? So Mercury hitting Uranus means you may have some kind of significant reoccurring, really vibrant, real dreams. And there's something where you have a dream about something in the future, about traveling, or about something that's happening in your life, or, seeing something. All month long, document your dreams, write them down, pay attention to what intuitive things come up for you, keep a list of this stuff, because it may be precognitive stuff that you're seeing before it happens, or hunches that are coming up for you that's going to be really important that you're going to need to follow, right? I hope that's helpful. I hope if you're a May Gemini, you have a happy birthday. I'm so excited for you guys that you're getting Jupiter in your sign. Stay tuned for that video. It will be coming soon, I promise. Oh, of course I got the Queen of Swords. Hi. That's very Sun and Jupiter coming into your first house. It's very, I'm going to tell you exactly what I think, or I'm writing that book, or I'm teaching that class, or I'm going here. It's assertive in a nurturing, feminine way. So if you happen to be a Gemini female, this is your card. But this can also be about the trines that will seed to Pluto. Definitive, being in your power, speaking things into fruition, stepping up and being this is what I believe, this is what I think, I'm going to write about it, talk about it, share about it. You guys are the megaphones of the zodiac. So for the next year, the rest of us are kind of counting on you guys to really shine a light on truth, communication, and do what you guys do best. Talk about both sides of the situation. Learn how to look at both perspectives. Help everybody learn how to play devil's advocate or how to debate again. Don't be afraid to share what you think. Ask questions, be curious, and draw those lines in the sand, okay? I hope that's helpful, Gemini. I'll catch you guys back here next month in June. We've got Cancer and Cancer rising. What's going on, my Cancers? How are you guys doing? How are you doing post-eclipse? I'm excited to see what's going on for you guys. I'm sure there's a lot of things that are transpiring since that particular eclipse. I know it's been really big for you guys, for your career, and I'm excited to see what happens. So this month, we are going to be talking about all of the transits for May of 2024. As you know, you're ruled by the moon, so I want to talk to you guys about those new and full moons first really quick. We're actually going to see on the 7th of May, there will be a new moon happening for you guys in your 11th house. Basically, it wants you to set goals revolving around socializing, friends, networks, making new friends, meeting new people, and focusing on your goals, okay? So you're gonna see a theme here where there's gonna be a pretty big stellium of planets in Taurus in your friendship socializing house the first 2/3 of the month. And then we're going to see planets that are gonna ingress and go into Gemini, which is gonna be more reflective and kind of behind the scenes. So very social, meeting people, connecting, mixing, going to parties, your goals changing, meeting some eccentric, creative, earthy, foodie, techno-y, kind of people with all of these conjunctions in your 11th house. Then we will see a full moon that will be in Sagittarius. Now this full moon is going to be coming in for you guys on the 23rd of the month. It'll be in Sagittarius in your 6th house, okay? And this will be, the new moon in Taurus will be 18 degrees. The full moon in Sagittarius will be 2 degrees. And when you see a full moon in the 6th house, health stuff comes up, you get health results, maybe you complete some of your health goals, maybe you change jobs, maybe there's a change with your routine, something comes up with a pet, something comes up with a schedule change. You could start a job, change jobs. But when this happens, the ruler, which is Jupiter, will be in your 8th house conjunct Venus. So it says work is coming to you, and it's also going to be allowing you to meet other people, maybe travel, maybe get involved with like events. Maybe you're having to go and stay at a friend's house in some way, or you go to a friend's house for a party and they're like, hey, I've got this job for you. So something that's benefiting both your home and your health or your kind of career is stemming from a social connection with another person, all right? So keep that in the back of your mind this month. We're going to start first with May the 3rd, okay? So actually, let me go back. Let's start with the ingresses because that's how I've been doing this now. So the ingresses for this month, we're going to look first at the 15th of the month. You will see Mercury leave Aries, where it's been pretty chaotic for work, I would assume. And it's going into your 11th house. So when it goes into Taurus, more pleasure in communication and interaction with friends and socializing. Mercury rules kind of behind the scenes and things that are subconscious or hidden, and your 3rd house of communications. So I could see a lot of like Cancer risings getting invited to parties, private events, clubs, meetings with people behind closed doors, hanging out with neighbors, maybe spending time and talking to family members or siblings. There could be like family gatherings or events, or there could be, like family reunions that could happen here as well. Okay, so then we're going to see the sun on the 20th leave Taurus and go into Gemini in your 12th house. So this is going to be taking like your money lord and your personal resources and possession lord and moving it into the 12th. So when we get into Gemini season, it's kind of that month prior to your birthday where like everything clears out. So it is possible that you're developing talents, focusing on, communications and talents, or working with like social media behind closed doors, taking photos, focusing on creativity. This can also be a time where there is a sense of reevaluating and reassessing financial situations. So I would watch for that because that's what the sun does. Still positive because the sun will make several aspects to Pluto. We'll see Jupiter and Venus make those aspects too. So it's definitely good for changing the way that you think about money, the way that you think about loans, debts, joint resources, and support from other people. On the 23rd of the month, we will see Venus go into the 12th house, and that will be through the sign of Gemini. And Venus does rule home, and it also rules friends. So it can mean that there's something naturally coming to a completion in regards to your home situation. It can mean that a woman or a family friend or a family member is helping you through some kind of significant change within your home or giving you some place to stay. It can also materialize as some kind of like taboo romantic relationship behind closed doors that's kind of taking place, a back and forth with somebody that can be at a distance. And then we're going to see on the 25th, Jupiter is going to go into Gemini. So Jupiter represents your kind of like your belief system, higher education, faith, advertising, training, traveling, and also your schedule and your career. So with Jupiter going into the 12th house, I call this like the guardian angel transit. It's basically saying like whatever is happening this year, if things are coming to you, it's coming to you because you're being blessed and you're being protected, right? Jupiter will protect you in this house. But it can also mean that it is bringing endings that can be positive. It means that you may travel and go to foreign lands. It means that you may complete a higher level of education. Certainly with Saturn in the 9th house, a lot of you guys are going to trade schools or you're training or you're getting certifications. You're going back and getting a diploma or a degree. So that can happen as well. That can be impacting your schedule. And then finally on the 2nd of May, we will see Pluto retrograde. Okay, so Pluto in Aquarius. For several months, it's going to stay in your 8th house. The good news is that Pluto's very strong in the 8th house. It's home there. So it doesn't mind going deep and transforming your debt and your resources and talking about taxes and bringing in inheritance and helping kind of grow money that you have with other people, support alimonies, investments, things like that. But when Pluto retrogrades, we reevaluate power. So we're reevaluating the power that other people have over us when it comes to joint money. We're reevaluating our situation with debt and what we're spending and what we owe. Pluto is the ruler of your 5th house, which is the heart space, the inner child, children. It can also be about romantic affairs. So when Pluto retrogrades in the 8th house, you're being like, is there some childhood trauma coming up I have to deal with? You know, is there a change in my relationships? And so now am I seeing, you know, because I'm now dealing with being a single parent, you know, do I need to get child support? Do I get support from another person? It can mean that there's something that needs to change in regards to the relationship that you have with a bank or an investment company or something like that. All right, so if we now start at the beginning of the list, we're going to take a look at the 3rd of May. And on the 3rd of May, we're going to see Mars in Aries, where it's in your career zone. It is making a sextile to Pluto. Okay, so it does seem, you know, after all the fallout from April, changes with work, kind of feeling frazzled, trying to figure out what we want to do or what direction we're going in. Now, the action that you're taking in regards to your career is helping empower you and also your financial situation. So you might be like, hey, you know what? I'm drowning in debt, or I've got something going on financially, and it's really inspired me to get out there and look for a better paying job. It can mean that you take a new job and that's providing you with more cash inflow because somebody's saying, yeah, I'm willing to pay you for this. It can also be about having better benefits or changes to your insurance and finding a job that can actually like give you more for the work that you're doing. So it's positive, basically. A little bit of hard work and determination is what it's going to take to kind of turn this whole financial situation around. And you're going to find that you're going to have more support from other people. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Taurus in your friendship zone, sextile Saturn. I see this as traveling to see friends, seeing people you haven't seen in a while, connecting with people at a distance, making friends with foreigners, joining groups where you're learning something. It can be like alumni situations. It can be, you know, you're going to college, or you're going to a trade school and you're meeting new people and you're making friends. That very same day is when you'll have that new moon in Taurus. So it definitely wants to have you be around a different group of people. And with all this Taurus in the 11th house with Uranus and Jupiter there, likely you're like, you know, joining like cryptocurrency groups, or you're joining gardening groups, or you're joining groups relating to astrology, or you're learning about herbalism, or maybe, you know, like foodies, right? Or like other artists, because these are all kind of the archetypes of Taurus. What's really cool also is that I really feel like there's a higher class of people coming into your life, and people who are going to bring more richness and more value to kind of your social connections. On the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. So it's no longer in the retrograde post shadow in your career zone. Feels like work's going to kind of calm down a little bit. There's going to be less miscommunications and you can kind of proceed forward with starting new jobs, taking new jobs, signing contracts, especially if it's going to be relating to cars, leases, moves, professional contracts as well. That's going to have more clarity. And then you're going to see on the 17th of the month, Mercury in Taurus. Okay, so it's in your 11th house of friends, will square Pluto. So there can be like a difference of opinion about money and investments or borrowing or loaning. Be careful with borrowing or loaning money. You know, I think that with Pluto being in the 8th house, there is something that's like, okay, you know, there can be some manipulation revolving around communications and agreements. So if you're doing work for a friend or you're working with a friend and there is like an agreement that's made and that agreement is broken, the Mercury square Pluto can be like, wait, that's not what we agreed to. Or this is what you said you were going to pay me. Or you told me you'd pay me back on this date. Like there can be something like that that's like a little sticky. So when it comes to like friends and financial situations, be careful. Be mindful also that, you know, this is about other people sharing information with you, or they could be prying and asking you questions about your finances or your taxes or your investments, and you could just opt not to talk about it. That's possible as well. So watch for that. There can be some jealousy, some manipulation stuff going on between friends. On the 18th of the month, this is going to be Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so Venus rules home and family, and it also rules friends. And that conjunction to Uranus seems to kind of indicate that there is some big breakthrough, some big dramatic shift that's happening, either for one of your friends or for one of your family members. And so there can be like a surprise party. There can be a celebration that somebody's finally moved into a new home or that somebody has made some big life change. This is also great for like surprises with friends, for elaborate kind of parties and gatherings and get-togethers and sampling new foods and things that you've never really kind of tried before. And then you're also going to see the same day the sun will conjunct Jupiter. A very lavish day. Like I could see some of you guys right around these transits getting like invited to a party, and there's just like lots of like ambiance and like kind of bougie things, and you know, doing things and experiencing things that you're like, wow, this is really nice. You know, I haven't done this in a while. And really enjoying yourself. Then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries. So there is a lot of work to do. There is still more effects from this solar eclipse. So Mars is about creativity and self-expression or children, okay? So whether it's your kid, if it's a romantic partner, if it's your own business, you're like, I am taking care of business, right? I'm taking care of that kid, or I'm showing up and launching my business, or I am kind of working hard at my job. There is some sense of like pride that goes into this as well, and you know, being very kind of spirited and entrepreneurial. Then you'll see on the 23rd, this is another kind of big love and money day. Venus will conjunct Jupiter. So there is something worth celebrating, some kind of significant change that's happening with a friend or some kind of good news. Traveling with friends, having some kind of an indulgence here can happen. And both Venus and Jupiter will sextile Neptune. So I could see some people who are like, I'm in a beautiful location, I'm with friends, I'm by water, I'm enjoying myself, like I'm having a good time. Like there is a sense of being in the right place at the right time, and you're around people that feel very inspiring and very cultured, and it's beautiful. So if you have the opportunity to do any kind of traveling or anything like that with people around these transits, it's going to be really wonderful. And if not, it'll be education based and being around people where you're learning and you're really like loving that experience. This will also be the same day that we have the full moon in Sag. On the 25th of the month, Venus will have moved into Gemini, so it'll be in your 12th house, where it can be kind of secrety and steamy, or it can be more indulging, you know, behind the scenes. It can be things with like creative writing. It could be also, you know, like little romantic texts back and forth with people. You're going to have Venus trine Pluto. So that can be like a opportunity for a really steamy kind of secret connection, or getting to know somebody behind the scenes, and it being like really like deep. There's a lot of depth with Venus trine Pluto. And when Venus is in the 12th house, it could be like a secret admirer or somebody that you can have like a deep connection with, and you're like, whoa, I didn't realize they liked me. And it can be very romantic because of Pluto's connection to your your 5th. Very same day we see Mars conjunct the North Node. So it's interesting because, as Mars is coming into conjunction with the North Node and the solar eclipse point, that's what I meant, solar eclipse at 19. This is more manifestations of the new things that are coming for your career, the new things that are shifting. And so I really kind of feel like Venus trine Pluto is, if it's not about romance and passion and relationships, it's through these new changes that's going on with work, it's also helping you when it comes to home, lodging, and accommodations. It might be that somebody's like paying for a place for you to stay and work, or they're saying that they want to kind of help compensate you for a move or traveling or relocation. That could happen there as well. On the 29th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct Chiron. Okay, so if you are somebody who works with things that are hot or sharp, let's say you work in self-defense, or you work with weapons, or you work with steel, or you work with metal, or you're using knives or things that are hot, be very careful. It will be at 22 degrees, so it means that there can be a lot of work and you're kind of burning yourself out. It can mean that there is some kind of conflict or fight with a parent, or conflict or fight with a boss, or there is some kind of challenging upheaval situation where you're like, I have to run my own business myself and it's great, but it's tiring. Or I have to take care of a kid by myself and it's great, but it's tiring. There's something that comes up about that in regards to wounding. Be very careful with conflicts with people at work because people can be very combative with that conjunction. And then on the 30th of the month, you're going to have Mercury in Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury is about communications and neighbors and friends and siblings. Uranus is about significant changes. So it looks like a friend may let you in on some exciting news or information. They might send you a text or a phone call and let you know something is happening, or that they're traveling, or that they're in town. They may let you in on like some exciting secret is kind of what it looks like, or that something is kind of brewing, something that they're planning. Maybe that they're saying that they want you to be a part of. That's very possible. Or they let you in on, hey, there's like this project that I'm working on and I'm bringing everybody together and I'm just like letting you know, but don't tell anybody. It can also be that there is some exciting news in the life of one of your siblings, and they're talking about how there is some significant changes going on in their lives revolving around them and children, but some kind of freedom aspect or some kind of like exciting news. That's pretty much it. Let's see what card you get. Okay, the card that I get is the 7 of Coins. Working hard for the money. I see this as being like, I'm planting my seeds, let's see what's going to grow. And I think you've kind of been in this for the last month, but now it's about really kind of saying to yourself, like, I'm really hoping that this pays off, and tending to it. So you're continuing to kind of see things through, you're continuing to grow things. I do feel like the full moon in Sagittarius you're going to see at the end of the month is most likely going to be something that will materialize as being like, okay, it was not all of this hard work for nothing. Like something good has come of what sacrifices I've been making. But this is also about really reevaluating and asking yourself, like, am I making the right moves? Looking at all the planets that are moving through your 11th house, you have to ask yourself, what are your goals? And are you surrounding yourself with people who are encouraging you? Because this is a card where he's doing all the work by himself. He's pretty lonely. And that 11th house is about a community, a group of people coming together where everybody is pitching in and everybody's doing the work and kind of, building something together. So you might be asking yourself, like, okay, if I'm initiating something or doing something new, that's great, but like, where is my place within the community? Am I connecting with friends? Am I joining networks? Am I doing my part to connect with other people who can kind of help me carry this forward, right? And being very contemplative about what seeds you're planting and what you're initiating and where you're investing your time and where you're investing your energy, basically. Okay? So good luck, Cancer. I hope that's helpful for you, and I will catch you back here next month. Enjoy. Hey Leo rising. Welcome to your May 2024 horoscopes. I hope you're doing well. We've got a very big month ahead for you guys. So let's talk a little bit first about what's going on with the sun and obviously the new moon that we're going to be having in the sign of Taurus. So the sun's going to be moving through the first kind of 2 or 3 weeks of the month through your career zone. So as the sun goes through the 10th house, it's highlighting career status, reputation, and being seen out in the world. As you can see, there is going to be a massive stellium of planets moving through Taurus. Taurus is about stability, money, resources, as well as some big glow ups that you're experiencing out in the world when it comes to your reputation. So we will have a new moon that's going to be taking place in Taurus. This will be in your 10th house on the 7th of May. Now, this will be a new moon that is pretty close to Uranus, so it does represent that you're planting new seeds about reinventing yourself. Uranus rules your house of relationships, so it may mean that you're making a big announcement. Some of you guys are starting new jobs, launching new businesses, developing new partnerships, or you're making some big announcement about a relationship to a partner. This can be banding together and launching something. This can be about announcing that there is an engagement, that there is a separation, a divorce, or maybe you're just jumping into a different type of work. Regardless, there are some really good things that are going to be happening as planets are aligning with Jupiter, and you're going to see just how sweet working with another person or going through some kind of change can actually be. Now, I want to start first with the ingresses that you're going to be seeing for the month ahead. On the 15th of May, you're going to be experiencing Mercury entering into Taurus in your 10th house. Mercury rules money, possessions, and resources, as well as your security and self-esteem. It also rules your 11th house of goals and friendships. So you may be announcing you've reached a goal, you're having a breakthrough, there's some big announcement that you're making to a group of people. It can be that there are some big changes going on within groups at work and finances. On the 20th of the month, the sun will then enter into Gemini. So it'll be kind of highlighting the part of your chart that deals with friendships, socializing, networks, parties, gatherings, goals, and get-togethers. You will be finding that Gemini season is going to be about teamwork. It's also going to be about socializing in parties and connecting with some of your friends and really focusing on your goals. On the 23rd, you're going to see Venus follow into Gemini, where Venus is bringing you more harmonious relationships with others, romantic connections through groups and alliances or people that you may meet online. Venus rules your 3rd house of communication. So this is a great time to join a social media group. It could be a great time to start promoting something. You might be learning with a group of people. And Venus also has connections to your career. So you might be kind of promoting something that you're doing or focusing on relationships that you have with other team members or people at work. On the 25th, Jupiter changes signs, goes into the 11th house, and is growing or improving something relating to your friendships, your networks, and there can be some significant transformations that can be happening within your friend groups because Jupiter rules your 8th house of change and your 5th house of creativity and self-expression. So you want to go out, you want to have friends that are active, that are fun, that are diverse. Maybe this means that you have children that are having playtime or kind of play groups with other people, or they're making new friends because of the connection to your 5th house. Romance can be found at parties or in social settings. So if you're single, you really want to be putting yourself out there and having you go out there and mix and mingle with different people and beginning to know some of these new people who are kind of coming into your life because they can bring creative opportunities, financial growth opportunities, investment opportunities, and also potentially love. Now on the 2nd of the month, we're going to see Pluto turn retrograde. So Pluto going retrograde means that there is a re-evaluation of the power structures in our life. Pluto rules your home, your family, your past, and your roots. So whether this is roommates, this is, family members you live with, your kind of blood relatives, or the past, you're re-evaluating something within partnerships and your home and family. So it can mean that somehow there's a change going on with a relationship to a partner, and that's impacting your home, or vice versa. Your family is impacting your relationship, right? Pluto will turn retrograde and be retrograde for several months and dip back into Capricorn, where it's going to finish off some last minute business relating to health and routine. But before it does that, it's going to spend some time in your 7th house. So if you're an early degree Leo rising, anywhere from like 0 to about like maybe 4 degrees, you're feeling the opposition of Pluto, and oppositions are relational. So it can mean that other people are going through major change, transformation, or crisis. This can be your friends because it's Aquarius. This can be your clients or your business partners. It could be your spouses or your romantic partners. But it can also be that there is some need to rework or transform relationships or your relationship to your home or your family. So there's something kind of going on there. Besides that, let's look at the other transits that are taking place this month. Now, on May the 3rd, you're going to see that Mars in Aries, which is lighting up your 9th house, will sextile and make an aspect to Pluto. So it does seem like with Mars and the solar eclipse in Aries and the Mercury retrograde in Aries, there's been a lot of like reworking something. There's been something that's been getting reworked in terms of travel, philosophy, self-promotion, education, relationships with people who teach you as well, or education. So now Mars is starting to kind of pick up steam as it sextiles Pluto. This can mean that like a counselor, a therapist, a mentor, a teacher can be helping you when it comes to transforming your relationships to other people, maybe your reputation or your image. It can also mean that you're working with somebody who's giving you some sense of direction when it comes to advertising in your marketplace and how to attract more clients or customers. For those of you guys going through some difficult challenges in relationships, the Mars North Node conjunction can mean that you're talking to lawyers or attorneys. You're talking to people who can give you some kind of guidance when it comes to relationships. Maybe you're having to kind of deal with in-laws, because that can be the 9th house as well. And Mars rules your home. So I kind of feel like it is possible, if there's some turbulence with a relationship, in-laws or other people can get involved and kind of help you go through some of these changes to see if something can be like fixed. Now, if it's none of these things, then it may mean that you're like, I am talking to a counselor about, starting a new program, or I am going to be traveling and doing that with a partner. And through traveling, we're learning more about each other and we're kind of growing and transforming our relationship. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see a new moon in Taurus. Okay, so that'll be planting new seeds when it comes to your career, obviously. So if you want to look for a new job, apply for jobs, launch a business, all of these things, except for Pluto, everything is direct. So it's a good time to be doing this if this is what you want to do. It could also mean that you're exploring the job market, seeing what other types of work you could do. Maybe you're also getting ready to grow a business that's existing, and focus on new ways of bringing in more visibility, more abundance, better relationships also with other people, with all those planets in your 10th house. Now, this very same day, you're going to see the sun in your career sector is sextiling Saturn. So you are the sun. Saturn is your marketplace, your clients, your customers, your partnerships. So you might be letting people know, hey, there's a change that's coming for, my work or my status or career, or hey, we're having a sale, or hey, we have more offerings, or something is changing when it comes to, the business. Saturn and Pisces in the 8th house does make me feel like there is some sense of feeling like you need more from other people. More money, more support, more love, more assistance even. So it can mean that in order to kind of grow your business, you're saying, okay, it's costing money to make money. I'm investing in my business. I'm taking loans for my business. I'm expanding it in some way. Or I'm possibly seeing the importance of investing in hiring other people to help me. So if you're a business owner, you could say, we're hiring, apply within, or we have these new offerings, check them out. And yeah, you may have to spend a little bit more money on promotion or your business, but I think it's going to be money well spent. On the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. So, end of March, all of April, it's been a shit show with the Mercury retrograde. Thankfully, the eclipse and the retrograde has all been in a harmonious sign with Leo. So it's been trining your sun, moon, or rising. Maybe there was some slowdowns when it came to, teaching something, traveling, finalizing something, learning something. Maybe you returned back to a program or you reconnected to a teacher. That's all over. So the shadow is done. So if you've been wanting to like book travel, if you have been wanting to go back to school, if you have been wanting to plan a trip with friends, reconnect with people, anything that's kind of like been delayed, now you can move forward because the shadow is now over. Then you're going to see on the 17th of the month, Mercury in your career zone will square off with Pluto. I should just say, just in general, Leo, when we have a bunch of planets moving through Taurus, it's moving through another fixed sign. So it basically means that, it's 10 signs away from your sun, moon, or rising. So it's got this like Saturn vibe. So it's like dealing with authority figures, dealing with parents, dealing with bosses, dealing with, just being more kind of public and out there is the theme. And it can feel challenging. But Taurus in the 10th house wants you to have a career that feels like it's abundant, it's pleasurable, you enjoy it, it's beautiful, it's comfortable. So I want you to keep that in the back of your mind, right? Now, because Mercury deals with your goals and also your money, as Mercury squares Pluto, it's possible that there can be some power or authority issues that are coming up in regards to money and exchange. There can be a conflict about, what you're spending money on with a partner. There can be a conflict with a client, and somebody may not like the fact that you're like, hey, I'm raising prices, or, I'm issuing now a cancellation policy, and, there won't be refunds. Like something like that can happen, and other people can get a little iffy about what moves you're making in regards to your career. It's also possible that if you're in a relationship or a partnership, or maybe even with a friend, somebody is a little jealous or they're not as supportive of some of the decisions that you're making when it comes to your career. They could be challenging your authority when it comes to what direction you're going with things. Not the best time to be pushing services, having meetings, trying to sign things, because people are going to be a little prickly with that square. On the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Uranus in Taurus, and Venus rules your career. It also has connections to your third house. I would say, Leo, this is a wonderful day to make a grand announcement. And I don't know what the announcement will be. I can just tell you that Uranus rules your 7th house of other people in your marketplace, and Venus rules, third house, which is about messages and social media and things that you have to say. So it is possible that you could say something that's like shocking or surprising, or maybe you decide that you want to tell people, hey, my website is now available, check it out, this is what I've been working on, for some time now, it's ready. But the Venus, like the Venus Uranus aspect is something that is out of the box, not ordinary. It's kind of a surprise. It's something that can be kind of shocking. And it can be things relating to socializing, new services that you have, new offerings that you have, that's like kind of creating more variety when it comes to your career or your reputation. Now, something else that you're going to see the same day is that the sun, which rules your chart, will conjunct Jupiter. So it does mean that whatever change is coming, it's a positive change. It's a big change. It's something that's going to be like really wonderful for your reputation and for how people know you. So I would definitely mark on my calendar that this is a day that you want to put something out, where you want to be sharing something, maybe personal, maybe there's some kind of big breakthrough you had, maybe you get a raise, or there's some significant change to your relationships and you want to share it with the world. This would be the day to do it. Now, then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries. Basically what this means is we're taking the energy of Mars, which is about action and dedication, and this is about being courageous and adventurous and wanderlust, especially in the 9th house, and it's meeting with the North Node, which is the destiny and the Dharma. So it can be telling people, hey, when it comes to my home, my family, when it comes to my dreams or my goals or what I'm hoping to achieve or where I'm traveling, this might be a time where you're telling people like, I'm relocating, I'm moving, or I'm traveling, or you could be telling people, I am anticipating expanding my family in some way. There's some connection between travel, home, family, philosophy that's kind of like playing out. And with Mars conjunct the North Node, we have to be brave. And Aries is something that we sometimes do alone. So it might mean that you're like traveling somewhere to go and like suss out a new potential location that you'll be living. It might mean that you're traveling by yourself in some capacity. It might mean that you're going back and returning to a place that you've been before, something of that nature. So it's about kind of being willing to do it on your own. On the 23rd of the month, we're going to see some pretty sweet aspects. Venus will conjunct Jupiter. So you've got Venus conjunct Jupiter in the 10th house. Can be some really abundant things happening on the work front. Jupiter can be about growth from other people. So other people can be supporting you. Your partner can be helping support you in a business. You can be putting your money together and growing something. Because Jupiter makes things bigger. And Jupiter is also about the 5th house. So this could mean there's big news relating to your children, big news relating to a new romantic relationship that is like now going to the next level. You're telling people you're launching your own, your own entrepreneurial gig. Maybe you're telling people that you're going to become a parent or that you're having another kid. What else could it be? It could be that you're getting involved in a business that's going to be about risk-taking, gambling, the market, parties, children, younger people, and you're sharing that there is this big new thing that's kind of developing in regards to your creative process and your career. So Venus-Jupiter conjunctions are super sweet. I think it's bringing good changes to your professional life. And when Venus and Jupiter conjunct, they're going to sextile Neptune in your 8th house, which means like there is this sense of, ooh, is it going to do well? Like, is it going to, because it's at critical degrees. Is it going to, bring in wealth? Is it mystical, magical, healing, spiritual? Is it stuff involving things connected to Neptune? Healing, music, creativity, occult related things, cinematography, video, that kind of stuff. Some fusion of these two things. And maybe it's because you've been investing in photos of products or investing in branding or other things that it's going to make what you're putting together all that much more kind of attractive to potential clients. This will be happening on a full moon in Sagittarius. So the full moon is in the 5th house, which is kind of saying some grand completion or some big shift revolving around your heart space, creative projects, children, or self-employment. And that good news is being put into the 10th house. So you're like, look at my kid, or look at my business, or look at my boyfriend, like something like that's happening. And it's really beautiful. And it's something that's becoming very public. On the 25th, you're going to have Venus that will be in Gemini. Okay. So it will have moved into your 11th house where Venus is seeking pleasure through socializing friends, connecting with like-minded people. And she will trine Pluto. So let me say this. If you're a single Leo rising or, sun or moon, with Venus being in your 11th house, you want to be around friends. You want to be where there's groups, where there's collective people. You want to go to those parties. You want to go to those mixers because love can be found with Venus trine Pluto. It can be about powerful alliances, people who give you really good relationship advice, people who are platonic, but they're helping you connect to other clients and other potential people who'd be interested in what you do or what you have to offer. Now, this very same day, you're also going to see that Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries. Mars will activate the solar eclipse degree. So it's going to activate the solar eclipse degree at 19 degrees. So what do I think? You'll see more manifestation of the solar eclipse from early April. So if you think about that eclipse where it was like, what do I believe? Where am I traveling? What am I learning? Perhaps with the Venus in the 11th trine Pluto, you meet the right person who can kind of get you into a group or an association or a network or something that can, help you learn, teach, or travel. So look for some support from like a woman who you may know in a friendship way or in a professional way who can kind of help you facilitate that. With Mars at 19 degrees, also remember that this was an eclipse that was conjunct Chiron. So this is about healing any wounds you have revolving around teaching, learning, or traveling. So Mars showing up now is being like, I'm overcoming these fears, I'm overcoming these wounds, like I am more willing to go and travel and kind of do things and be independent. On the 29th of the month, Mars will then conjunct Chiron. So something to think about is Mars does rule home and family. It does rule the ninth house, which can be about lawyers and mentors and teachers and travelers. So this can be a time where there's more frustration, like trying to move long distance, where there's more frustration trying to travel, where you're feeling like it's a fight, just to keep the peace at home. Or there can be a sense of there being some legal fight or battle maybe brewing over like a home or an estate matter. Once again, Mars Chiron contacts deal with wounding. So the ninth house is more cutting away or removing like any outdated like beliefs that you have. It can mean it's a time where you drop a class or you make a change in the direction of where you're going with something you're studying, and you decide, I don't have time for this, or, I'm not going to be able to facilitate this. That can kind of come up with that Mars Chiron conjunction as well. And then finally, on the 30th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus come into conjunction with Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury is about money and possessions and your financial security. And Mercury also has connections to your goals. So the positive with Mercury Uranus in the 10th house is that you're kind of like this maverick, and there's something that's going on where you're like problem solving and you come up with like a solution, or maybe there's like an aha moment or like a bright idea when it comes to your professional life and how to potentially make more money. But, Uranus rules your 7th house, and it can mean that, there is like a conflict over, how do we handle a budget at work, and, what are people going to be able to afford, or what are people going to pay for? So, there can be some disagreements basically with other people professionally over some of these things. Bright ideas come from Mercury Uranus conjunctions though. So I do think that this is a great day to be kind of like brainstorming, new ways of making money, brainstorming new ways of being able to kind of grow your resources, and maybe ask for feedback. If you have like a client-based business, or if you have a business where you can get like reviews or testimonials, I would be trying to get that from people, so that way you can kind of get some feedback about how to better navigate that. There can also be some like meetings and stuff about performance and some performance kind of review things that can be coming up here as well. But in general, like Jupiter, Sun, Uranus, 10th house, this is a very strong entrepreneurial energy. This is an energy of some people who are like, okay, I'm going out on my own now, or I'm building my own thing. And, now I'm really getting out there and seeing what it means to kind of like go and be, the captain of the ship. So it can be that first real physical experience of being like, okay, I'm building this now. So very busy for you on the career front all month long. Really pay attention, because you are going to experience a number of squares to your sun, moon, or rising with some of these transits, and it will be exciting. It's going to be very enriching. There's going to be growth. But with squares to your ascendant, it's impacting you, and you have to be willing to like really focus on building something and not trying to focus too much on like being the star of something. It's like some kind of like group endeavor. And then the squares that you'll see intermittently to your 7th house will be some power struggles that you're having either with friends or your audience or a partner. So just keep that in mind, that there will be some bumps along the way. But I think hands down, probably the most important period thus far for you, Taurus, is Leo. If you think about what's been happening in Taurus in your 10th house, there has been this Uranus transit that's happened for several years. There has also been the North Node and the eclipses that went through there, just a couple of years ago. So now this is that kind of like unveiling of, okay, this is, who I am out in the world, and this is what I'm doing. So for the cards that I get for you, the card that I get is the Page of Wands. Okay, Page of Wands, which is cool because this is a fire energy. Pages are younger, youthful, kind of beginning energies. So I'm wondering, like, for some of you, is this the beginning process of I'm getting into a new business, I'm initiating something new, I'm learning something new, I got a new job, I'm trying to figure out, like a side hustle and turn it into something, or embracing some new phase of your life and way of being known out in the world. Watch for support from other fire signs. So Leo, Sagittarius, and also Aries can kind of pop in. This can also be talking about like an apprentice energy. So you're like learning how to do something new. So eventually you can get into like a new area of work. So I almost wonder with like the Pluto-Mars sextile and the Mars North Node stuff, if it's like, are you working with a mentor? Is there somebody who is kind of training you, guiding you, and showing you the ropes so that way you feel like you have this new opportunity or this fresh start where you're kind of reinventing yourself professionally, and you're approaching this and kind of embracing this in a way that's like very optimistic and excited and passionate about some of these changes that are coming. Hopefully that's helpful, Leo. I'll catch you here back next month. All right, so we've got Virgo and Virgo rising. What's going on, Virgo? Welcome to May of 2024. I hope you're well. I bet you're excited that the retrograde is over. So we definitely have Mercury changing signs that will be taking place this month, and we're going to see some Mercury aspects as well. So we'll talk about that. But for right now, the one thing that I really want to focus on is the fact that the shadow is going to be over around mid-month, okay? So around the 13th of May, Mercury retrograde shadow in Aries is done. So you're going to see things kind of calm down a little bit. Now, in terms of some of the other transits to be watching for, on the 15th of May, we will see Mercury leave Aries and move into Taurus. So when Mercury changes signs, that's important for you because you're ruled by Mercury. So wherever Mercury is kind of where you find yourself. When Mercury moves through the 9th house, there is more interest in traveling, learning, culture, your belief system, advertising, legal stuff, publishing. These are all the themes, okay? Higher education, courses, classes, certifications. And all of these planets moving through Taurus is very positive for you in a number of ways, but it's really positive for you because it's going to be trining your sun, moon, or rising. So you have a lot of planets moving through an earth sign, so it's friendly with your sign. Earth trines materialize as physical changes, more stability, better health, more money, things like that. So there is something that's kind of happening in your 9th house that seems very prominent. What is the 9th house rule? Well, it could be things like ceremonies, like weddings, graduations. It can be about voyages and traveling places. It could be about your belief system and something shifting about the way that you see the world in a positive way. Your relationship to self-esteem, to money, to food, to the planet, all of these things can be kind of upgrading, so to say, with these transits as well. So Mercury also has connections to your career. So Mercury going into the 9th house can be about training for a job position, right? Traveling for work, going to a workshop or, a seminar or something of that nature. Then we have on the 20th, the sun is going to move into Gemini. So the sun deals with kind of behind the scenes, reevaluating hidden talents. Obviously, Leo in the 12th house can be somebody who's very talented and very creative. So when the sun goes into the 10th house, you can be getting creative when it comes to your business and also your career. On the 23rd, we're going to see Venus follow, and Venus will move into your 10th house as well, where it promises to have better relationships and opportunities with people at work. Venus rules money for you, and it also deals with education and belief and philosophy. So there can be a sense of like working with people who live in other places. You might be working within education. There can be more money that's coming in. There can be a second job that presents itself because Gemini is duality, so there can be more than one thing. Love can be found in the workforce, or in the office space. That's possible here as well. And just better relationships generally you see with your employers or with like superiors or parents. And then finally on the 25th, we're going to see Jupiter move into your 10th house. So this is a cool energy for you, my Virgos. Jupiter will be here all year long. It only changes signs once a year, and this is marking the once in a 12-year cycle where you receive some kind of support or growth within your public image, your status, or your career. Now, Jupiter, when it goes into Gemini, might mean that you get a management position or you get a raise. It can also mean that there is some sense of looking at your career in a much more positive light, because Jupiter can be about positivity. Now, Jupiter rules relationships for you, so like relationships to business partners, or it can be about marital partners and status. And it also rules your 4th house of home and family. So for some of you guys, Jupiter going into the 10th house is going to materialize more as being like, I am now identifying as being a part of a relationship. You know, I'm in a committed relationship now. Or now I'm a business owner and here's my partner. Or now I'm working from home. It can mean that your status changes and, you know, you're engaged, or you're talking about getting married, or you're getting divorced. So that could be the status change that can be coming here also. Although Jupiter is a positive planet, doesn't perform as well in Gemini. So it can kind of represent, especially we'll see later in the year when Jupiter squares Saturn, that, you know, there is positive growth and things that are changing on the home front or within your career. But it does make you feel like, you know, do I have enough time for my relationships or my partner? So there's going to be kind of like a double-edged sword there. But for right now, just know that it is looking really positive for growth within your career and opportunities, especially over the next couple of weeks, to possibly kind of like bring on a second job or a better paying job or something that's going to give you more recognition. And then finally, at on the 2nd of May, we're going to see Pluto turn retrograde. Okay, so Pluto will turn retrograde. It's happening in your 6th house of health, daily routine, pets, and coworkers. So this basically means that while Pluto retrogrades, we're reevaluating our power within that area of our chart. Pluto rules the 3rd house of communication, vehicles, and the mind. So it might mean that you're kind of reflecting on, like, how do I feel about my health? How is my mental health doing? How am I feeling in my office space? What's changing with my coworkers? Stuff like that. And like systems and softwares can change here as well, especially being in Aquarius. Eventually we will see Pluto drop back down into your 5th house. That'll be later this year, where it's wrapping up some finished business before it fully moves back into Aquarius. For right now, though, you know, having Pluto in the 6th house, especially with the Jupiter trine, does seem to indicate that there may be some changes in your office space, and there's something where there's like a second location opening up, or maybe there's going to be another department or another position. And that trine that you'll get from Jupiter might materialize as like you moving to a new office or you moving to a new position, because it'll work hand in hand with Pluto, okay? And it can, for some of you guys, be more remote work if that's something you've already been doing. All right, so when we start the month off, we're going to be looking first at May the 3rd. And this is Mars in Aries, sextile Pluto in Aquarius. So you've got Mars that's hanging out in Aries. It'll be here all month long, moving through your 8th house of transformation, joint assets, resources. And this can also be about like psychological things. It can be about sexual things. Mars in this house is really positive because it's at home here. It's in its home sign and it's very comfortable in the 8th house, so it's strong. And Mars has to do with your 3rd house as well. So it's really kind of highlighting like, how am I talking to myself? How am I thinking about myself? How am I embracing change? You know, are you going to therapy? Are you doing some kind of trauma healing? Are you doing some kind of detox, some cleansing, some purging? You know, is there something like that going on? Can there be some expenses that are coming up relating to fixing vehicles or having to get new gadgets? Yes, that can happen as well because Mars rules your 3rd house. But Mars will start to sextile Pluto. So it does seem like through healing modalities, therapy, detoxing, purging, you know, recognizing fears and dealing with them, it's really helping you kick bad habits. It's really helping you have a healthier routine. It is helping you make some changes to your productivity as well. So that looks really good. On the 7th of the month, we're going to see the Sun in Taurus, sextile Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun's in the 9th house of travel, beliefs, philosophy. This is a positive house, guys. This is traditionally seen as like a Jupiter kind of based house. So it wants to give you big things, and it wants to get you to kind of think about, you know, your relationship to your faith or, you know, the rest of the world, and to kind of like go big or go home. So with Jupiter in the 9th house there, and the sun coming into a sextile with Saturn, it does make me feel like you're opening up to the bigger meaning of life. And this is happening because of some kind of support or dedication you're getting from another person. So it can mean you have a supportive spouse or partner, right? Boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. It can mean that you have a therapist who's helping you kind of see things more positively and like learn to be more cool, calm, collected. It can also mean that you've got somebody who's helping guide you when it comes to education, when it comes to traveling. Sometimes Saturn in the 7th can be somebody who's like managing time or helping manage a schedule. So like working with a travel agent with the sextile can be great. Working with an advisor, a therapist, an astrologer can be great too, to kind of really make the most of this 9th house where you're like, what is my purpose? What am I supposed to be doing? How am I supposed to be traveling? What am I supposed to be learning, right? So all of these kind of like helpful people pop in. On the same day, we will see a new moon in Taurus, okay? So the new moon in Taurus is planting seeds revolving around these 9th house topics. So if you want to plan a trip, if you're wanting to go back to school, if you want to publish a book, if you are wanting to practice some kind of new spiritual practice, or you're looking for a teacher or a guru, this would be the new moon that you would work with. Now, it will most likely, for some of you guys, make a trine to your sun, moon, or rising. So it's going to feel like it's harmonious. It's very close to Uranus. So I could see this as being like, I'm changing the way that I look at health and productivity, or I'm changing the way that I look at making time in my schedule for, education or travel. So it's about making those changes. Then you're going to see the very same day, let's see. No, I take that back. Then we're going to see on the 13th, Mercury is going to come out of shadow. So where there's been all of this like difficult conversations about ending, change, transformation, death, inheritance, taxes, whatever has been kind of like mixed up here with finances, or where there's been some insecurities, that's clearing because the shadow is going to end. On the 17th, we will see that Mercury will have moved into Taurus, and it'll be in your 9th house where you're focusing more on these education, kind of travel, belief, philosophy related things. There will be a square to Pluto. And so I do feel like it's like, I don't know if you're traveling or you're planning on going to school or there's something there, but there's something that's not meshing with your schedule or your routine. There's something that's not meshing with your health goals, or there's something that's not working with like a coworker. So if you know that you're planning on traveling or going out of town or doing something in advance, like let your coworkers or your staff know, like send in that kind of like request for time off or whatever before you buy the tickets. Because Mercury square Pluto can represent where somebody says, no, you can't do this, it's not possible. And you're like, oh my God, I already booked something, and there can be some like conflict revolving around that. This can also be like where health is, getting in the way of making like travel plans, where there can be something that you're having to kind of work out in regards to a pet and traveling. So because Pluto represents neighbors, it could be like, okay, I suddenly have to go somewhere. Who's going to watch my dog? And you're like, can I find a neighbor or somebody who could, watch them, or a friend that can watch them, or calling your sibling, being like, can you come watch my animal? And being kind of stressful, trying to kind of organize that. So not the best day for traveling, planning traveling, or dealing with health or coworker drama. On the 18th of the month, we're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So this will be in your 9th house. Venus is about money, pleasure, and resources, and Uranus is about work and habits and daily routine. So with Venus conjunct Uranus in the 9th house, like there can be falling in love with someone or something. It might mean that, you really want to invest in taking a course. Maybe you want to learn astrology with this transit. Maybe you were thinking about booking a trip somewhere. Maybe you want to, like follow a program of a teacher who can teach you like a skill or something that's very useful, and you see the value in it. Love can be found at a distance, or, like on an app, because Uranus can represent something that's digital. So it's possible that you meet somebody who lives in another place, or while you're traveling, you meet somebody, or vice versa. You're also going to see the same day, the sun will come into conjunction with Jupiter. So Jupiter is your traditional relationship ruler in your 7th house, and the sun represents like something that's hidden or behind the scenes, or a secret admirer. So if you're traveling or you're in some kind of training or some kind of like educational program or something, you could meet somebody and you could have a really strong draw or attraction or connection too. But also because Jupiter represents relationships and the sun represents endings, there can be this awareness that's like, okay, if something's not working in a relationship, it could be ending. Or you have this like chance meeting with somebody, but you're like, it's just a fling, you know, like we don't live near each other. I don't know if it could be something. Now, then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, there is a Mars conjunct the North Node aspect. Now, Mars rules Aries, right? Aries is independent, courageous, combative. Mars is in the 8th house, which is about going after what you want and making sure that you're kind of getting what is owed to you. So this could be like making sure you get your tax refund, making sure you get your insurance payouts, making sure that money is returned to you, making sure you have access to borrowing or lending, and you could want more of that. So this could also be like credit cards and things like that. With Mars conjunct the North Node, there is going to be some really strong energies that can come up for you that are like volcanic in the 8th house. So there can be really strong sexual desires. There can be also a need to want to kind of end or release or cut something or end something, thinking in a certain way, communicating in a certain way. And so, you know, it's about change. You're making a change here. And change can be scary in the 8th house. And I think that you've been kind of reflecting on this all month long until finally you're going to make this decision to be like, I'm finally going to stop thinking about this, or I'm finally going to stop talking about this and kind of cut something out, which is going to be healing or therapeutic for you. On the 23rd of the month, you will see Venus conjunct Jupiter in your 9th house. And so that's still kind of remnants of meeting somebody far away, connecting at a distance. It can be talking about, because the 9th house can be ceremonies or travel, you know, for those of you guys who are in serious committed relationships and you're engaged or talking about getting married, this can be like, I'm getting married, I'm suddenly eloping, I am going out and going on, you know, a trip with my partner sporadically. There's something here. So if you're partnered, I think you're going to see lots of room for adventure with the partner and kind of feeling more spontaneous and like feeling in love. Those of you guys who are single, it could materialize as getting out of your comfort zone, meeting people in other places or going places. That's going to be more kind of like spiritual, or it's going to be like connected to education or campuses or things like that. It can be about learning about food. So like going and taking culinary classes or going to like a culinary institute, or, you know, joining a group that's about learning about investments and banking, you know, that could bring somebody here as well. But basically Venus conjunct Jupiter is pretty good because on one hand, it does kind of bode well for bringing in more people to your business. If you have like a marketplace, if you have products or something you sell or services. But it also might mean, you know, you're talking to somebody who's helping you publish something, advertise something, promote something, which is bringing more people in. And both Jupiter and Venus will be sextile Neptune. So it means that because of somebody's foresight or their intuition or something that they're saying, I feel like this would be best, or I, you know, see this happening for you, you believe in it and you're like, okay, we're going to do this, you know? So it can be an astrologer, a psychic, an intuitive, a tarot reader, you know, somebody who gives you some kind of direction with that as well, which is helping lead you to more adventure and also possibly having, you know, relationships with people in other places. This will all be happening with a full moon in Sagittarius. So it's very interesting that you're going to have a full moon in your home zone on the 23rd, which can be about a completion revolving around your home or your family or your living situation, moving, changing houses, you know, completing renovations, being back home with family. And you're going to have Venus and Jupiter that are going to be conjunct in the 9th house. So I'm wondering, does this mean like, are you traveling, you know, back home to spend time with your family, and do you meet someone? Do you, you know, bring your partner to meet your parents? Do you go on a vacation and then decide, hey, I want to move here? You know, then you meet somebody. Something like that could happen. So that's interesting. And also far away relocations, you know, moving somewhere further away can kind of come up with these aspects here as well. On the 25th of the month, we are going to see that Venus will have moved into Gemini. So it'll be in your career zone where it's really bringing more beauty and harmony to relationships with other people. that is going to trine Pluto. And so I like that because I feel like that can indicate where if you've been ready to make a change at work or with your habits or your routine, you know, Venus moving into the 10th house is basically saying, hey, there's an opportunity here, you know, for you to take a job, and it could be a second job, it could be a part-time job, because Gemini is duality, that will change something about your daily routine. So you may consider that. It's a moment also of like sharing information because it's an air trine. So it's going to be about talking about what would and would not work for you for your schedule. Very same day, Mars conjuncts the North Node in Aries. And so I see this as being a time of negotiation because Mars is tapping into like how you communicate, and Aries is, you know, fighting for something. So those of you guys who are being offered, you know, like job opportunities, or maybe you're going through interviews and they're asking you, well, what's your salary requirements? Like, what do you want? Like, negotiate the heck out of that. Be like, I want, you know, insurance. I want benefits. Like, I want to have, you know, like a review within X amount of months or within the first year, or I'd like to have at least this salary, you know, as a minimum. There is some like negotiating and trying to kind of get what you feel like you're worth with that North Node in the 8th house with that conjunction. Now, this is also reactivating the solar eclipse point. So what's going to be happening here is that it's bringing up some of the same themes from the April solar eclipse that we had in the beginning of April. So if you think about what was going on then, it was like big changes to what other people give you, and, you know, settlements, insurance, loans, banking, and like your personal like relationship with other people's money. So you're going to start to see, okay, now you're more willing to fight for something that you feel like belongs to you, or you're going after what people owe you. On the 29th of the month, you're going to see Mars conjunct Chiron. One thing I would say here is like not a good transit for surgical procedures. Even though Mars is in Aries, Mars Chiron is like, you know, at 22 degrees, it can be having moles removed. It can be things revolving around detoxing. It could be surgical, but unless it's something that's going and correcting something, I would be careful with this. There is a need also to be really mindful of your sexual health with this transit. And I say this a couple different ways. You know, Pluto represents like sex, and Pluto's in your 6th house, which can talk about sexual health and reproductive health. And then you've got Mars in the 8th house, where there's really strong sexual habits and desires. And so the conjunction to Chiron can be about, you know, healing trauma, or anything revolving around sexual abuse, or anything revolving around, you know, fear or vulnerability when it comes to intimacy. But Mars is something sharp, and Chiron is something that hurts. So I would say be careful with surgical stuff, sharp things, things that burn. Be careful also with issues pertaining to surgery and reproductive matters and sexual health, because I have seen some of these transits manifest for some people where there is this realization that's like, oh, I've contracted something, or oh, I have an unhealthy sexual, you know, habit. Like, how do I deal with this? And it all goes back to your 3rd house. So it's like, what are you reading? What are you watching? What are you looking at? Like, how are you thinking or talking about sex? Like, is it always on the brain, or is there some fear of it? So something like that can come up with that conjunction here as well. And it's usually long-standing issues because it'll be at 22 degrees. And then finally on May 30th, we're going to have Mercury in Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So important for you because you're Mercury. So in the 9th house, Mercury meets with Uranus, where it can be like an unconventional way of thinking, an unconventional teacher, unexpected travel, some kind of shocking news, a new skill or something that you develop. You know, you're traveling and you have a breakthrough about, you know, some realization about yourself or your life or your purpose. I do feel like this is a really great transit specifically for Virgo and Virgo risings with all like the 9th house stuff. Like, if you want to learn astrology, this is a really good month to be like, I'm going to find a teacher, I'm going to sign up for a course. Because I think that you guys would really benefit from that with these particular conjunctions in the 9th house. But also, if you want to learn a new language, if you want to travel to a place you've never been before, if you decide that you want to go to school to become involved in herbalism, in aromatherapy, in massage, If you're wanting to learn about more like about trading or gardening or agriculture, these are kind of things that kind of come up in the ninth house. So watch for that kind of unexpected, innovative idea or aha moment that you have maybe about making some changes in terms of what you're learning or what you believe in. All right, so the card that I got for you, my Virgos, is the Six of Wands. I like it. Victory, victory, overcoming, optimism, being successful. This is the homecoming card, it's like when you're being welcomed back home. And so I'm wondering if that has anything to do with the full moon in your fourth. I wonder if you're feeling like you're venturing or traveling to a place that feels like home. I wonder if this is about you being victorious. Some of you guys, I could see you getting ready to graduate. I could see some of you guys getting ready to get, admitted also into new programs and things as well. This can be about getting on your horse and riding and going places that's kind of unexpected and like an adventure and exploring, which is all very much the ninth house, and Jupiter being in the ninth house as well. I think some of you guys are learning more about your belief system than you ever have before, and it's through like Taurus related things. So it does look like there's a lot of success happening for you, especially those of you guys who are completing some type of certification training programs. It's very clear that the next phase is now going to be, okay, what's look like entering the job market now that I have completed this, and feeling like you have more opportunities and feeling like very victorious if you're going after some of these new career goals. Hope that's helpful for you guys. I'll catch you back here next month. We've got Libra and Libra rising. What's going on, Libra? Welcome to May of 2024. I hope you're doing well. Excited to chat with you about this next month. We have got quite a bit of like Venus stuff that's going to be happening this month. So when we start the month off, you're actually going to see that Venus is hanging out in the sign of Taurus. So like the first 3 weeks of the month of May, Venus is going to be in one of its home ruling signs. Interesting placement, because Venus is going to be in the mix in your 8th house, where there can be a huge focus or an emphasis on joint finances. So the money that you have with a partner, your investments, insurance, inheritance, stock and other assets and things that also can kind of develop resources and wealth. That seems to be the theme. And the 8th house is a house that's about rebirth. So when planets go through the 8th house, there is this natural change and transformation that happens here. It's kind of like going to the underworld and coming back. But having Taurus in the 8th house means it's about indulging in things through the support of other people. So other people, their money, their resources, their investments, how that's able to kind of bring you more, right? You got Scorpio in the 2nd, so it works both ways. I would say watch with Venus coming into conjunction with Uranus, with Jupiter, with the Venus-Pluto trine. That's going to be some pretty significant aspects for you. Pretty much the 18th all the way through like the 26th. Really prominent week for you because there's so much Venus stuff going on. All right, so we're going to start off first with the 15th. We'll do the ingresses. I'll talk to you guys about where the planets are. But Mercury is going to be ingressing into Taurus, okay? So that'll be May 15th. Mercury rules, kind of like your 12th house of subconscious and health and your intuition and things that you're doing behind the scenes. And it's also about travel. So it can mean that you're transforming the way that you look at taking time off, pleasure, joint resources, investments, and what you believe about the future of your investments. Then you'll see the sun enter into Gemini. So the sun will be going into your 9th house of education, teaching, philosophy, foreign travel. The sun rules your 11th house of friends and also, networking. This can be a time where you're traveling and making friends, meeting friends, connecting with people in other places. You might be focusing more on joining with groups, collaborating with groups for learning and instructing here as well. On the 23rd of the month, Venus leaves Taurus and moves into Gemini. So Venus will move into the 9th house where it's in a fellow sister air sign. So Venus will be trining your sun, moon, or rising. When Venus is in the ninth house, you're traveling, you're learning, you're reading something. It can be a time where you're getting involved in learning a new language. You could be reading like new books. But you're finding pleasure in culture or relationships at a distance. So it's possible that that's kind of playing out. I think of like Gemini in the ninth house and like Venus there's like longer road trips or possibly like connecting and meeting with other teachers in other places. You will be one of the signs that will really benefit from the like Jupiter ingress, the Venus ingress, because you're the only sign that will get the triple air trine. So there's going to be some stuff that's really going to kind of come into place for you, Libra. Anyway, and then on the 25th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter enter Gemini. So then Jupiter goes into your ninth house, where it is expanding, teaching, learning, knowledge, publishing, education, anything about philosophy. Okay, so Jupiter loves being in the ninth house. It's where it's most comfortable because it has connections and associations traditionally with this house. So it performs well, even though Gemini, is not the best place for Jupiter. We'll get some sweetness in the beginning, but you guys will see in my other videos I'm going to put out that it's a bit bittersweet as it starts to square with Saturn. But for right now, all you need to worry about is this. Jupiter rules writing, communication, vehicles, driving. It's about language. It's also about podcasts and, social media and things that you kind of write about. So for those of you Libra risings who are like, I want to get more visibility, from larger kind of like markets, or I want to be seen more internationally with what I'm doing, or I want to go on more road trips, or I want to learn a language, I want to write and publish a book. Good transits for that throughout this next year. Jupiter will be there for about a year. And the trines to your sun, moon, or rising is also like really wonderful because through communicating and connecting with people in other places, it's going to kind of bring more attention to your ascendant, and it's also trining Pluto, so it's great for Libras. Now, on the topic of Pluto, we've got Pluto that will go retrograde on the 2nd of May, okay? So Pluto represents power, what has power over us, what we're giving our power to, and a retrograde is a reevaluation. So with Pluto retrograde in your 5th house, you are reevaluating what's on your heart, what you love, what you are focusing on in terms of hobbies. Pluto rules your money. So it's a lot of you saying like, do I want to continue to keep investing? Do I not? Do I want to take chances and gamble? Do I not? Do I really see the value in, focusing on putting money into hobbies? Am I spending too much when it comes to having fun? Am I spending too much on my children? That stuff can kind of come up here. I could see some of you guys be reevaluating romantic relationships or a relationship with a younger person, especially if you have a kid. It could be your first child. All right, so let's get into it. Let's look at the rest of the month. On May the 3rd, we are going to see Mars in Aries sextile Pluto in Aquarius. So Mars is moving through your relationship sector. It is making sextiles to Pluto in your 5th house. So this is actually a short but kind of sweet aspect. Mars is at home in Aries. So this is about taking action in relationships, being active with other people, meeting people, going out and doing things with partners. It can be also about clients because Mars rules your 2nd house of money. So this is about basically saying, okay, I want to establish relationships with other people. I want to feel like I'm bringing in clients. I want to be making money. But Mars in the 7th house can bring some combativeness. It can also bring some sexiness as well, depending on how you use that energy. And it's sextiling Pluto. So this is about kind of like in relationships to other people, whether it's like romantic partnerships or business partnerships, letting other people like kind of be pioneering and take the lead a little bit, right? The North Node's in your 7th, so it means that you're letting other people kind of lead. When it comes to Pluto in the 5th, sex, children, creativity, and romance, it might mean that they're more daring or they're kind of taking more of an initiative to, transform something about, how you guys relate to one another. It can be a great kind of sexy aspect as well. On the 7th of the month, we're going to see the Sun sextile Saturn. So the sun will be in your 8th house of change and transformation and joint resources, and it's sextiling Saturn in your 6th. So it can mean that there is some significant transformation to your health, your daily routine, to your work. You know, I see the sun in the 8th house is like, what do I need to eliminate? You know, like I'm eliminating and making it easier to not do as much work, to not have as much clutter, to not have as much stuff that I have to take care of. And, you know, Saturn in the 6th can mean, you know, you're out of the office. It could mean you're trying to, you know, cut back on, I think it's working too much or bad habits. Saturn also rules your 4th house of home. So it can mean that there is like a change of pace in regards to, well, am I working out of the office? Am I, you know, working from home? Am I working from another location? Am I taking time off to kind of just rest and reset, to kind of get, you know, back on track and really feel like, you know, I'm physically like or emotionally feeling better. That can be the theme. Now, the very same day that we have that sun sextile Saturn, we're going to have a new moon in Taurus. So the new moon will be in the 8th house where this is fertile, right? Taurus is fertile, exalted moon in Taurus. And it's about how do I bring more in, right? How do I bring more support, more resources, more money that can come in? How do I bring more opportunities for healing, for intimacy, for spiritual related things, for research? You know, this is kind of like a really deep, intense house. So the new moon there is about having depth. That's really what it's about. And it's very close to Uranus, so it can be about depth when it comes to your financial or your karmic entanglement with other people. On the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. So you're going to see all of like the craziness from the Mercury retrograde in your house of relationships kind of die down. I know you guys know I'm a Libra rising. It's been horrendous. Lots of people changing their mind, going back and forth. I pretty much feel at this point, literally every single Mercury retrograde textbook thing that could have happened in the 7th house happened for me. I don't know what happened for you guys. Conflicts with others, clients changing direction, people forgetting appointments, hearing from people from the past, all of it. So whatever has been kind of kicked up, it's going to calm down a little bit now, and you're going to see that that's not going to be as challenging in terms of communicating with other people. So that's good. On the 17th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus. Okay, so Mercury in your joint partner and resource kind of intimacy zone will square Pluto. And Mercury rules your 12th house and your 9th house. So it can be like where there can be some like detective work, like you might stumble across something that you're like, oh, what's this, you know? And your intuition was like on about something, or it can mean that somebody asks you something like very private or very intimate. There can be some deep kind of prodding questions about joint resources, money, passwords. I'd be careful with Mercury Pluto stuff here because there can be a sense of there being like fraud detections, especially like if you're spending money in other places, or like if you forget a password, you could kind of get locked out with Mercury square Pluto between these two. So be mindful of that. And like maybe stuff about like pesky, you know, kids getting into resources or having some kind of access to resources or money as well. That can happen here. On the 18th of the month, you're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so you are Venus. So Venus in the 8th house is dark and sexy and transformative, and it's very earthy and wanting to like grow something or merge something. So growing joint assets, bringing in more money. And as it joins Uranus, there can be some kind of shock or surprise, basically. It can be, you know, a shock or surprise relating to taxes, inheritance, your partner's resources. It could be a good day to take a risk or gamble because it may pay off because of Uranus's connection to your 5th house. This can also be a pregnancy transit because Venus is meeting, you know, Uranus, your 5th house lord. And what's interesting is the very same day, the sun will conjunct Jupiter. So the sun represents friends, goals, other people, and Jupiter is about communication. So it looks like somebody may share some kind of exciting news with you. You know, somebody might be like, oh my God, guess what? You know, like we're getting married, or we're pregnant, or like something can happen. Or maybe you're having that conversation with another person. I could see that happening as well. But 8th house is like, yeah, I mean, it's like somebody else's loss is your gain, basically, with having Taurus in the 8th house. So it might be that, you know, other people are like, oh my God, this stock is going crazy. And you're like, I invested in this thing and it's going wild, you know? So lots of shocks and surprises, especially in regards to finances, and blessings that are coming your way because you're here to receive this from other people in the 8th house. On the 19th of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries, okay? So for my single Libras and Libra risings, listen up. Mars rules relationships, okay? And Mars hitting the North Node means relationships of destiny, meeting people you're meant to meet. Now, Mars can mean you meet somebody in the military. You could meet somebody who's athletic. You could meet a trainer. You could meet somebody very masculine or strong. It could also mean that if you're in a relationship, you're noticing these traits within your partner, that they're more independent, they're fierce, they're combative, they're confrontational, they're kind of feisty. And they can also be feeling a little bit more possessive over money, resources, or over you, right? It could be you as well. But the North Node is generally like Dharma. So it's like if you're in a relationship that's not working and there's a lot of fighting and conflict, that could be the North Node. But if you're single and then suddenly you meet somebody and they're like hunting you, you know, that could be Mars on the North Node as well. We're going to see on the 23rd, another really interesting day for you, Libra. Venus will conjunct Jupiter in Taurus, the last degree. Okay, so Venus is you. Jupiter is about travel, words, communication. It can be about documents. It can also be about cousins, siblings, uncles. So it can mean that, you know, somebody gifts you something, right? Somebody gifts you something. And it can be, you know, they say something really kind, or they send you a check, or they send you a letter, or they send you a package. It could also mean that, you know, you receive some kind of growth in your income, you know, because your partner has something. They get a windfall, or they get a boost in their salary, or they get some kind of bonus and it benefits you. But also this is about like insurance. 8th house is insurance. So you may find that you get your car insurance and it goes up. You find out that your homeowners or renters insurance goes up. It may mean that, you know, there is an ending or a loss or an insurance claim that can kind of come up as well. So usually, you know, Venus-Jupiter is very sweet, especially when Venus is in its domicile. But in the 8th house is like it comes to you, but in a transformative way. So if you end up getting an insurance claim, you know, yeah, you get it paid and maybe you get a new car, but you may have still had damage, you know, that justified that, you know. Or you get an inheritance, but it comes at the loss of somebody else. So there's some kind of bittersweet side to this that I can see. But overall, there is supposed to be more growth and abundance. Now, when this happens, both Jupiter and Venus are sextiling Neptune. So Neptune can mean that, you know, you have a breakthrough with your health, you have a breakthrough with your daily routine, you finally dissolve some kind of habit, and, you know, you're able to do it because there is some kind of dramatic or sudden healing that can happen in the 8th house for sure. And this will be happening on a full moon in Sagittarius in your 3rd house. So having a full moon in your 3rd house, cars, traveling vehicles, and then you've got Venus conjunct Jupiter, it's like some of you guys are going to be like, screw it, I'm getting the new car, you know, and then you don't really realize like the taxes on it and the insurance on it. Like really do all of the math first, because it'll be kind of costly. I'm just telling you this now. But also it can mean that you get some news that there's some kind of money or resources or something that's kind of coming. So it can come in the mail, it can come, you know, by information through phone call or text or email as well. Okay, so the other thing that we want to look at is the 25th, when Venus in Gemini in your 9th house trines Pluto. So when Venus is in the 9th house, whether you're traveling, training, learning, you know, you're enjoying it, right? The trine to Pluto is like, you know, feeling empowered. And when Venus is in this position, if you're an early degree, Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising, like the first 5 degrees, Venus will trine your ascendant, Sun, or Moon, Pluto, and be in this point. Super powerful. You're looking at the 1st, 5th, and 9th house. This is about life. This is about growth. This is about adventure and information and sharing and learning. So whatever is kind of brewing here at the end of the month seems like it's going to be very positive, and you're going to be very optimistic about where you're going or what you're learning. Then we look at the same day, you're going to see Mars is at the eclipse point. Okay, so what does it mean? Well, I mean, Mars hitting that eclipse point is going to be bringing up the themes of the solar eclipse in Aries. So it can mean that if you've been having conflicts and squabbles with a partner, it can continue. If you have been looking for a new relationship, somebody can show up. If you have been anticipating, there's going to be some kind of conflict with somebody, you can clear the air. Mars has been on the North Node, and then it's going to hit this eclipse degree, and then it's going to hit Chiron. So it's like there's no avoiding hashing out any relationship issues, or maybe cutting certain people out, or maybe, Mars being at this degree. And then with Chiron is like acknowledging that other people who you might be in relationship with need to heal, or they have some things they need to deal with. It can also be about bringing in a healer, a therapist, or somebody who can help you here as well. So watch for that. On the 29th is when Mars conjuncts Chiron. This can be combativeness and wounding from other people. I'm just telling you this right now, because the 7th house is confrontational when it's Aries. Mars is in that sign, and you got to look at it as the North Node in Chiron is other people are acting out selfishly. So whether they're lashing out, whether they're being physically, like creating some altercations, whether they're being aggressive, like just watch for other people's behavior and how they're acting, because there can be a sense of you realizing like this is not working. But you can see that partners or other people are actively working on their healing, or that you're bringing in people who want to kind of help you do that. So I think of like trainers, coaches, life coaches, like other people who are going to be kind of, giving you some sort of like direction that can be empowering and helping you heal at the same time. This can also be about having conflict with other people about money, resources, spending, possessions. And so there can be some squabbles over this stuff. On the 30th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus square Uranus in Mercury in Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So it'll be meeting in your 8th house. Mercury is like the subconscious mind and things you're thinking about or dreaming about. And, Mercury's connection to the 9th house is faraway places. I think this could be breakthroughs with research. This could be seeking answers and trying to kind of like, learn more about tarot, astrology, metaphysics. There can be some kind of like out-of-the-box ideas that can come with this conjunction. Uranus does represent your 5th house of romance and children. So you might have like a intuitive knowing that you're like, something's going on with my kid, or something's going on with my partner. There can also be like a sense of like being really tapped in and picking up that something is about to change. And it can be dream related. It can be some kind of symbolism that you're seeing out in the world. Shocking and surprising news, information, or data. And it can be revolving around banking and finance, and where you're banking and where you're financing. And maybe you're learning more about like news that's going out in the world financially and how that could potentially impact your investments or your money. But Mercury Uranus in the 8th house is like some startling news usually. And you're like, whoa, where did this come from? So watch for that. And you may want to kind of keep that close to your chest, because Mercury is your 12th house ruler. So it might be something that you have a feeling about, but you're not ready to say anything yet. All right, Libra, I hope that's helpful for you guys for this next month. Let's see what card I get for you. Oh, there we go. I got the Page of Cups. Ooh, this is a relationship card. So Page of Cups can be talking about a Cancer, a Pisces, a Scorpio, can be a water sign. But it can also be talking about the new beginning of a relationship. A chance meeting, connecting with someone, somebody who says, you want to go to dinner, you want to get a drink, let's get together. It's very innocent. Like, it's not a sense of them like wanting, like attacking you. It's like, it's very innocent, getting to know you and spending time with you. It can be healing. It can be therapeutic as well. This can also be about younger people. So whether it's younger siblings, family members, children, this is about being sensitive, open, optimistic, receptive, and sweet, right? There's some sweetness to this. This is about, somebody offering you something, the gift of partnership or relationship. So it's what can other people do I think to help kind of benefit you this month with all these planets you have going through the 8th house. So good luck, Libra. I hope it's a good one. I'll see you here next month. All right, so we have Scorpio and Scorpio rising. What's going on, Scorpio? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to May of 2024. We got a lot of stuff going on this month. I will get into the nitty gritty of it, but I think the kind of like two main points that I wanted to make is that you are going to see your planetary chart ruler go retrograde. So if you're a Scorpio rising, Pluto going retrograde is very important because it does mean that your chart ruler is turning inward. A time of reevaluating power, a time of reevaluating your place in your home, in your family, making changes on the home front, making changes when it comes to your emotions, uncovering what's not working at home, or reevaluating the home and past in some way, okay? Pluto retrograde can make you feel like you're kind of stuck a little bit. And what you're going to see is Pluto will retrograde back into Capricorn later this year. It'll go direct and then finally move back into Aquarius as we get closer to the end of 2024. So if you're a Scorpio sun, moon, or rising, and you have that placement between, let's say, like 0 and 4 degrees, you're under a Pluto square. So it can feel like there are some forces outside of you that are forcing you to make big, dramatic, emotional home or family changes. So you'll see that right off the bat on the 2nd of the month. And then secondly, we're seeing a lot of Mars stuff happening, okay? So Mars is going to reactivate eclipse points. Mars is going to touch the North Node. Mars is going to conjunct Chiron. Essentially, all three of these things kind of suggest that when it comes to your 6th house, which is hard work, dedication, sacrifice, daily routine, your office space, your health, your pets, to-do list, you know, and physical activity, all of these things are a huge focus for you. So you might feel like there's a lot more work to do. You might feel like there is a much more of a need to be active and be on schedule. You may feel like you need to blow off steam at the gym. You may feel like you really need to kind of heal something. And when Mars is getting close to that eclipse degree again, and then it hits Chiron, watch for accidents, watch for hitting your head, bumping your head, concussions. You know, I don't like saying this stuff, but I'm just telling you because we're still feeling the effects of that eclipse reverberate. So it's not quite done yet. Okay, so I'll go through the whole list of things now. I want to start first with the 15th of the month when we see Mercury ingress into Taurus. So Mercury will leave Aries where there's been this gnarly retrograde in your work and routine sector. Now it's moving into your relationship sector where Mercury deals with intimacy, joint resources, and money, and also goals and things pertaining to friends and your relationship to others in the 7th. So obviously all 12 of the signs are going to have a pretty massive Taurus stellium the first like several weeks of the month, and then we're going to see planets ingress into Gemini. Having so many planets in your opposite sign means there's a lot of relational things going on. So there's things that's going to happen this month that are outside of you. That's going to be about your partner, your clients. It's going to be about your therapist, your astrologer. It's going to be about your marketplace. You know, who you bank with even, because Taurus can be about banking. So there's changes going on in relationship to other people. Mercury wants to talk, it wants to communicate, and it wants to change things. So there is this sense of being like, oh, let's change something up in regards to our banking. Let's change something up in regards to our communication style or our investment style. You may be feeling like you want to talk to people more. You might have more clients. You might be more active when it comes to like socializing and meeting people in a romantic way, or kind of wheeling and dealing and selling stuff, or some kind of like financial decisions that are being made there. Then you're going to see on the 20th, the sun will go into Gemini. So the sun moves into your 8th house of transformation, a change of status, a change of career maybe. You're reevaluating, you know, how you think. So there can be kind of reevaluating something about communication or your mind, right? And this can be about kind of healing or changing your mind with the sun going through the 8th house. Dealing with shadow self stuff. Right? Death, insurance, taxes, fears, learning how to communicate and talk about this stuff, having a change of pace with work as well. On the 23rd, Venus is going to enter Gemini. So Venus will leave your 7th house and it'll move into the 8th house where you're bringing in money from other people. You might see a second stream of income that can come in here. You might see also that other people are more generous with you, more giving. And this can also be kind of sexy with Venus in the 8th house. It can be more intense in terms of communicating and talking about your desires. And then on the 25th, Jupiter will go into Gemini, which represents your physical money and resources. So Jupiter going into the 8th house means you're growing your money with another person. Maybe you're merging accounts. Maybe you're making investments. Maybe you are paying off your taxes, paying off your debt, paying off loans, receiving an inheritance. That can kind of come up for you here with Jupiter in your 8th house, because your resources are going to be growing from somebody else coming in. So there's going to be some kind of doubling up of income that might pop up. And then, like I said, on the 2nd, you're going to see Pluto that's going to retrograde. Okay. Obviously, Pluto retrograde, reevaluating your home and your place in your home and whether or not you like where you're living, or if you want to renovate something, or if you have to go back home. These things can kind of come up for you. All right, so for the rest of the month, on May the 3rd, we're going to see Mars, which is in Aries, sextile Pluto. Now, truth be told, I kind of threw this one in because I thought it was powerful. Sextiles are kind of like, I consider them lazy energies. You actually have to do the work of one planet to benefit the other. But for you, it's really important because these are both of your chart rulers working together. So if you are willing to change and transform something about your home, you can do so with a lot of hard work, determination, and the willingness to kind of get things done. So maybe it means that you're doing the rearranging. Maybe it means that you're doing the painting, or you're, doing some renovations. You're knocking something down. You're cleaning something up. You're kind of zenning out your space, right? But it can also mean that you're working out from home maybe, or you're working out some kind of new schedule when it comes to home. So that's the other way of looking at it. And then what else? We've got on the 7th, the Sun in Taurus in your relationship zone will sextile Saturn in Pisces. So through some kind of collaboration, relationship, partnership, you're able to work together when it comes to date night, managing kids, having conversations about children, talking about your feelings, planning the future, trying to build or create something together. So if you're in a creative collaboration, it's great. If you're in a relationship with somebody and you're wanting to talk about having kids, it's a good time to do it, or planning for that. Or if you're getting to know somebody, you're meeting somebody and you're talking about what you're looking for, this can be a good transit for that as well. This will be happening on a new moon in Taurus. So it's interesting that you have a new moon in your 7th house where you're planting new seeds with relationships. So it doesn't matter if you're single or you're in a relationship. This is a time to be like, okay, we're hitting restart when it comes to our relationship to one another. It will be around 18 degrees. So it's going to kind of start to sextile Saturn. So through a sense of better self-love, more awareness, better boundaries of your heart, and commitment to what you love, relationships can grow. But it'll also be very close to Uranus, and you're going to see a lot of damn planets come into conjunction with Uranus this month, which means that there can be some really big changes for your relationship, Scorpio. It can mean that you can see people either go haywire and do what Uranus does, where they're like, don't tell me what to do, I'm out of here, give me some space. Or you can see them have a breakthrough and they can have a real glow up and they can look differently and they can act differently, and there can be lots of room for creative collaboration, lots of excitement also with Uranus being there, lots of opportunities for financial growth and development and like new kind of maverick ideas. You're going to be seeing them go through a pretty significant change. On the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. So it means that you're no longer feeling kind of like the post-shadow fallout of that Mercury retrograde. So if you've been having an illness, it may subside. If you have been having some health issues, you may see that kind of clear up. If there has been problems with a pet, you might start to see that kind of finally get better. If you have been trying to be more consistent with a pattern or a habit, going to the gym or with work, maybe you've been seeing some schedule disruptions, you know, they should kind of clear up a little bit now that Mercury leaves shadow then. On the 17th, Mercury will be in Taurus and it will come into a square with Pluto. So one thing to watch here is, first of all, with so many planets in your 7th house, okay, this is a dominating energy. It doesn't matter. It's like this for all of the signs. There is a dominating energy to all of this Taurus one way or another for all of us. So in your 7th house, it's other people. Mercury will square Pluto, your Pluto. So this is a day where you're going to see there's going to be some like difficult conversations maybe, or, you know, some challenges in seeing eye to eye about home and relationship matters. It could be something as simple as, you know, somebody says, I want to move the table over here. And your partner's like, no, we're not doing that. And then it turns into like a whole thing, you know. This is also a time because Mercury deals with privacy. Mercury deals with locks and passwords and things pertaining to, you know, private communication and information. That's squaring you. It means that there can be a difficult conversation, and it's like it's not a time to fight. It's a time to agree to disagree and give each other some space. But watch that there can be some tension between either home and family or home and relationships. You'll see then on the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Venus obviously rules your hidden zone, anything in regards to your subconscious and relationships. So when Venus conjuncts Uranus, it can mean that, you know, there is some shocking or unexpected surprises where you hear from somebody from the past. Sure, that can happen. It can also mean that there is some, you know, airing out of some issues that you've had in a current relationship. That can happen. It can mean you've been having dreams about somebody coming back into your life and then you run into them, right? But Venus Uranus are like, it's like a love at first sight transit. So if you're single, it means you could meet somebody and you're like, what is that? Like, I want to talk to that person. You're very drawn to them. They could be very different, very eccentric. You're also going to see at the same time that the sun will conjunct Jupiter. So the sun represents your 10th house, and this is about your career, your status, your reputation. You know, in Leo, it's the lover, the creator, the performer. And then Jupiter rules your 5th house of romance, children, and creativity. So it can mean that there is this feeling of being overjoyed because you feel like you've met somebody that's going to change your destiny. Or you've met somebody who you're like, this is who I want to be with forever. You know, some people will elope under these transits. Some people will like suddenly get engaged. Some people will find out they're pregnant because of the Jupiter-Venus conjunction, or there'll be talk about what you're creating together, projects, businesses, more money, but it could be a family as well. That's very possible. And somehow it's happening because that person has a shift or a change in the way that they look at things. Then you're going to see on the 19th of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries. So this is about showing up and getting the work done. It's about getting your workout in. It's about getting your work done. It's about staying on schedule and taking care of business and really feeling like, yeah, you're continuing to put in the necessary effort. And then you will see on the 23rd of the month, we are seeing a lot of other Venus things. So Venus will come into conjunction with Jupiter. So we've got relationship and love and romance, and it will sextile Neptune. So it can mean there's big breakthroughs and growths in relationship that can happen as a result of children or as a result of, you know, figuring out what you love. You know, the sextiles to the 5th house could be a bar, a cinema, a show, a concert. So if you're single, go to a bar by a body of water. You know, if you live by a beach, go to a bar, see a concert, go to a venue down there. You might meet someone. The other option is for those of you guys who are partnered, you know, this is time where there can be some big breakthroughs with, you know, Jupiter and Venus sextiling, you know, Neptune, where it's like something that you really dream about can become a reality in regards to your relationships. And it's something romantic or something you create or something artistic that you're doing together. This will happen on a full moon in Sagittarius. So the fact that the full moon is going to be in your 2nd house, which is about money, and that the ruler is going to be with Venus in the seventh house tells me that it's a very indulgent day with a partner. This might be a day where you go out and, you know, you spend money, you indulge, you know, maybe you're buying a partner some beautiful jewelry, maybe you give them some flowers, maybe you're receiving those things. But there is a sense of indulging, consuming, shopping, buying, you know, and experiencing all of these really sweet things, because that's what like Taurus is about. On the 25th of the month, you're going to see Venus in Gemini trine Pluto in Aquarius. So Venus is now in your 8th house, which is kind of sexy. It diversifies income and how you're bringing in money. There can be more resources coming in from another person. And you can find that there is more kind of abundance because of another person's effect on your finances. And Venus will trine Pluto. So here's another kind of nice working together kind of aspect here, where you're in the 4th house of home and family, and Venus is in the 2nd house of you know, joint resources, taxes, inheritance. I kind of feel like this is like you and another person finding ways to put your money together to really dramatically transform your home, you know. And it can mean that you guys are like, let's go and get an account that has a higher interest rate for savings. Let's go and get, you know, a loan for a house. Let's go and see if we can, you know, get a life insurance policy, something like that. That's going to be like protecting your home and your family seems to be like the emphasis of this particular transit. It may mean that there is a woman who also gives you some kind of news about money relating to family that could benefit you and another person as well. All right, same day, Mars at 19 degrees in your 6th house. And so Mars, which is your planet, reactivating the solar eclipse from early April means that it's bringing up themes of healing, wounding, work, and overworking. You might be overworking, especially as we start to see Mars coming into conjunction with Chiron around the 29th, a couple days later. You and Aries are the 2 signs that need to watch for this, because you're more predisposed to having accidents, injuries, cuts, bruises, abrasions, concussions, migraines, all of this stuff because of the Mars reactivation. So don't do anything crazy. Don't be overworking yourself like the 25th through the 30th. Take your time, scale back a little bit. Like there's no need to kind of like overwork. Pay attention to health, fitness, and diet, and be mindful with working with anything sharp, hot, or anything that can kind of cut. I could see some of you guys wanting to say, well, I want to have something removed, or I want to cut something out of my diet, or I want to be adopting a new routine. That's fine, but just be careful when it comes to like skin related things with these transits. Then on the 30th of the month, we're going to see Mercury in Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury rules goals, friends, and others. And it also is about kind of like in-depth psychology or healing or anything that's kind of like secretive. And it's going to meet Uranus. So it looks like you may have some really unexpected news from another person. You know, your partner might surprise you with something. They might talk about, you know, something that they're excited about that's happening, that they're working on. You might have a friend that shares some exciting news with you. Certainly there can be this sense of like, you know, partnerships and communication with other people, especially over money and finances. It can seem a little erratic. So it's not a time to like sign anything or have meetings or agree to anything, but it's definitely a good time to be thinking out of the box. You know, you could meet somebody on an online app with this transit. You could strike up a conversation with somebody at a party and then realize, whoa, we have a lot in common, you know? Great time though for like brainstorming and trying to get feedback from clients, or, you know, trying to kind of communicate with other people about new ideas. But other people might be kind of frazzled. So, you know, just keep in mind that it can create a little bit of stress in terms of communication with other people. Give them a little bit of time to kind of like let this work out of their system. All right, Scorpio, I hope that's helpful. Let's see the cards that you have. Oh, you have the 6 of Cups. I love this card. Truth be told, I've seen a lot of like Scorpio risings with Saturn going through their 5th house. A lot of people who are like, oh, I feel like I've met my soulmate, or people who are like, oh my God, somebody from the past came back. You know, pretty common with Saturn in the 5th house. This is the soulmate card. This is the reconnection card. This is getting back to sweeter, simpler, more pleasurable times. This is about enjoying things, being sweet, innocent, and enjoying your time with other people, making up with other people, making amends with other people, forgiving other people, connecting with soulmates. So this is a great card for you. So it doesn't matter if you're single or you're partnered, but it's hard not to talk about relationships with all these planets in your 7th house. So I know there's some Scorpios that are like, I don't want to hear it. But that's the truth. You know, you can't overlook this energy. For the last year, astrologers have been talking about, you know, the Jupiter-Uranus conjunction, and it's a seeding, right? And it happens at 21 degrees. Well, you can see, you know, Venus is going to be hitting that degree. So for some of you guys who haven't met anybody, you might meet somebody who just comes out of the blue that you have a really strong connection to. For other people who are waiting to reconnect with people, make amends, make up, you know, move through or grow closer together and have this realization that you have a really strong kind of connection and that it's really significant and it's really important. That's most likely what's going to be coming up for you in this next month. So stay positive about some of the changes. I'm excited to see what happens with relationship to other people. I'm already hearing some of these stories. And a lot of people, like I said, eloping, and a lot of people who are also finally freeing themselves from relationships that they have been unwilling to break away from as well. So it can go both ways. Anyway, let me know, Scorpio risings. I'd love to hear how this is manifesting for you, and I will catch you back here next month in the month of June. What's up, Sag and Sag rising? Welcome to your May 2024 horoscopes. I hope you guys are doing well. Excited to chat with you because there are some big changes happening this month, but I promise you they are good things. We're going to start by talking about your chart ruler, Jupiter, because Jupiter will be receiving several beneficial conjunctions as well as a sign change. So Jupiter is currently in the sign of Taurus, and you're going to see that there is this like massive stellium taking place in your 6th house. So the 6th house is your pets, your daily routine, your health. This is also majorly connected to your office space, and also like your habits and productivity. So these are going to be big themes for you throughout this next month. Now, Jupiter rules your 1st house of self and body. So wherever Jupiter is where you are. Jupiter being in your 6th house means you've been expanding something about your habits, your fitness, your workouts, your diet, or maybe even your office. So you're going to see Jupiter hanging out in Taurus and then eventually make a segue into Gemini. In the 6th house, when we see planets come into conjunction with Jupiter, it just means you're changing something about your routine. Maybe you're incorporating more rest. Maybe you're focusing on whole foods. Maybe there is some kind of change in regards to your workspace. These are all good things. When Jupiter goes into Gemini, it'll be moving into your 7th house. And this is going to be putting you in the position of focusing on others. Relationship to others, new people that you're meeting, significant relationships that are going to provide more communication, more opportunity for travel, and also more fun. Now, Jupiter also has connections to your 4th house of home and family. So it means that there can be reorganization of your home going on while it's in Taurus, working out from home, working from home. And then when it goes into your 7th house, there is some kind of like spending more time with siblings, more time with neighbors, more time with partners. So those Jupiter aspects are really important throughout today's kind of like conversation. All right, so let's start with the ingresses first. We're going to see on May 15th, Mercury will be moving into Taurus. Mercury rules relationships, your marketplace, also communication with other people, as well as your career. So when Mercury goes into your 6th house, there is a lot of work. You're seeing clients, you're busy, you're scheduling things. Maybe you're active going to the gym. Maybe you're paying more attention to your habits or to your pets. Taurus is about food and resources and money. So you might be organizing your shopping list differently, maybe focusing more on organizing your finances or your office space as well. Then we'll see on the 20th, the sun will leave Taurus and move into Gemini, highlighting your relationship zone. So the sun represents travel. It's also about positivity and optimism. teaching and training. So it's a really good time to say, you know what, I'm meeting with a mentor or a counselor, I'm spending more time with my partner, I'm traveling, or maybe I'm focusing on something new that I'm learning. On the 23rd of the month, you're going to see Venus enter Gemini. So Venus will be moving into the 7th house where she is very happy. Venus loves being in the 7th house where she is able to socialize, meet, and connect with other people. Venus rules the 6th house of coworkers and pets. This can also be about healthcare practitioners and also friends and goals. So you may feel that you're like, I'm spending more time with my friends, I am experiencing more opportunities, dating, meeting, or getting to know people. New relationships can definitely show up with the Sun, Venus, and Jupiter being in your 7th house. Very active for you throughout this next month. And then finally, Jupiter on the 25th will leave Taurus and move into Gemini. You only get this transit once every 12 years. So you might want to go back in time, think about what was happening for you the last time we had this transit in 2012. Usually Jupiter in the 7th house transits for you materialize as some kind of growth period in regards to relationships with other people. Could be your family because of Jupiter's connection to the 4th, but it could also mean you get married, you get engaged, you meet your future spouse this year. It could mean you move in with somebody this year. And it's definitely going to bring a lot more clients. So if you have a client-based business, if you sell something, if you have a service, there's definitely going to be some kind of growth in terms of the people that you're bringing into your orbit, okay? Now on the 2nd of May, we're going to see Pluto go retrograde. This is the only retrograde we're going to be experiencing this month. Pluto represents your subconscious thinking and communication patterns. And when Pluto goes retrograde, we are reevaluating power structures in the world. So maybe you're reevaluating the way that you think, the way that you communicate, the way that you connect. You could be making changes to a website or a social media platform. You might be reevaluating or going back to something you used to read. And there could be this sense of reworking something about a relationship that you have to a sibling. You can be noticing that maybe you're changing directions with something you're learning, or there is a need to make a tweak or a change, or servicing something relating to a vehicle. All right, so for the rest of the month, we're going to start with, in order, the 3rd. So May the 3rd, we see Mars in Aries, sextiling Pluto in Aquarius, okay? So lots of activity in the 5th house of Aries for you this last month, solar eclipse, retrograde. A lot of you guys are trying to figure out, how do I get back into dating? How do I have more fun? How can I be more creative? That's all been getting kind of worked out. So now that the retrograde is going to be over this month, I feel like with Mars sextile to Pluto, you know, through something that you're creating, designing, developing, a hobby maybe, a side hustle, a personal business, it's being empowered by Pluto. So if you have an Etsy shop, if you have a YouTube channel, if you have something that you do revolving around communications, podcasting, and writing, this is a time where you're going to get going with some of this and like find ways to be able to market or sell this type of stuff. Communication with romantic partners and children also can be fierce, but it can be positive because it can be about moving forward and taking action. Now on the 7th of the month, you're going to see a Sun in Taurus sextile Saturn in Pisces. So we've got Saturn in your 4th house of home, which is about being home structure, things that are going on within your family or within your home base. Saturn represents money and resources, and it's sextiling the Sun. So it means that you're like, I feel like things are solid at home. I've fixed the things that I needed to fix. I've moved, I've renovated, I've made the changes. And now you're starting to see some of those shifts physically kind of come to fruition. It can also mean that you're working from home. It can mean that you have finally completed an office space at home. You finally completed a second place where you're working. And so it's allowing you now to not feel so landlocked. Maybe you're getting out and you're kind of a little bit more active as well when it comes to health, wellness, and fitness. The Sun represents learning. So it looks like you've been learning a lot about service, family, helping others, do-it-yourself projects, and things pertaining to your pets. The very same day, we're going to have a new moon in Taurus. This will be in your 6th house at 18 degrees. New moons are about planting new seeds. So I like this new moon for setting intentions revolving around healthier habits. If you're wanting to start a new habit, if you're wanting to get back to the gym, if you want to find a new healthcare practitioner, if you're looking for a new job or a new, a new schedule or routine, right? This would be the time that you would want to do this. Now you're going to see then on the 13th of the month, we're going to have Mercury leaving shadow. So all that Mercury retrograde in the 5th house stuff where there's maybe challenges when it comes to children, self-expression, creative projects, dating, it's done. So now you're going to start to kind of see the post-shadow stuff fall away. So if you've been waiting to commit to a relationship, make a decision about your kids, if you've been making a decision about launching a new business, you can move forward with that now. On the 17th of the month, Mercury in Taurus will square Pluto in Aquarius. So you're going to have Mercury in your communication and kind of like work zone. This is about like how you're communicating with staff or how you're communicating with coworkers, systems and organization pertaining to health or even diet. And it will square Pluto. To me, this is kind of screaming communication breakdown, scheduling issues, something going haywire with software at work, a car needing service, there being some kind of like breakdown of sorts that can kind of come from gadgets, cars, or stuff at work. Not a time to push communication, right? Not a time to force a schedule change. It's a time to kind of be flexible because fixed squares, they don't want to change and there can be some pressure. There is like a sense of like perfectionism that's coming through here because Mercury in the 6th house wants to get something perfect. And when it's squaring Pluto, you can get frustrated because you're like, I'm not getting this habit down quite yet. Or, I'm finding myself still kind of like returning to ways of communicating, which can be a little intense or a little difficult. So some relational issues can kind of come up here. Then we're going to see on the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Venus rules friends and like female friends, female coworkers. And it, that conjunction to Uranus means that you're like, okay, maybe we had a bit of a squabble and we're trying to see if we can mend that at work. There can be some challenges with relationships with health practitioners, people at gyms, some challenges when it comes to dealing with staff or assistants. And yeah, there's some sense of freedom that kind of comes through there. Now, the positive is that you could become friends with somebody at work. It also means that you could meet like a healthcare practitioner that is kind of unconventional or somebody who practices like Eastern medicine or somebody who does energy healing or Reiki. That can kind of help you with like a health issue or an ailment. But Uranus wants to give us freedom. So it can be a sense of somebody at work being like, I quit, I'm out, or like a friend is saying, hey, I'm looking for a place where I can work. Do you have a space you can rent me? That can kind of come up here as well. And watch for like changes to your eating habits, your eating styles. I think that you might be like reading a book on healthier emotional or dietary habits that can kind of inspire you to make a change. Now, this very same day, we're also going to see the Sun conjunct Jupiter. So the Sun represents travel and culture and your belief system, and you are Jupiter. So it actually seems like maybe it's one of those days where like your schedule falls apart and you're like, it's okay, there's something else I'd rather be doing anyway, or this could be a day where you're saying, actually, I'm traveling, I'm away from, the office. That's the Venus Uranus that you're kind of like breaking free from your daily routine. But there's something that you learn about flexibility and making changes within your routine schedule or your habits. Then you're going to be seeing on the 19th of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries. So Mars rules your subconscious, things that are hidden, some kind of hidden passion, desire, or drive. It also is connected to the 5th house of romance, taking chances. This is also about dating and sex and passion. So you're going to be feeling more willing to get out there and meet people, take risks. You're going to be feeling more willing to gamble or have fun or play. It's encouraging you maybe to be a little bit more athletic in your hobbies, and something that's also going to be about showing your talent to the world in some way, being on a stage in some way, or filming, how you create or how you do something. The North Node talks about the direction of our purpose. So the 5th house can be about creating a business, having a child, going after, somebody who you're really interested in pursuing romantically, that kind of stuff. Then you're going to see on the 23rd of the month, Venus will conjunct Jupiter in Taurus. So you are Jupiter. So this is a pretty sweet conjunction for you. It basically means that a female friend or an ally, or like somebody who you're connected to, who you have support from, is bringing you something. So somebody might say, I have a job for you, or I can heal your pet, or here, I brought you some flowers, or I baked you a cake. There's just more generosity in the workplace. There's more appreciation. And it can also be a time where you are sharing something about your positive changes in your health and overall well-being with another person. Now, when Venus and Jupiter connect, they're also sextiling Neptune. So Neptune in the 4th house means about where you've been resting, recuperating, where you have been creating, dreaming, you've been kind of keeping to yourself for a little bit. So it's possible you're sharing with a group of people, well, I haven't been out and socializing a lot. This is what I've been doing. I redesigned my house. I painted the walls. I put up wallpaper. I redecorated. And you can be sharing with people like how you can, beautify your own space and what you've been kind of creating behind the scenes. Then you're going to see on this same day that there is going to be a full moon in Sagittarius in your 1st house. So full moons are completions. This is in your 1st house of self. Go back to last year, look at the new moon that happened in Sagittarius. Now, 6 months later, there is some fulfillment or completion. So it's interesting that you have a full moon in the 1st house. You've got North Node Mars in the 5th house. And then you've got the ruler of this full moon conjunct Jupiter in the 6th house. So it's almost like you're showing other people how you've become healthier. You're showing other people how you've been creative. You're sharing with other people some kind of breakthrough when it comes to your work and routine. Perhaps this is a time to really pay attention to health as well, because both of your health houses are kind of getting activated. But I see it being like positive changes to what you're eating, consuming, or just lifestyle changes, and it's becoming more visible. Can a Mercury retrograde, a solar eclipse, and a Mars transit in the 5th house produce a pregnancy? Yes. Can a full moon in the 1st house also be about realizing you're pregnant? Yes, those things can also happen simultaneously, and that would make sense with the changes that's going on with your health if that's necessary, or getting back into the swing of being healthy, postpartum. On the 25th of the month, we're going to see Venus and Gemini in your 7th house of relationships trining Pluto. Passionate words, talking about how you feel about one another, sharing insight and information about what you're looking for. You could meet somebody in your local neighborhood. You could meet them while you're going for a walk or a drive. They could be connected to a neighbor in some situation, or a sibling, or maybe you meet them on an app. Now, the very same day that this trine happens, Mars meets with the North Node in your 5th house. So this is about being like, yes, get out there, go on a date, have fun, play. You could meet people who could be significant lovers or partnerships that can be coming in. You're feeling a little bit more creative and playful. And as Mars reactivates that solar eclipse point, it can be pointing to somebody who, can definitely be very enticing that's coming into your life. For those of you guys who are partnered, it can mean that you're just doing more of these fun, kind of spontaneous things with a partner. On the 29th, we're going to see Mars conjunct Chiron. So Mars is about that subconscious stuff. Chiron is healing. 5th house is, healing yourself, healing your heart, healing your inner child, healing issues revolving around children, healing confidence issues, and learning how to, love yourself and stand up for yourself and protect yourself and heal any previous wounds that you've had, long-standing wounds with heartbreak. Can there be conflict with children? Can kids be more prone to having accidents, bumping their heads, having fevers and stuff like this? Yes, they can, because Mars rules your 12th house. So if you have a kid that falls off a bike or something, you know, really take a look at them, make sure they don't have any gashes or serious bruises, because this can indicate that there is a need to take them into like a hospital setting or have them looked at. Then you're going to have on the 30th of the month, Mercury in Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury in your 6th house of work and routine, meeting with Uranus. It does make me feel like there are some sudden changes that are going on to your routine. Obviously, you know, Uranus is communications and siblings, and Mercury is connected to relationships and work. So you may have to kind of make a phone call and be like, I'm running late, something's going on, I've got, you know, a delay, there's an issue. Like, communication will help you out of this stressful situation where you're having to make scheduling changes. Software issues, glitches, missed emails and text messages can also come up, which can inhibit you from being on time or being able to kind of appropriately communicate with other people, okay? So excited to see this Jupiter transit for you, Sag. Really, really, really big shifts. I do have a Jupiter in Gemini video coming out soon, so we're going to talk about this more in depth, but very positive for growth within relationships with romantic partners as well as your family. So it's going to be very exciting to see this manifest for you. The card that I get for you is the Fool. Okay, so on to new beginnings, bigger, better things. I think this is about travel. I think this is about giving yourself the green light to be like, I'm taking time to go and connect with people, to explore, to learn, to have fun, to do different things. Taking chances. That's very much the Uranus conjunction that just recently happened, and kind of switching up your daily routine a little bit, or becoming more entrepreneurial, or doing something that's more independent seems to be the theme. Taking risks and having fun, and kind of going into the unknown. Hope that's helpful. I'll catch you guys back here next month in June. Enjoy these transits. All right, so we got Capricorn and Capricorn rising. What's going on, my Cappies? I hope you guys are well. Welcome to May of 2024. We got a lot of stuff going on this month. Pretty much for the most part, it's pretty positive for everybody. This is probably one of my favorite months of the year. We take a look at what's going on with Saturn. Aside from a Saturn sextile that you're going to see briefly, there's not too much going on with Saturn this month. But still, you know, you take the wins when you can. The other thing that I would say that's pretty prominent that's going to be happening for you, and it's happening for all signs, but it's more prominent for the earth signs, is this massive stellium in Taurus, okay? So Taurus is a sister sign. You guys are both earth signs. So you will be benefiting from trines between Taurus to Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising. This is positive for you. You are going to really like this because earth trines create some kind of physical, tangible change, right? So let's start off with the ingresses this month where planets are changing signs. On the 15th, Mercury is going to enter Taurus, and it's moving into the part of your chart where it's about communication with children, meeting people and talking to people, making time for hobbies and the things that you love, and dating, you know, and taking some risks and taking some chances. You may be feeling like dating and meeting somebody long distance because of Mercury's connection to the 9th. You may feel like you're reorganizing your schedule so you have more kind of creative time or time for fun. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see the Sun enter Gemini, okay? So the Sun moves into your 6th house of order and routine, and the Sun rules changes. So it looks to me like something you're going to see this month between the Sun going into Gemini, Jupiter going into Gemini. There is a change. You might be changing jobs. You might be changing offices. You might be changing departments. You might be changing gyms. There's something that's going to change in regards to your routine, okay? And you're going to see a lot of planets move into Gemini, which does quincunx or in conjunct your sign. So it's going to kind of feel like, ooh, I don't know how I feel about this job change or this schedule change or these new, you know, coworkers and stuff that I'm working with. Could be that you take up a second job as well because Gemini is a double-bodied sign. But yeah, with that kind of change, I feel like you're also highlighting health patterns and routines. On the 23rd of the month, Venus enters Gemini, and so Venus represents work and relationships as well as creativity. So maybe you're making time for a side hobby, a hustle, your own business. There's more pleasure being found in health or in writing or in organization or caring for animals. You know, there could be new animals that come in with this transit. On the 25th of the month, we're going to see Jupiter go into Gemini. And, you know, Jupiter represents your subconscious, you know, behind the scenes, mental, emotional, health related things. And it's also about your third house of communication. So it can mean there's a new work schedule. It can mean that there is like new things you have to learn or you're training for work. It can mean that your work hours change in some way. It can also mean that you're learning how to communicate differently with people at work. Jupiter brings good things, right? And it brings things that can be positive. But with your 12th house ruler coming into the 6th, you might start to kind of realize like, I really know about how I feel about where I'm working. And like, do I want to look for something new or a second job? Or it may also bring you this awareness that something needs to change with your health, and whether that's your mental health or your physical health. You know, Jupiter being the ruler of your third, one of the best things you guys can do is start walking or get into some kind of talk therapy, practice some breath work, maybe get a bike and start biking. Like these are all things that can be positive ways to kind of use Jupiter in your 6th house. Maybe do some journaling even for kind of like reflection for your mental health. On the 2nd of May, we will see Pluto turn retrograde. So this is the only planet that will be retrograde this month. Pluto is in your 2nd house of money, income, and personal values. Pluto represents power. So with Pluto retrograde, we're reevaluating our financial situation. You know, do we feel empowered by what we have financially? Do we feel disempowered? You know, how's the self-esteem feeling? You know, what changes need to be made revolving around your financial goals? That's something that you want to think about. Now that Pluto is retrograde through the summer into the fall, it's heading back towards Capricorn. So it's going to be in Capricorn for one last stint for a few months this fall, where it's wrapping up some kind of personal changes within yourself, your appearance, or your body before it goes back into Aquarius for good. So it's heading back towards your sign. So if you're a late degree Capricorn, sun, moon, or rising, like 28 or 29 degrees, you're still in a Pluto transit. You are not done. So I just want you to know there's some more coming. All right, and if we go on to the other transits this month, I looked at May the 3rd, where Mars is in Aries, in your home zone, where there's a lot of action and motivation and momentum going on, revolving around your goals with your home and your family. And it will be making a sextile to Pluto, okay? So this is about a transformation of money, resources, and power, how those changes are actually impacting your home and your family. Maybe you're taking control of your finances and making changes with spending habits, which in turn is impacting your home and you're moving into a new space. On the flip side, if Pluto in your 2nd house is providing financial crisis, then, you know, Pluto sextiling Mars in your 4th house is like, things are getting really difficult. I'm going back home. I'm moving in with parents. I'm staying in a family's residence. Or I'm moving. And so because of this change with my living situation, it's going to have an impact on my finances. So there's something kind of going on there. On the 7th of the month, the Sun in Taurus will sextile Saturn. So this is the one aspect you get to Saturn all month. You are going to see the Sun in the 5th house of creativity, children, happiness, joy, self-expression, sextile Saturn. I feel like this is support coming from romantic partners, from younger people, from children, from hobbies, from your artistic expression, feeding into Saturn. So it might mean that you're writing creatively, you're taking photos. Maybe some of you guys are thinking about starting your own kind of like artistic business, beauty business, astrology business. and you're building off of Saturn in the third, which is like, yeah, I've got a website now, I've got clients, you know, I'm posting on my media now, people see my product and I'm selling it. So there's some support between the two that's going on. This can also be really supportive for communication with children and romantic partners here as well, where they're supporting you. Now, this very same day, we will have a new moon in Taurus in the 5th house at 18 degrees, and it's very close to Uranus, which is about sudden unexpected changes and opportunities for fun and self-expression and dating. And it's sextile Saturn. So it's like, you know, you're being optimistic, I think, maybe about new creative endeavors or dating or changes that are going on with children or even with your hobbies or with investments. That new moon does slightly sextile Saturn, so that does support you as well, where it's saying the more that your mind or the way that you communicate or think is committed to only participating in things that you love, the more likely those things are going to grow from this new moon. On the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. Thank Goddess. This has been particularly hairy for, I know, a lot of the cardinal signs. I think of April with like a solar eclipse and the Mercury retrograde, and like it probably feels like your home, your family, or your emotions have been all over the place. So now that Mercury is moving out of shadow on the 13th, you're in the clear to sign leases, to move, to buy places, to get a car, to make long-term commitments with home and with family, or maybe this is when you feel like all of that stuff is kind of finally settling down. If you've been in the midst of making those changes, it should get a little bit easier. On the 17th of the month, we've got Mercury in Taurus square Pluto in Aquarius. So Mercury in the area of your chart that's about communication and children and romantic partners and hobbies squaring Pluto, okay? So if you have children, there can be some financial stress and kids. There can be some stress revolving around the idea of letting somebody go, letting go a romantic partner. There can also be stress revolving around children and money pertaining to travel or education. So kids can be saying, Mom, you know, I need some money. Can you help me? And you're like, I'm kind of tight. Actually, I can't, you know, I can't do that right now. So your money is being challenged by either romantic partners, hobbies, or children. And you want to kind of keep that in check. You're being more cautious about how you're kind of doling out your resources. Then you're going to see on the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Venus rules your reputation and also your career and children and creativity, and it's going to meet Uranus. So I see this as like a day where you're willing to splurge, right? Taurus is about pleasure and excess and beauty and comfort, and I could see you being like, I'm going to spend a lot of money on like a new creative hobby. I'm going to buy myself a new set of paints, or I'm going to go and buy some, you know, performance kind of outfits, or, you know, I'm going to spend some money at the casino and like indulge. So spending money on things that can be involving speculative stuff like the markets, or, you know, maybe you're splurging on a romantic partner. Yeah, it's a day where it's like anything goes with love or money. But being that Venus is involved with the 10th house ruler, it can mean that you have an idea where you're like, you know what, I'm actually going to put this creative thing out into the world and like see if I can do it professionally for work. And I could see this as like costuming, jewelry design, acting, you know, artistic stuff, astrology. There's a lot of things you could do here. So I do see that being like an opportunity to see if that can actually work. What's interesting is the same day, the sun will also conjunct Jupiter. Okay, so the sun represents other people's money, and obviously Jupiter is like online stuff. So I've seen a number of people, you know, they're starting websites, they're starting YouTubes, they're starting all kinds of like platforms where, you know, they're making money with what they create or with what they're performing or what they're kind of showing or creating or doing. So a day where it can be great for creativity, great for dating, great for children, and really kind of showing other people what you've got. Great for romance, especially in that 5th house. You might meet somebody at a bar, a casino, a restaurant, something like that. All right, so then we've got on the 19th of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries, okay? So Mars is about action, drive, dedication, and desire, and it's about your goals and your friends. So you can have a friend coming to stay with you, or moving in with you, or helping you move, or visiting you. And Aries is the self. So with Mars conjunct the North Node, it can also mean that you're like, I am moving myself. I am buying my own home. I am finding my own space. I am going and exploring and seeing where I want to land. So maybe you're anticipating looking at places, or maybe you're just getting your stuff unpacked. That's the other way. But I do see more of like a defined personal space that's your own. Then we're going to see on the 23rd, Venus will conjunct Jupiter in Taurus. So this is pretty sweet because Venus is about your status and relationships, and it has connections to also children and lovers. And Jupiter is about announcements. So this can be a time where you're making some announcement on social media. I've met this person, or we got engaged, or we're going to have a baby. Baby energy is big with the 5th house. And if you're not having a baby, then you're launching a project, or you already have a child and it's big changes for your adult child. And it's also about just like, man, like what makes the heart sing. So I really see you wanting to share something that you've created with the world with this particular conjunction. And it's interesting because Jupiter and Venus will sextile Neptune in the 3rd. So it seems to go hand in hand with a picture, something you've written, you know, something that you've created, and then you like write about it and there's like a passage. It could be that you're sending off something in the mail, or invitations, or, you know, there's something that is going out where you're letting other people know, hey, my kid's having this big birthday party, you know, come. Something like that could be kind of happening, where there could be like a celebration or like a get together. But I do anticipate it's going to be like an announcement of sorts. Now, what's interesting is that when this happens, we're having a full moon that's taking place in your 12th house. So a 12th house full moon is usually pretty reserved. It's a time where we are kind of like spending time alone, and we're having a really spiritual experience, and there is something revolving around, you know, reflection and self-awareness and kind of letting it all go. And so for that full moon to happen with a Venus-Jupiter conjunction in your 5th house, I anticipate I'm going to see a lot of Capricorn risings that are going to be like partying hard. And they're going to be like kind of feeling like all the screws are coming loose, and some of the bad habits can kind of be coming out with that full moon. And you might find that you're like, oh my God, I'm overspending, overeating, oversexing. I am playing a character, playing a role, you know, and you just might go like ham at a bar or like a social event. So be mindful of that there can be some like unhingedness that can kind of come from those conjunctions. All right, so then on the 25th of the month, we have Venus, which will be in Gemini in your 6th house, trining, here we go, trining Pluto. So this is, I think, where like a second new job opportunity, office, relationship of sorts, or new health habit is making you feel empowered, especially when it comes to your self-esteem, your resources, or your stability. Venus, because it's connected to women, it's also connected to work and creativity. You know, some kind of creative side gig might come in that's going to help you, you know, have more money come in and also change something about your career. The very same day, Mars, which will be at 19 degrees of Aries, is reactivating that solar eclipse. So this basically means that you're seeing more effects play out from the solar eclipse in April. So if you were anticipating moving, now you may move. If you are anticipating some kind of challenge or change with roommates or with home or with family, now you may see that. Mars is a little disruptive in the 4th house, and there can be some family rumbles, some roommate squabbles, some issues also with people in the home, and we can get kind of frustrated and want things to change more so rapidly. Now, the next couple days on the 29th, we will then see Mars come into conjunction with Chiron. Chiron's about wounding. This can be about family wounds. This can be about, you know, dealing with wounds from the past. Mars can be things that are sharp. So I think of like the 4th house as the kitchen. Be very careful when you are using box cutters, if you're opening boxes. Be very careful if you are cooking. There can be issues with flames and with fire or with knives. And anything pertaining to like burns while you're cooking. Because 22 degrees is your skin. Now there can also be issues with Women in the family having health problems relating to the head or family members hitting their head. I say women because the fourth house is usually the mother, but if you have somebody who's more prone to, tumbles and falls, I would watch them. If you are not being careful, you could stub a toe, you could, bump your head, whatever, while you're moving. These kinds of things can happen. So be careful with any injuries within the home, in the kitchen, with stuff that's hot or sharp, and older relatives, because it's a 22. And then finally, on the 30th, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury is about traveling, and it's about learning and documents and legality. And it also is about somebody who helps you with something. So if you have somebody who's like helping you edit a memoir or publish a book, or if you have somebody who's handling legal documents or visas or paperwork, something like that, there may be good news that like there's a breakthrough that's coming with this, and these documents are ready. Granted, Uranus is about money, so it's going to be like, okay, I got it, and I got it swiftly, but it was costly. There could be some exciting, unexpected news that can be coming from far away, or in regards to children, or children finding out that they've been accepted to schools or colleges. That can be coming up here as well. And I love the fifth house transits in general for just creative, innovative ideas and opportunities to kind of get outside of the box and do something that's like more creative. And it can be hobbies as well. So I think that you guys are going to be kind of more curious about hobbies and maybe taking courses or classes and wanting to like learn new things, especially if it's Taurus related stuff like food, gardening, things pertaining to aromatherapy, baka essences, anything about crystals, I could see that. And if you guys are wanting to, learn more about like crystals and stuff, you're gonna be trying to find like mentors and teachers who can teach you this stuff. And so that would be the Mercury Uranus. Good time to find an astrology teacher. Good time to, okay, I want to start a jewelry business. I need to learn more about importing and exporting and where the products come from. That's the kind of stuff that you would do under that transit. So that's the month at a glance. It's pretty positive, to be honest with you guys. I'm optimistic about it. Let's see what card you get. And I get the Queen of Pentacles. Oh, I like this. There's a lot of queens. So obviously, as a Capricorn, if you're a Capricorn woman, this can be you, because this is about the Earth sign. So Capricorn, Taurus, or my Virgos. It's about really being in a position of like what I create, right? Which is so cool because the fifth house is about life, and Taurus is about what we're growing, what we're building. So this is about building something solid, something sustainable, something of value, holding something valuable. Obviously, Jupiter, Uranus, and these transits in the fifth house, for some people it can be pregnancy. For other people, it can be that there is some big breakthrough with an investment, or there is some you're getting lucky with like a lottery win or something. So I think a lot of you guys are going to find that you are receiving some kind of like abundance or some kind of change to your wealth or some kind of change to your luck, especially because Uranus rules money. So some of you guys are going to be like, you know what, I took a chance on this, I took a risk on this, and like it paid off, So I do see you guys being really one of the signs that's going to benefit from this financially, and also kind of feeling like you have more stability and you have more control over what's going on with your resources moving forward. Yes, I know that things feel kind of chaotic on the home front. Yes, I know that there's a lot changing with family as well, but I will tell you that whatever is going on right now is to help you feel more in control of your home base. So try to make the best of it, try to have fun, try to see the silver lining in things, and the universe supports you. I'll see you guys here next month. All right, so we've got Aquarius and Aquarius rising. What's going on, Aquarius? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to May of 2024. This is going to be your monthly horoscopes. Oh my goodness. Well, you guys have some big stuff happening. I'm excited for you. There is so much Uranus action going on that you're going to have some major changes this month. So just a heads up, when planets come into conjunction with Uranus, that's what you're going to want to pay attention to. Uranus is currently hanging out in your fourth house, and this is relating to your home, your family, your roots, your origin, where you come from, and anything involving like family you live with, roommates you live with, and also your emotions. So can't help but notice, right? There's just a massive stellium of planets in your 4th house. And so you're going to see for the first 2 or 3 weeks that that's there, and then planets start to shift into your 5th house. So let's start with the ingresses first. So what you're going to want to watch for is that Mercury is going to be going into Taurus around the 15th of the month. And Mercury is communications, okay? So it's about communication, sometimes siblings, sometimes documents, rearranging things. And Mercury deals with children, and it deals with change and transformation, or romantic partners and change and transformation. So your home may be changing as a result of kids. Kids might come to visit, a kid might be coming into the family. You might hear that, you know, another relative is having a kid, or they're bringing a kid over for you to meet, or there's some new exciting news about changes with the home and family. Maybe one of your children is relocating or moving, or, you know, telling you that they're anticipating doing that pretty soon. On the 20th of the month, we're going to see the sun enter Gemini, where the sun is going to be going into your 5th house, which is about creativity, self-expression, dating, having fun, and hobbies. So the sun rules your 7th house of relationships. So with the sun in the 5th house, you're like, let's go on a road trip, let's get out of town, you know, like let's connect more, let's go out, let's have fun, let's go to a show, let's go to a movie. So you're wanting to socialize and do stuff more basically with partners. And if you're not in a relationship, you're out there looking to meet with people. And you want to meet people in places where you can socialize and where there is, you know, people who are kind of communicating and chatting. So I think of like Gemini as like a cafe, maybe. It could be like bookstores. It can be places where people are learning or where people are writing. And it's a great time to be just focusing on nurturing relationships also that we are already in. Then you're going to see on the 23rd of the month, Venus will enter Gemini. So Venus goes into the 5th house of love, romance, children, and creativity. Love can be found at a distance because Venus rules the 9th house, or maybe you're deciding you want to go on a getaway or on a trip with your kid or with your significant other. This is good for dating and getting to meet people as well. Partners can come in pairs because Gemini is a double-bodied sign, so be mindful that with Venus in this house, there could be more than one person that you meet. And then on the 25th, Jupiter enters into Gemini as well, and this is going to be here for a year. It will be in a fellow sister air sign, so it's positive for you all year long, Aquarius. It's expanding something about your heart space. Creativity, writing, hobbies, children, dating, having fun, talent, being on stage, and your talent being in the form of writing, communication, or something to do with your hands. So if you work a craft where you have to make things or create things or you write things, it'll be abundant for you. Now, Jupiter rules your friends as well as your money. So it means that you may be talking or joining groups where you're talking about investing or investing with friends, or maybe you are, you know, starting a new business with a friend, or maybe you are feeling more positive and optimistic about the future of your financial situation. Regardless, it'll be there all year. It's positive for you. And if you're single, definitely get out there and date because it can be a really good time to meet people. For those of you guys who are in committed relationships, you might just find that it's more about socializing with your partner and your friends, and you might be focusing more on creating like diversity in your date nights, doing activities or learning things together and traveling together. And this can also be some pretty positive transits for pregnancy as well with Jupiter in the 5th house. Now, on the 2nd of May, Pluto will be retrograde in your sign in Aquarius, okay? So be mindful. As Pluto turns retrograde, we are reevaluating something about power, and Pluto rules your career, your status, and your reputation. So Pluto retrograde for the next few months will be in Aquarius. Later in the year, it'll go back into Capricorn, where it's going to finish up some business in your subconscious realm before it crosses your ascendant again. So I see this as you reevaluating, like, do I need to make changes in my appearance? Do I need to kind of like let some things go? Am I being too intense about some stuff? Am I resisting change? Am I feeling like it's, am I making good or not so good moves when it comes to my career and my status, and like really integrating some of the changes that have happened? Not a good time to be making big appearance changes, okay? Like if you want to be working on health and wellness, that's fine. But when I think of Pluto, it's like, major cosmetic things, or, major like tattoos, or like major physical changes, like transformations. Not a good time. There will be time for that when you start to see other aspects that are happening, but possibly not with the retrograde. All right, so on the 3rd of the month, we will see Mars in Aries. Okay, so Mars is in your 3rd house, where it's very active with writing, sharing, learning, driving, communicating, and it is sextiling Pluto. This is a day to really be mindful of your words and your communication and your power. You can write something, negotiate something, put your mind to something, be looking at change in a much more positive, optimistic way. And you can be very persuasive when it comes to communicating, signing a deal, or agreeing to some kind of business negotiation or contract. On the 7th of the month, you're going to see the Sun in Taurus, sextile Saturn in Pisces. So the Sun will be moving through your home zone, and it's sextiling Saturn in your financial zone. And Saturn is your co-ruler. So it means that there is some kind of momentum building when it comes to your 4th house of property, home, family business, resources, stability. And it's growing because Jupiter is there, and it's because of like your business sense, or what kind of connections you're making or investments you're making, or maybe you're investing in property, maybe you're investing in real estate. But there's some partnership that you're having with either friends or with other relatives, where you're kind of building on wealth and resources, and something really significant is developing on the home front. Like some of you guys are either buying land, developing land, getting into agriculture, you're living in a communal space. So through that growth that's happening with your home base, it's positively supporting your finances and your resources. Now, that very same day, we'll have a new moon in Taurus. So it's interesting that all this is brewing, and then you have a new moon here. So the new moon's very close to Uranus, so it is about making changes on the home front. Likely you'll see these changes manifest in about 6 months' time when we have a full moon. And Venus is there too. So with Venus in the 4th house, it's like you're making these changes and you're trying to create a more sustainable, beautiful kind of future environment for home or family, or for generational wealth. So if you want to move, you want to find a house, you want to renovate, you want to make changes, this is the month that you want to set those intentions, basically. Then we're going to see on the 13th of the month, Mercury leaves shadow. So you've had Mercury this last month retrograde in your 3rd house. Miscommunications, maybe, sending the wrong emails or messages. Maybe you made errors in things. You spoke too soon, and all of that stuff is now kind of fading away. So if there has been going over documents, making changes, making shifts in regards to communications and negotiations, altering tax stuff, whatever, now that's clear, and you're kind of free to move forward if you want to sign leases, if you want to buy cars, if you want to move or relocate or plan travel. On the 17th of the month, Mercury in Taurus will square Pluto in your sign. Okay. So Pluto in your sign is about you feeling like you have power and control over a situation, or that you are feeling empowered by the changes you're making. Mercury in your 4th house tells me that there can be some needing to be diplomatic and negotiate and being flexible when it comes to communicating either financial things involving home, or, dealing with like relatives. You may have relatives that are kind of pressing you, being like, we need to make a change, or we need to make this investment, or we need to make this payment. And you're like, oh my God, and you feel like it's just like this never ending list of things you have to pay for, or things that you have to fix, or that you have to cover. Watch your communication. It can get kind of intense. You can be kind of sharp, because somebody either within the home or somebody within the family is kind of challenging you a little bit and kind of pushing on your buttons. On the 18th of the month, Venus will conjunct Uranus, okay? So this is you. And Venus is home and family. And it's also family from far away, or relationships with people far away. So Venus come into conjunction with Uranus can mean that there is some shocking surprise at home. Maybe a family or a relative or a partner comes to visit you from far away that you weren't anticipating. Maybe your mother-in-law drops by unexpectedly. Maybe it means that you have a friend coming to stay with you, for a little bit of time, or coming to visit you unexpectedly. There can be a surprise party. There can be a family reunion. There can be, the family going on a trip or traveling together. That can happen as well. And on the very same day, we will also see the Sun conjunct Jupiter. So it looks like, because the Sun is your partners and Jupiter is going to represent like friends and like celebrations, it looks like, a partner or a child is saying like dad or like mom, like this is a good thing, this is exciting, we're excited about coming to visit, or, there's some kind of like gathering that's happening. So I really feel like with Venus meeting your sign, something sweet is coming to you. So there's some good news that's coming to you from far away. So it'll probably be a surprise, to be honest with you, but it'll be a good one. Then we're going to see on the 19th of the month, Mars will conjunct the North Node in Aries. So Mars is drive, dedication, action, it's vitality, energy, and it's got a force to it. So Mars in the third house is like, I want to write, I want to argue, I want to go fast, I want to move, I want to travel, I want to walk, I want to negotiate, I want to learn. And when it meets with the North Node, it's basically saying like putting the pen to the paper, or signing something, or agreeing something, or standing up for yourself in some way, being more assertive, or having a debate of some sort. My advice is have an outlet for your energy. Go for a walk, ride a bike, use a punching bag. You may be feeling like you're really prone to kind of get riled up a little bit, and also be very careful with driving. Third house is movement, and it can be talking about also like, when you're going places, don't be on your phone when you're driving. Don't be getting into road rage with people. Take your time. Don't speed. I see people speed with these transits. Because what you'll see later in the month is like a reactivation of the eclipse and a conjunction to Chiron. And so there can be some bumping your head, getting into accidents, tripping, falling, not paying attention to where we're going type of energy. So if you're somebody who experienced around the eclipse or the retrograde an accident, pay extra close attention, because this can be manifestations that are still kind of getting cleared up from that. Or you can see a repetition of those energies. All right, then we're going to see on the 23rd, Venus will conjunct Jupiter. Okay, so your chart ruler, your fourth house ruler will conjunct Jupiter. So this is, I think, about like some kind of like friend or like female family or relative coming to meet you or coming to spend time with you. And when Venus and Jupiter meet, it's a very sweet conjunction, and it'll be at 29 degrees, so it's a very critical degree. When this happens, it's sextiling Neptune. So it almost feels like there's been this dream that you've been wanting to kind of manifest and bring into reality, or some kind of financial dream or thing that you wanted to see, kind of come full circle. And with the sextile to your fourth house, it manifests, you see it. Maybe you've been planting your garden and putting out flowers, right? And you haven't been able to see the flowers yet, but possibly at the end of May, they all start to bloom, right? In the fourth house could be the garden. Maybe you've been picking out materials and making changes to stuff in your home. And then finally at the end of May, it's like, you're done doing the decorating, you're done doing the painting, and you see it all kind of come together. So it's something beautiful, it's luxurious. It's about, having a lot more sweetness and opportunity for luxury and comfort within the home. And it should look pretty awesome. Now, this is going to be happening simultaneously with a full moon in Sagittarius. So there will be this full moon in your 11th house of friends and associations. So gatherings, celebrations, parties, but Jupiter is in the fourth conjunct Venus. So it means that the gathering, the celebration, the party is a family reunion, a kid coming back home to visit. It could be about a big family dinner, a friend coming to spend time with you, something like that. And some big kind of like indulgent thing that you're doing with a get together with a number of people. On the 25th of the month, Venus will be in Gemini in your 5th house, where she's enjoying spending time with kids, dating, having fun, playing games, and she will trine Pluto in your sign. This is a very sexy transit for you. This is I'm feeling myself. I feel beautiful. I'm feeling successful. I'm feeling really charismatic. I'm feeling like I can pull people in and attract people and kind of create a vibe. Very same day, Mars conjuncts the 19 degrees solar eclipse point. So it's not just about looking good and being confident and being attractive and alluring, but it's also about being charismatic and communicating well and getting your point across and being a little convincing, and being able to kind of wheel and deal. So that's wonderful. And then on the 29th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct Chiron in Aries. So like I said, okay, this is about being cautious with driving, with your hands, like cutting fingers, burning hands, you know, things like that, slamming your hand in a door, in a car door, that could happen here. It could also be things like having heated conversations with somebody and kind of getting into it and like saying some nasty stuff, you know, especially with a sibling. That can happen here with a sibling, or it can happen with a neighbor. So be mindful of that with just kind of keeping your cool and not snapping on people. Try to funnel that energy into writing a list of things that that are your goals, or things that you're anticipating or trying to get done. And then finally, we have on the 30th, Mercury in Taurus will conjunct Uranus in Taurus. So Mercury is about changes, transformation, joint resources, and money. It can be about taxes, inheritance, insurance matters, and kids. And Mercury will meet you. So that means that there's some news coming to you about, oh, our property taxes have gone up, or, oh, we are having to pay more in homeowners insurance, or, oh, you know, this, you know, one of my kids called and told me that this, you know, thing happened, or they're having this financial change, or like they need something. You know, it's a day where I think you, being Uranus, can really think on your feet and be like a problem solver. And you can be like, okay, what do you need me to do? Or like, what can I fix? But you can also feel mentally frazzled and like overwhelmed with just how much damn stuff is happening in regards to your home and your family, and so many things changing. And maybe you're trying to communicate and relay information to your family, or relaying information to your roommates, or maybe even your kids, and being like, you know, like, what are we doing here? Obviously, it's like with so many planets in your 4th house, there is definitely a lot of action going on in the home front. And so it may feel like it's the hub for everybody's coming and going, or everybody's meeting in the kitchen. And you might be like, why is everybody in my house? But it can also be a time where there is some major kind of leveling up and like moving into a new kind of living space, which can be really exciting. And you're watching, you know, this whole new kind of home, or, you know, like family situation, you know, start to take shape. Right? You'll have to let me know. I'm very curious. I've thought for a very long time. I was like, I really wonder how this is going to manifest for Aquarius risings. And I have a number of them in my life. A lot of them are starting family real estate businesses. A lot of them are renovating homes. A lot of them are getting into agriculture, and they're like literally building compounds. And others are realizing all of these like family secrets are coming up, and they're finding out that they have siblings they didn't know that they have, or that they were adopted, or they are finding natural resources on their property that's like worth like a fortune. So some changes happening within the ancestral kind of realm, where there's karma that's coming in, that's bringing in resources and abundance for you. But it could be that one of your parents ends up inheriting money, or they make a lot of money off of something, and then they want to share something with you. So I'm curious to hear what happens. You guys will have to let me know. As for the card that you get for the month ahead, I have, the Ace of Swords. I like this for Pluto in your sign. I also like this for like Jupiter trining Pluto. It's like where you're telling people like, this is what we're doing. This is the plan. This is my goal, and we're sticking to it. Because the Ace of Swords is about new beginnings. It's about being really direct with information, signing contracts, putting ideas out there, initiating new things. Big for when we come into Gemini season. So this is about air months. So this is going to be June and also September. I feel like this is about also like creative writing with Mars in your 3rd house and Jupiter going into your 5th house, or stuff involving like podcasts, radio, TV, blogging, you know, YouTubing. any of these things where you're able to kind of like show people your talent, especially if you're a writer or like a gamer. I could see that with Jupiter in your 5th house, you know, controls and stuff that you do with your hands. So I could see some people like doing some Twitch stuff maybe. But yeah, this is about really getting your voice heard and putting it out there, and really expanding and showing other people, you know, what you can do and what you have to say. I'll catch you guys back here next month in June. So I hope it's a good one for you. And last but certainly not the least, we have the Pisces. I appreciate you guys. I know a lot of you stay until the end. I try to make sure you get a good reading. I don't slow down or skip anything. So obviously I'm excited to talk to you guys about this Jupiter, all of the Jupiter transits, because Jupiter is your traditional ruler. So Jupiter ruling your 1st house of body, Pisces. You know, in the month of May, you're going to see that when planets are coming into conjunction with Jupiter, it's going to manifest as, okay, I am making a change, or some new abundance is coming to me, or some new opportunity is coming to me. And then we will see Jupiter leave your 3rd house, where it's about moving, learning, communicating, traveling, writing, to your 4th house of home and family. Okay, so I'll break all those transits down for you. Obviously, the other thing that we're noticing is that there's a pretty prominent stellium of planets that's in Taurus this month. The first like 3 weeks of the month, we see a ton of planets in Taurus, and it will be in your 3rd house. So the 3rd house is your siblings, your neighbors, your car. It's about communication, moving, learning. It's about contracts, and obviously it's about talking about Taurus things: money, resources, values, stability, right? So you want to pay attention and listen for the Jupiter aspects, because those are going to be the most prominent for you. So let's start off with the ingresses. I want to talk to you guys a little bit about, you know, planets changing signs, where they're going to be going throughout the next month. And I wanted to first start with Mercury. So Mercury on the 15th will be leaving Aries, where it's been in the house that's dealing with money. You've had a retrograde there. It's probably felt like there's a bunch of moving parts with your finances and your budget. And that will be easing up as we get into the month, but Mercury will move into the 3rd house. Good news is Mercury does very well in the 3rd house. It likes to communicate, share, learn, move around, travel. And Mercury deals with your home base. Okay. It also deals with your relationships. So it's possible that you're communicating more with your siblings about your living situation, or you're going and looking for where you want to travel or where you want to move to, or you're talking to a partner, or maybe you're talking to coworkers about, you know, productivity and kind of getting things done, because Taurus can be about work as well. So Mercury will do well in this house. Then we're going to see the sun go into Gemini. So it'll leave your 3rd house, move into your 4th house on the 20th of May. And this is shining a light on home, organization, family. You know, one thing that I've seen for all my Pisces and Pisces risings is that soon as you have planets start going into Gemini, you're going to see that there is some option to go back and forth between 2 places. Some of you guys are moving to a place temporarily only to move again. Some of you guys are visiting a place to see if you like it before you move. Others are looking at buying a second home, or you're going back and forth between family and another location. Be flexible with your home front this year. That's going to be really important with Jupiter in this part of your chart. But with the sun entering, you know, Gemini, it's shining a light on, okay, well, what organization or changes is happening with home and family? On the 23rd, Venus enters Gemini. So it does indicate that there is more beauty, decor, decoration, visiting with women or with female relatives. One might come stay with you. You might go and visit family. And Venus deals with changes, transformations, and it can also deal with debt and loans. So it might mean that family is helping pay for a new home or living situation, or you're financing furniture, or, you know, you're paying off your home loan, that kind of stuff. And then on the 25th of the month, Jupiter enters in your 4th house. Now this is big because, like I said, Jupiter is your chart ruler. So when Jupiter goes into the 4th house, this happens once every 12 years, and this is a really good time to relocate, buy a new home, move into a second home, visit a foreign country, go and visit or stay with family, particularly aunts, uncles, cousins, or siblings might come up because that's Gemini. And that'll be there all year long. And so there's pros and cons of it, but for the most part, at least until August, Jupiter being in your 4th house is going to be expanding things in the home front. Eventually down the road, yes, you will see Jupiter square Saturn in your sign. So you're going to be like asking yourself in August or in December, like, ooh, do I really like living here? Do I want to make a change? Do I want to go back and forth? So knowing that that's going to come up for you, once again, remain flexible with your living situation. You don't have to commit to something seriously long-term right now. You might be doing something where you're traveling for a little bit before you decide that you want to settle into a new location. Now, on the 2nd of May, you're going to see Pluto is going to turn retrograde in Aquarius. This is the only retrograde we're going to have all month long, but it's a powerful one because Pluto does deal with our power, our relationship to power. Pluto represents travel, education, and philosophy. So when Pluto goes retrograde in the 12th house, you might be like, what do I believe in? What am I learning about the world? Where do I want to return back to? Am I going back to school? Do I need to reconnect with a therapist or a mentor? And there can be a lot of reworking things behind closed doors. So it's more of a quiet transit, but it will creep up on you. Pluto will be retrograde for several months before it dips back into Capricorn later this year, and it'll be kind of reworking or finishing up some odds and ends in your friend zone. Before that happens, though, it does seem like Pluto in Aquarius is trying to get you to reevaluate, like, what is your purpose in the world and what you believe in, and it can feel like a little bit of like a test of faith. This can mean that it's time to really pay attention to mental health stuff. It's also really important to have some kind of spiritual or regular kind of like practice, like meditation would be really good, or something where you can kind of turn inward and reflect. All right. Now on the 3rd of May, we're going to see Mars in Aries sextile Pluto in Aquarius. So Mars is in your 2nd house where it's focusing on money. It's about being entrepreneurial. It's about being pioneering, and the North Node is there. So you're like, I need more. I need to make more. I need to become more self-sufficient. I need to bring in more. I'm going after something. I'm building something. So it does make you work hard for the money, but you're very driven to see these things come to fruition. Now it's also sextiling Pluto, and Pluto in the 12th house is about your subconscious power. And this is why I'm saying, like, you need a money manifestation, you need a visualization meditation, you need to be working with frequencies, you need to be telling yourself, like, these things, are scary, but they're changing and they need to happen, and I'm embracing change. The best way to work with Mars sextile Pluto is to become aware of the subconscious blocks that are hindering you or holding you back from good self-esteem, feeling great about yourself, believing in yourself, being able to think that you're good enough. And it might mean with Pluto in the 12th house that you're going to therapy, or that you're doing some self-reflection and trying to figure out, why have I been not feeling good about myself? Why have I been selling myself short? To help work through some self-esteem or some financial blockages. On the 7th of the month, the Sun in Taurus will sextile Saturn in Pisces. So, you've got the Sun going through your 3rd house of communication and traveling and learning. It's a very busy house, and the Sun does represent health and also habits and routine. So that sextile to Saturn means maybe you're reading self-help books, maybe you're walking and listening to podcasts, maybe you're doing some journaling, maybe you're focusing more on, productivity and, a stronger kind of grounded connection to Earth. You could be learning about money, food, resources, health, and habits, anything that's going to help you stay on track and be more focused with who you are as a person. Go and find some podcasts or some things you can listen to, or videos that can be inspirational and encouraging you to continue to better yourself. Listen to stuff that's inspirational, go and listen to some motivational speakers and stuff that can be really positive. Walk also and listen to things, or listen to things and do some journaling prompts. Now, this very same day that we see this sextile, you're also going to be seeing that there will be a new moon in Taurus. So I really like the idea of the new moon in the 3rd house, where you're like, okay, I'm writing out my intentions that I'm manifesting, and you want to write them in the I have, I am, this is kind of like mindset. Because the sextiles to Saturn mean that if you're believing, or if you're holding true to your goals and like what you're wanting to manifest, you're writing them or speaking them into existence. So be mindful of your thoughts, your communications. Remember that where intention goes, energy flows. So we want to be keeping everything super high vibe right now in terms of everything's working out, it's working for me, you know. And if you have to put sticky notes and stuff places to remind you, so be it. Sometimes you need physical reminders with Taurus in the third house of things. All right, so if you want to sign a lease, if you want to move, if you want to get a new car, I could see that happening after the new moon in Taurus here as well, because Taurus is luxury. Third house is, you know, communications. You could get a new phone, you could get a new car, you could get a new computer. There's definitely a sense of being like really hands-on with something, because the third house is about communication and hands and something that's luxury. So I could see some people wanting like to get a nicer car, get a better phone, that kind of stuff. Or maybe it's just moving. Maybe it's just traveling. You know, maybe you're using a new app and you're learning a new language. You know, that could happen too. All right. On the 13th of the month, we are going to see Mercury leaves shadow. So it's been a mess the last month. Okay. I think I speak for all 12 signs when I say that. Really difficult communication stuff with Mercury retrograde in Aries. Lots of conflict. We had an eclipse. It was a mess. So maybe for you, it's been this reorganization of your finances because the retrograde's been in your second house. Maybe you realize I've been spending too much money, or I need to be saving more money, or I need to be, you know, investing in myself, or, you know, I'm realizing people owe me things. I need to get paid back, or I need more from other people. So Mercury leaves shadow on the 13th. So a lot of this stuff's going to kind of ease up. You're going to see some of that communication breakdown end, and you're kind of free and clear to make relationship commitments, sign leases, move, you know, make financial investments, stuff like that. Keep in mind, Mars is in your second house, and that will make you burn a hole in your pocket, like, or your wallet. There is a sense of wanting more and wanting to consume more. So spending more, fighting about money, eating more, you know, collecting more. Be careful with that North Node because it can get you into some trouble. On the 17th of the month, you're going to see Mercury in Taurus square Pluto in Aquarius. So Mercury in the third house of communication and the mind is strong, but it's being challenged by Pluto in the 12th house, which means some doubt can creep in, and it can be like, am I capable of doing this? Is this going to work? Should I be moving? Is this a good idea? You know, it could be that like there's a side of you that's like doubting and fearful of making a change or having a conversation. It's a day to really do some breathwork exercises, work out any doubt, you know, put any serious conversations or negotiations on hold, wait until this energy passes. Watch for some strife in communications with siblings that can happen. And there can also be some like weird, like almost like cyber stalking. Like you could notice that there's like somebody who's like looking at your stuff and you're like, why is that person like spying on me? Or like, why are they watching my social media? Or like, why do I keep getting calls from blocked numbers? That's very Mercury square Pluto. Then on the 18th of the month, you're going to see Venus conjunct Uranus in Taurus. Okay. And Venus rules joint resources, changes, transformations, and also communication. Conjunct Uranus. So there can be some unexpected conversation you could have with somebody about their feelings, their money, their resources. There could be some kind of surprise visit from a female friend, a neighbor, or a sibling. You know, happy coincidences. You know, Venus conjunct Uranus could be that there's something that manifests that you didn't see coming and it just shows up out of the blue. Spontaneous trips, relationships, meeting somebody online, that can happen with that conjunction. And the very same day, the sun will conjunct Jupiter in Taurus. So sun is about health and assistance and habits, and obviously your Jupiter. So it looks like you might have like a sibling or a female friend or like a neighbor who like gives you a helping hand with something, or they give you some insight on something that you needed help with. And they're like, oh yeah, I know all about that. How can I help you? And you're like, what? How did you know that? And it can be about gardening, it could be about food, it could be about money, you know, it could be any one of these things. So strike up a conversation with somebody on this day. You might be pleasantly surprised that somebody's willing to offer up something that can be really helpful or beneficial for you. On the 19th of the month, we're going to see Mars conjunct the North Node in Aries, okay? So the North Node is drive, direction, where we're going, what our purpose is. Second house is money, resources, and possession. And Mars rules your second house of that and travel. So this is a day where you might feel like, I'm buying the ticket, you know, I'm taking the class, I'm investing in myself. I am finally, you know, wanting to get the diploma. I am finally wanting to, you know, overcome this obstacle. Like you're really adamant about something. Now, this can also be about getting money from some kind of legal situation. This can be about, you know, feeling like you possess something that's validating your education or validating, you know, some kind of training or certification. So you might be willing to invest in a program like that. That can come up with this as well. But you'll watch Mars then come into conjunction with the eclipse point and then Chiron. So there's like a phase to this where it's like, I really want this thing. And then it's going to be like, yeah, but I have to figure out how to like afford it. And then there's this wounding revolving around like, well, if I don't have it, how can I make it happen? And so a lot of it's about not tying your self-worth to how much money you have, and investing in experiences and education, not necessarily things. You'll see on the 23rd, Venus will conjunct Jupiter in your 3rd house. So more, you know, kind words, love letters, you know, meeting somebody locally, meeting somebody online. It will, yeah, Venus will come into conjunction with Jupiter in Taurus. So that's you, and it'll sextile Neptune. Another really strong manifestation day. You know, Neptune in the 1st house, if you're feeling like, I have this feeling this is going to happen, or I had this dream, or I have this hunch, the sextile can be like, oh, it manifests. And there's the email, there's the phone call, there's the money, there's the invitation, you know, it's just like poof. But simultaneously, you know, Neptune in the 1st house could be like, I'm so lonely, you know, am I always going to be alone? When is anything ever going to change? Like, when is anybody going to see me? You know, I kind of feel like I'm just the only person who has not been chosen for dodgeball. And then poof, you know, the Jupiter Venus conjunction is somebody who's like, hey, I was thinking about you, or I just really love that outfit on you, or like, I would love to hang out with you. And it kind of gives you this confirmation that it's like, no, you're not alone, you know. Watch out still for some subconscious manifestations. We want to be thinking on both the 23rd as well as, you know, really also the 18th, high vibe, positive, what we're bringing in, what's happening, what's manifesting, what's showing up for us. So you can reap the benefits of these Jupiter kind of conjunctions and the sextiles. Also on this day, there's going to be a full moon in Sag. So the full moon in Sagittarius is in your 10th house of career and reputation. So it can mean that you get a raise, you change jobs, you quit jobs, you launch a business, some big thing is happening in regards to your career. And the ruler, Jupiter, is in the 3rd conjunct Venus, which basically means like there's a big announcement. Great day to launch a website, great day to launch a new advertising campaign, great day to, you know, post something on social media and tell the world what you're working on, great day to sign a business contract, great day to send a memo out to, you know, fellow employees, to have a meeting, to share some kind of hopeful, inspirational kind of message with people, right? So there's some good announcement that's coming. That's what I can see. And it might be that, you know, you just get an email and you're like, oh my gosh, you know, I just found out I got a raise. Something like that could happen. And then on the 25th, we're going to see Venus, which will now be in Gemini in your 4th house, is trining Pluto in Aquarius in your 12th house. So this is about some, I think, situation in regards to home or family changes that's happening. You know, Pluto can represent family from further away. So you're getting some kind of heads up about some family stuff happening from further away. But this can also be a transformation of your home and, you know, how it's, you know, affecting your sleep, how it's a new bedroom organization or kind of rearrangement, and how it feels differently because Venus is what we feel. Maybe there is, you know, a friend or a female family member who's visiting with you or staying with you and helping you through some kind of like trying time. You know, that can happen as well. Then we're going to see the very same day, Mars will be at 19 degrees of Aries, reactivating the solar eclipse from the beginning of April. So when Mars hits that degree, you're going to see like a, you know, another unfolding of the eclipse, which can be money related stuff. So what's interesting is that that can mean where you have to kind of bite the bullet, make a purchase, spend something, buy something. And maybe Venus in your 4th house trine Pluto is like a piece of art that you really want, or, you know, some kind of like really elaborate, you know, like decor or something that you're having to have imported, or it's something that comes from further away that you're kind of splurging on. Then we're going to see on the 29th of the month, Mars will conjunct Chiron at 22 degrees. Chiron's about wounding. Second house is about self-esteem, self, finances, and resources. Mars can represent something or someone from far away. It can represent teachers. It can represent gurus, in-laws. And the second house, North Node Chiron conjunction could be, either spending more or cutting something off. So it can mean that you're like, you know what? I have to stop spending money on this thing. I have to stop spending money on classes, courses, traveling. But it can also mean that you become aware of where, eating something and not cutting it out of your diet can impact your health. Mars can be things that are hot. It can be inflammation foods. So you may also realize, oh, I'm learning more about food and like eating this is actually not good for my stomach or for my gut. I'm cutting it out. I would say be careful because any Mars Chiron conjunction can be about wounding, but specifically Aries is about the face, and it can be about cuts and burns and things relating to, just stuff that can cut. Second house would be like when you're cooking, second house would be also things pertaining to your neck. So you can be more prone to getting sunburn on your neck. You can be more prone to kind of hitting something and like bumping or bruising, your face or your neck. And Mars is about, traveling. Okay, so it's like if you find that you're traveling, you might be more accident prone. So just be mindful of this. I just put this out there. It's a day to be careful, not take any risky moves financially because it could end up actually creating a problem and it could be wounding your finances if you're kind of overindulging in what you're spending as well. And then on the 30th of the month, Mercury and Taurus will conjunct Uranus and Taurus. So Mercury rules relationships and other people as well as family. It'll conjunct Uranus. It does make me feel like there can be an unexpected squabble or like confrontation or conflict or argument with a neighbor, with a friend, or with a partner. Some rearranging or changes revolving around moving or traveling can happen that comes out of the blue. Some unexpected phone call or message from another person out of the blue. I think you're going to see a lot of this stuff this month, and maybe intuitively you feel like it's coming, but just watch for that. And there can also be like malfunctions and stuff that can happen with Mercury, Uranus, with cars, with phones, with laptops that kind of fizzle out. That can happen. They kind of like overheat. And also you might just feel like you're just burnt out talking to somebody about their problems. So if you've been going through some relational things, or if you're going through it with like a relationship with like a sibling or a family member, or maybe you've got like a neighbor that drives you crazy, this might be the day that they come over and you're just like, not today, I'm not doing it today. I don't feel like talking. So there can be some stress in communication. Now, if you can take time to spend time by yourself because Uranus rules the 12th house, good day to like sit down, read a few tarot cards for yourself, or maybe do some meditation and do some journaling afterwards. You can feel really connected as long as you have some peace. And you may feel really inspired to like sit down and write something, or there might be like a breakthrough that you have where something makes sense and like some symbolism comes up for you and you're like, aha, I've got it, Anyway, I hope that's helpful for you, my Pisces. I'm excited to see this Jupiter ingress for you. I'm excited to see where you guys are moving to, where you're traveling to, what new expansions happening with your home and your family. You'll have to let me know. The card that I get for you is the Four of Wands. Oh, exciting gatherings, get-togethers, reunions, parties, weddings, events. Certainly Jupiter going into your 4th house can bring lots of positive things for your home and for your family, and there can be gatherings and get-togethers and stuff, so I think that's pretty bang on. You'll see this the next 2 months. But this can be about some good news coming that's like, oh, we got the house, or we're getting married, or, like I just moved to this new place and like I love it, or I just started this new job. Jupiter rules work as well. So with Jupiter going into the 4th house, some of you guys are relocating for work. Some of you guys are now working from home. Some of you guys are getting involved in home or family business. So lots of celebrations going on, and also like opportunities to kind of get together and celebrate some of the fruits of your labor, because you guys have been really working hard and focusing on yourselves. And so now it's time to be like, okay, now what kind of a life am I building? most all of the planets are beneath the horizon now. If you look at your chart, everything except for Pluto. So this is all about, you know, who you are, your home, your family, your relationships, your hobbies, your pets. So there's now this more like, what am I doing for me? You know, you'll see the second half of the year as planets are kind of going to the upper portion of the chart. Then you're focusing more on like career and other things. But, you know, learning, traveling, communication, home, family, and positive things coming for the home front seems to be what's happening for you guys in the next month. So I'm really excited to see how this manifests for you. You'll have to let me know. I hope that was helpful for you guys. I know that the last couple of months have been a lot. I know that you guys forget, even though I'm an astrologer and I know this stuff is coming, I'm going through it too. So I cannot be more excited and more pleased to see just how damn awesome the month of May looks for this next month. So no whammies, no whammies. I'm hoping that it's as positive as it looks. Please do not forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Give me a thumbs up, leave me a comment, and let me know where you're watching from. It really helps my channel grow. Like I said, a lot of love and dedication goes into these videos, but I want to make sure they're as most authentic as possible, that they are as most like getting a one-on-one reading as possible, and also my contribution for the collective. So with that being said, I'm gonna go take a nap now. But I will catch you guys back here next month. Don't forget to subscribe so you can watch the videos that will be coming out throughout this month where we can talk about some of the major transits. I've got a Jupiter and Gemini video coming out for you guys. We're going to be previewing some of the other stuff that's going to be coming later this year. And as always, we will have the new and full moon reports. So make sure you subscribe. Enjoy the month of May. I am somewhere having a cocktail for you. I don't know where because I'm not there yet. But if you're watching this in May, I'm on vacation, so I will maybe send you guys some videos or some pictures of my travels. Until next time, I'll catch you guys back here in June. Enjoy this month. Take care.